Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Finally, election day is here. All right. Let's get CNBC up, I guess. Good morning, everyone. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It is election day, Tuesday, the 5th of November. Palantir is up 17%, going for 50.
Like a playoff game coach after the game saying how he feels, give you the rule of 40. I think that they may be a little bit like Adam Aaron, but not too much, but definitely they are the most promotional company.
I was going to say, one line here. We absolutely eviscerated this quarter.
Yeah.
You don't get that kind of commentary often, and you usually like under promise, over deliver.
I can't. That's why I can't take them.
Palantir just killed it. 40% margins. 46, I think, maybe 48.
I mean,
It was a pretty high number for their margins.
And he's got individuals doing it, and his numbers back him up. He does have a lot of defense contracts. I know people in the Pentagon who actually swear by this guy. That's another reason why I reluctantly, I have to admit, I started embracing the stock when I heard the individuals say, "Listen, Jim, we're taking this one pass in video."
Okay, that looks really good. 233% earnings growth for Palantir. 30% revenue growth. They beat the earnings top expectation. They were supposed to come in with 9 cents. They came in with 10. Revenue was a big beat by 20 million.
We know that they have accelerated revenue growth. They have rules of 68.
He's got some serious bodyguards too. You don't want to mess around. I mean, the U.S. government absolutely demands that he be protected at all times. So when you see him, he's got guys all over you. That said,
he said he's a national treasure.
This is generative AI being used in the enterprise in a real way, and by the U.S. It's a usage case.
Consumer. One of the things that turned me off was when I
don't know how Faber does it, sitting there with Kramer all morning.
What happened to the days where the government was the last to figure out innovation?
All right, we're coming into the opening bell. Got about 8 minutes to go. You know, the first 15 minutes, all I'm doing is taking profits off the table. I'll take some profits off Palantir. I have January calls, but they are at maximum if they get close to 50. So I'll wait for a few minutes, see if this follows through. But the implied volatility will start to lose some value on the calls and puts. Futures was up a bit higher, just pulled back. It's currently up 7 handles. We did make it up to 57, 56, something like that. 57.50, 57.57, 57.57. So today is election day. We got Boeing. Strike is over now. Boeing. So that's up on the morning. Boeing. We've got Trump Media is up 12%. Home Depot is up this morning. The small nuclear companies are down a little bit. NVIDIA is up 0.5%. NVIDIA. Okay, Meta is up. All the New York FANG index stocks look a lot better than they did at the start yesterday. We've got about 35 stocks green on the NASDAQ so far, 35 stocks green. And we have about 10 stocks red. The rest are unchanged. All right, so we got about 65 stocks unchanged. About 10 are red and about 30 are green. So that's a good start. Let's see what the S&P is doing. S&P 500. Okay, S&P 500. Got twice as many stocks green than are red on the S&P 500. And you get about, I would say about 300 stocks that are unchanged at the moment. All right, let's get ready for the opening bell. We've got 6 minutes to go, 6 minutes to go.
Thanks. As Europe's pretty
Okay, let's
busy,
look at
and I'm
the
thinking about the Bank of Australia this morning, but I was half asleep. What's going on?
support, 5720.
Not moving, but that's really the outlier. You've got
5720 support, 5760 and 5800 resistance.
We're pretty much in an environment where almost all major central banks are cutting rates. 14 of the 18 advanced economy central banks are cutting rates. Recall the Bank of Canada cut by 50 basis points, a little over.
Don't forget Thursday, after the election Thursday now, focus goes to a rate cut, potentially 25 basis points by the Fed on Thursday.
From Canada, Switzerland, and New Zealand. None of those are this week, but they're coming up, all pricing in a 50 basis point move.
Okay, there's a big iron condor trade on the markets, 5850 and 5600.
In December, inflation's coming in below target there, and the economy is slowed down a little bit. So, yeah, we could be seeing a shift from 25 to 50 here among the world's central banks here as we close out the year.
Anybody else's yield curve steepening or nominal rates going up while they're doing 50, Jeff? Or is that just us?
Note the iron condor here. The call side is expiring on 11/15 post FOMC. Okay, so we'll be watching that.
Plus, the election is part of the story here in the U.S. Also lifting those yields. Most other countries around the world seem to have a lid on their debt and deficit ratios, not so much in the U.S. So as a result of that, we've seen the yield curves not steepen quite as much, but we have seen the PEs go up on these rate cuts and prospects for maybe better growth next year. For example, Canada's PE is up 1 point since the rate cuts began earlier this year.
Stock valuations?
Yeah, moving in the right direction.
Okay. So the equity markets are kind of responding as the way you'd expect, but the bond markets are still quite distinct from the U.S. Then how about
All right, let's
the
get ready.
rest of the world? I mean, I
Got
get
3 minutes to go, 3 minutes to go.
summarization, but maybe if we go Europe, their economic data is improving, and that's similar to ours, but are they still pretty far behind? Take us to France, Jeff. Take us to Paris.
So the economic picture there is brightening as we head into next year, but still looking at a lower economic growth rate. But take a look at here. This is what's fascinating to me. Economists and their forecasts, right? So if you take a look at it,
All right, let's see. Bitcoin.
Paris. So essentially
Breaking out to a new
I flipped it upside down. So as
high for the last few days. Bitcoin a bit higher.
And the reason I did that is because it lines up with that economic surprise index. When that blue line's moving up and above zero, it means economic data is coming in better than expected. And so what you get here is when we get into the cooler months, data consistently.
Okay, where are we? All right, Bitcoin. We're trading 69,400, 69,400.
I don't know why economists can't forecast the weather, Oliver, but you'd think they could at least get that right.
All right, 2 minutes to go, 2 minutes to go.
Number one is that sometimes when people ask what I do for a living, I try to explain to them as just a
Okay, yesterday, we saw some movement in Coinbase.
So I guess the colder it gets, the more productive they are.
Okay, so what is Coinbase this morning? Let me look at Coin. Coinbase. All right, looking for higher. 186 and change. Okay, so we'll see if Bitcoin can rally today.
When it's warm and getting busy when it's cold, and they wonder why Russia's always breathing down their neck. Thanks, Jeff. Appreciate it.
Good to see you.
Good stuff, Ryan. Fun shot, Jeff Clinton, Chief Global Investment Strategist, Charles Schwab. Some good perspective there on how the election might matter, how might it not. Got the opening bells coming up. Got a few stocks.
Okay, NVIDIA moving higher. NVIDIA.
Be right back.
Okay. Okay, NVIDIA. Looking for AMD. Meta's on the move. Meta. Okay, let's look at Meta going here.
It's your number one broker with the best full service
Okay, Meta's on the move.
skills in the biz.
Actually, I'm seeing something from Schwab.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, Schwab lets you invest and trade on your own.
And if you want, they can even manage it for you.
Not to mention, Schwab has a team of specialists for taxes, insurance, and estate planning.
Okay, so Meta looks pretty good. AMD trying to bounce. AMD. Netflix is pushing a bit. Okay, Nvidia.
Schwab, a modern approach to wealth management.
Okay, Nvidia bid.
Time to look forward.
Find the next trend.
From every click.
Okay.
There's no fear of
Let's take some profits in Palantir.
Available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free. Empower your portfolio with the Schwab Network. Hey,
Palantir.
Alex Coffee. I'm Jenny Horn. Join us for Next Gen Investing.
1 p.m. Eastern, only on the Schwab Network.
All right, Palantir, I'm out. Okay, looks good. Palantir. I'll buy again. I just, I'm near my maximum at 50. Palantir. Palantir continues. That pulled back now a little bit from the pre-market highs, but still looking really good. Meta looking good.
Stocks are mixed right now. Russell's down a little bit, lower by about 0.5%. We drove the NASDAQ up by about 40 bips.
Okay, we're pushing a bit higher. Let's keep an eye on the S&P. S&P on the move. S&P's on the move. Let's check out Boeing too, by the way. Boeing, a little profit taking. Boeing should be higher over the next few days.
Not much. Yesterday, the Russell was
Boeing.
down as bonds rallied a ton yesterday.
Okay, Boeing should be higher. I would think this is going to complete like a cup pattern. Okay. So Boeing, most likely we'll see some sort of a cup like this.
Semis are up. Nvidia by
Now that the strike is over. So Boeing should see upside. What's Mobileye doing? Let's see. Zscaler, looking for a follow through on Zscaler. Yesterday was pretty hot. Zscaler.
Yesterday was about trend reversal. That's always a little bit more notable and kind of the outlier.
Okay, Zscaler, Mobileye, Boeing,
Prices up until last week. So to see
Zscaler.
weakness in stocks yesterday, Bitcoin down.
Let's see what Mobileye is looking at. Mobileye.
That looked a little bit more
Looking for a follow through. Mobileye starting phase 2 soon. Still looks like it's could be basing, but the moving averages are turning up on Mobileye. That looks good. Okay, Tesla turned up. Apple's pushing higher. You may want to take some profits off into strength.
Even after workers voted to accept new labor contract that'll end that strike. That's been going on.
Uber, let's see, Uber pushing off of this 200-day, a little bit. Uber, Boeing.
Boeing is 59% of the union.
Boeing looking for a follow through.
They're going to get 38% wage increase
Boeing.
in 4 years.
Okay, so low profit taking there on the news. Looking for a follow through.
That should clear the way for Boeing to start producing at a more reliable rate. And
TLT's off a little bit.
Funk, one that was definitely costly and financially to them in this case. So I guess Boeing bulls can find some solace in that we're still above the lows from last month.
Okay, Nvidia's still going. Nvidia looks good.
Then the low that we put in just last week is higher. So maybe there's a little higher low happening in Boeing, but boy, just a real brutal market for Boeing. All right, let's go to Caroline Woods. Let's talk some more stocks.
Okay, Boeing.
XPI down a bit after earnings. Let's start there. Caroline has a lot of stuff, and NXPI's customer base is a little more frugal than the AI world of endless demand and
okay, Boeing profit taking.
Orders that we heard from
Nvidia looking good. Let's keep an eye on Nvidia. Futures are going. Futures are still higher.
But let's talk about it because it's still semiconductor.
terms of the AI boost and also in terms of the colorful language
Right.
compared to Alex Karp. But NXPI shares under pressure this morning, down more than 7%. Earnings actually came in better than expectations. Revenue came in line, but guidance actually disappointed. Just running through the numbers, adjusted EPS.
We're going to have an opportunity to take some profits off if you have that interest. Markets are doing well. NVIDIA with a nice bounce. Okay, the small nuclear reactors, some of them are bouncing. Watch those. Trump Media is trying to push higher. It's up on the day. Trump Media adding to yesterday's gains.
Adjusted earnings are expected to come in around 293 to 333, but NXPI said that guidance reflects macro weakness.
Okay, what's Viking doing? Viking Therapeutics, VKTX, that's lower. Okay, no follow through there.
So this was a chip name that was already underperforming.
Supermicro.
The chip space, and now
Okay, trying to bounce some more. Supermicro. Tesla looking good. Tesla. Okay, Tesla with a 3-candle reversal. Not the best looking 3-candle reversal, but we do have a Morningstar doji. We have a low with a doji, a reversal, bullish candle. Looking for a volume today.
I mean, the only problem though too is that I feel like I might be getting a tiny bit
Tesla.
And just kind of dismissing it as broader markets. Because I mean, look at some of the car companies are actually doing quite well. Not that the stock represents purely growth or anything like that. It's not like a ton of growth at GM, but it still is a
okay. The New York FANG stocks look really good. The dip getting bought.
There's a lot going
New York
on.
FANG index. So pay attention to these because these 10 stocks tell us a lot about the markets. Okay. So you got Apple and technology and services, Amazon and consumer discretionary, Broadcom chips, NVIDIA chips, Meta,
Considering kind of Macau has been the one that kind of flipped.
Google looking good, Google and Netflix with communications, Meta, Google, Netflix and communications. Nice follow through there. All right, so we got a nice bullish bounce, follow through. Started on Friday. Looked like we were going to potentially move back down to the 50-day yesterday. Today is a good relief. Pushing higher. There goes the futures. Futures are on the move. Okay, all the New York FANG stocks look good. Google's kind of hesitating. All right, we got a nice rally here. Underway. Okay, so let's see what sectors look like.
That was partially offset by a 20% rise in entertainment and retail and other sales, non-gaming revenue there. So, but this is obviously Macau is what we really home in on. And, it seems like investors.
Oh boy, hope everyone had a good evening. Tried to go vote this morning. The line was too long, so I'll go back later. Okay, sector-wise, we got a nice bounce. Communications looks really good, so you want to focus on these communication names like Meta, Google, Netflix. Those are driving higher. Chips look good. Semiconductors, technology. Consumer staples, all the defensive sectors are lower. Consumer staples, utilities, healthcare are all lower. Financials, inside day on the sector. Okay, materials are off a little bit. So tech, industrials, financials. All right, let's see what industrials look like. Industrials bouncing at the 50-day. That's a good thing. XLF. So if you're thinking about banks, check out JP Morgan. That's pulling back. All right, so we'll pass on that. What about insurance? Insurance, travelers? No, nothing there yet. So industrials, what about Caterpillar? I saw some activity on Caterpillar yesterday. Caterpillar.
I feel like there's maybe a broader statement about perhaps some of the discretionary income and in Vegas. I don't know. This is something worth watching. There's not a lot of consumer charts right now that look as bad as the casinos. MGM in particular has been real weak. Caesars just got slammed recently as well. Penn has gone nowhere. So think about like all the travel stocks, dining stocks. Generally, those are all pretty good. I mean, we're going to talk about an exception to that. With
Okay, nice. Futures are rallying. Futures are going.
Too. Like the casinos kind of stand out as a weak spot right now.
Yeah, it seems to be the case. Although if you take a look at the analyst community, they're trimming back those expectations for win, but still remaining bullish. So
Futures plus 27.
Transcripts. I didn't see anything that stood out in terms of commentary about.
Okay. All the New York FANG stocks look good.
But didn't see anything, any huge red flags. But obviously it's getting hit because these numbers fail to impress.
For sure, yeah, and it seems like all our data points to the consumer being pretty strong, robust. So it's interesting. Maybe it's all China, but I don't know. I have my doubts here with the other ones being down too. All right, let's talk QSR since we're on the subject of
Meta, nice looking move on Meta.
Great.
All right, so doing well.
We're going to talk QSR.
Meta.
Both have been underperforming this year, but QSR definitely the weaker link. Shares down another 3% right now down 13%.
Okay, upside, let's see, Meta 572.
Had a miss on both the top and bottom line. Adjusted EPS of 90.
All right, I got the 620 and the 625. All right, so let me go look at Meta real quick. Meta, Iron Condor or Meta. Okay, we're back up to the middle of the range. So I'll hold on to this one for a little while longer. Let the data kick in. Okay, so that looks good. Meta, $200 per contract on this Iron Condor. Not bad.
In terms of some forward-looking commentary, Restaurant Brand said we have been pleased to see an improvement in consolidated comp sales in October and remain confident.
Not bad.
Our 8% plus adjusted operating income.
So as we start to cruise higher, just got to keep an eye on the strength. Looks very nice here. Meta, FBL. Okay, let me just let my son know what's going on here. Okay, Meta's on the move. All right, well, look at a little profit taking off the highs. Not a bad idea to take some profits. Futures, a little profit taking.
And it seems also that either those are not the most popular brands, which I don't know, it seems solid to me. Popeye's Cranks in Chicago, Firehouse Subs. I mean, good stuff, delicious. Haven't had one in about 8 years, but also kind of seems like
maybe that's the reason why. I think there's also maybe it speaks to the shift in the consumer preference.
Potbelly's guy myself.
Headline that TGI Fridays is going bankrupt. I think that.
Okay, FBL.
The brands that were so popular
2 times the Facebook ETF. All right, that's a nice little bounce. It's still got a ways to go to get back to the 33 level. I have some average shares right around that area, 33.
True. Kava doing amazing. The other one is some of the sit-down businesses.
Uber, looking good.
Owner, right? Went from,
Okay, we got profit taking at the highs.
in the last quarter. And I know
Okay,
there's one
S&P.
more. Texas Roadhouse is the other one. The start of the year 120 is at 190. So I mean, like, yeah,
57.40.
there's really a way to make this work. But I feel like their suite of
company of
All right, so S&P 500 watching.
also KFC and Pizza Hut, which
All right.
was my favorite thing as a child. And if they would just bring Pizza Hut,
Just like profit taking.
definitely frequent.
We got supply overhead. You can see where the supply is. just overhead on the shorter time frames.
Fell short of the $1.41 that analysts were looking for. Revenue rose 7% to $1.83 billion.
Okay, Google fading a bit. Google.
Said sales have been impacted by pressures relating to geopolitical conflicts and also a challenged consumer sentiment. On the earnings call, they did say several markets.
Okay, Trump media is on the move. Trump media is on the move.
Including in China, India, and countries in the Middle East in Q3. Worldwide same-store sales fell 2% in the quarter. KFC and Pizza Hut both reported same-store sales declines of 4%, but Taco Bell, clearly the gem, saw same-store sales growth of 4%. So that's clearly
okay. Bitcoin.
Favorite among the Yum Brands restaurants, but shares up.
Bitcoin is going.
0.4% right now.
All right, so Bitcoin looks like we're going to
Caroline, I don't know
Bitcoin.
how to that
Look at Bitcoin.
there.
Look at Bitcoin.
We need to do a whole therapy session here, but what's going on? You've never
Wow.
been to a Taco Bell.
Nice move on Bitcoin.
I come from Buffalo. We have Mighty Taco, and
Oh,
Mighty Taco.
okay. Mighty
Like
Taco
you wouldn't
sounds
go to
good.
a Taco Bell with Mighty Taco, but
Well, I mean, we had Chipotle in my town. We still hit a Taco Bell sometimes. It's not for the taco. It's for the feeling of guilt and shame afterwards.
Well, no,
There's part of
God,
it
this guy
too.
bugs me.
it's late
I don't know
night
why he
at
thinks
Mighty
that's
Taco.
funny.
I mean, I haven't been to either, that one in years either, but.
What's the
But
shame
it's
level
just
after you eat a Mighty
Pizza Hut
Taco?
buffets.
Okay, I got to
What's the
change
shame
channel.
level
Sorry.
after eating a Mighty Taco, because that's the difference.
Well, it's been years.
Listen, it
Okay, Bitcoin on the move.
engines so that they have battery powered. David, your data center does not go down if you have a Cummins engine as your backup. And isn't that a fabulous business?
It is.
Right?
Yes.
Well,
It's an important business.
We also got the upgrade for Eaton
I like
today,
Faber.
hosting
The way he deals with
75
Kramer just
electricity
cracks me up.
Eaton is another data center play, and we own that for the Travel Trust. That was a great report by Bernstein. Another one is Dover and Vertiv. Data center is back, and then Emerson.
Did data center ever go away?
Well, yeah, well, there was a couple days where people felt the data center was overdone.
It was a couple of days.
Yeah, they did. They thought it was
It's been a
overdone.
few years, but a couple of days in
Yeah,
there
people
were.
felt that.
Yeah,
there
that's
was-
over.
People felt that there was too
All right, very nice move. Okay, got a little profit taking into this pop this morning across the board. Stocks looking for another thrust higher. Looks like futures are trying to negotiate higher. Bitcoin looking good.
I don't know how much of it exactly is going to data centers, but a lot.
I had Tom Jordan from Qatar last night, very good natural gas and oil company. He said, look, the biggest additional user of natural gas are the utilities trying to supply.
Yes.
And they can't. There's just not enough supply in the system. They really got to do something about it. Emerson really on the move here. Grid, David.
Well, right. But as we say, you can't just create new new power supply overnight. It takes a while. These nuclear deals that we had talked about
they're the
are
biggest-
years in the making.
That's
These
why-
small modular reactors.
GE Vernova has both the turbines and nuclear. If you do think that nuclear is going to play a role, they say, listen, 2032. Don't get ahead of yourself.
You say turbine, I say turbine. You say
No, they
nuclear,
like-
I say nuclear.
Larry Cope likes turbine.
He likes turbine.
Yeah, because I remember when I first heard it, I said, boy, the turbine business. I did like Stetson, turbine. I mean, what are they? They got a hat division. No, it's turbine.
Getting a lot of services data this morning. We'll get some PMIs to start with Rick Santelli. Hey, Rick.
Yes, this is the first batch of
Bitcoin looking. Holy smokes! Look at the move on Bitcoin.
These are final reads. Mid-month get pulled. Mid-month 54.3 on the composite, 54.1. We lose a couple of tenths, but there's some good news here. It's the
Okay.
21st consecutive month over 50, and it's clustered. This is the sixth number in a row with a 54 handle. Now, if we look at the services final, 55.3 gets downgraded by 0.3 to 55.0. 55.0 is also the 21st consecutive month over 50, and it's the fifth consecutive number with a 55 handle. So they're both clustering. Not bad data. Doesn't seem to be moving the market much. We see yields are up a couple of basis points pretty much across the entire curve. More numbers at top of the hour. And don't forget, after a weak UK 10-year, yields moved up. We're going to monitor 42 billion of R10s. That will be auctioned off at 1 Eastern. Squawk on the Street will return.
Zscaler looking for a follow through. If you missed it yesterday. Zscaler looking for a follow through if you missed entry yesterday. Okay. Bitcoin is just ripping. Holy smokes. Bitcoin. Where the hell did my chart go? Oh, jeez. Look at Bitcoin. Oh, my goodness. Bitcoin looking good. Oh, boy. Well, it is election day. Finally, we'll get this out of the way. Then we start to look towards Thursday. Rate decision. It's a 98% probability as of yesterday for a 25 basis point cut. Okay, nice new high there on the futures coming back up. Look like some profit taking. We got that iron condor overhead. This short strike here on the call side is just right at 58.50. Okay, so 58.50. So love to see this push through 58.50. I don't know who was. That expires on next week. Bitcoin on the follow through. Bitcoin, nice rally here. Good job. Shaking out people. Okay, there we go. Amazon on the move. Looks good. Okay, so communication sector looks good. Chips. Okay, those look good. All they're going to be talking about today is politics. Okay, Meta. Nice move on Meta.
Home Depot co-founder Bernie
Okay,
Marcus
Zscaler
says
looking
the
for a
wealth
follow
of
through in
his grandfather
Zscaler. Currently
was the
just
son
kind of
of
hanging in
Russian
here.
Jewish immigrants. He grew up in a
Zscaler looking for a follow through though.
He went on to team up with Arthur Blank and Ken Langone to establish
Let's
what's
go
to
look.
become the nation's
Booking.com
largest
again. Booking.com for the last
Home Depot CEO. He was the
few
first
days.
CEO of a
Booking.com is
major
most
Republican
active.
campaign donor.
Booking
Marcus
remains
says,
most
quote, "The
active.
entire Home Depot family is deeply saddened by his death, born in 1929.
What a great man. I had the good fortune to meet him a couple times. Incredibly humble, wise. I remember when they first came in New York, there was a meeting. I went to talk to him. I kept thinking he can't be the head of Home Depot. He's just too kind, terrific. He had been fired by Sigelov back in '78. He, Ken Langone, and Bernie Marcus.
What's Home Depot doing? Home Depot is up 0.5%. Trying to get Home Depot to lift. Home Depot looking for a follow through.
Go read I Love Capitalism by Ken Langone if you want to know what an amazing man Bernie Marcus was. He's truly one of the greats.
Remarkable life story. Actually got into Harvard Medical. Fell in love with retailing as a pharmacist and the rest.
Okay, stop low of the day under Home Depot. Let's just take a look at Home Depot HD.
And he came back. American story. Great American story.
Bernie Marcus was 95.
I just found out that Quincy Jones passed away too. I didn't realize that. Over the weekend. All right, there goes Apple. Apple's on the move, finally. Apple's starting to do something. AMD lifting. AMD's lifting. Okay, Bitcoin still going. Bitcoin. Palantir, that was a good one. Tesla. Okay, Home Depot. Home Depot. Okay, Trump Media. Home Depot. Okay, Home Depot looks like it wants to go. All right, Home Depot. Let me take a look at Home Depot. HD. Okay, Bollinger Band's opening up. Looking for the bounce, the follow through. The daily, we bounced yesterday. At the 50-day, looking for the follow through. All right, you can see TTM is changing direction. All right, so I'll bite Home Depot. You could also wait until BNC pivots like yesterday. Remember yesterday how we ran up and then created BNC pivot. So it looks like we could make a new high. Home Depot. Do I want to wait? Futures are still going. All right, I'll wait on Home Depot. Apple looking good though. Apple. Nice follow through on Apple. Okay, Apple's going. Apple looking good. The follow through. Yeah, I'll wait on Home Depot. Futures still going. Futures.
Athletics.com.
Jim, what's on Mad tonight?
One of the great companies of all time, Texas Roadhouse is on. Never did on TV, and I just think people should go watch. This is this is really a fabulous company, and they have a great $11 dinner. They understand the zeitgeist of America. I cannot wait for this. I've been begging for these guys to come on. We got them.
Okay, Microsoft following through.
Yes,
Microsoft.
We'll stay late, and it's actually I find quite enjoyable working with you at night. And I've done it a couple times before, and I can't wait.
We'll see you tonight, Jim.
Thank you.
Mad Money, of course, 6 p.m. Eastern time, followed by our election coverage beginning at 7 p.m. and going all night into the early morning hours of tomorrow. Dow's up 185.
Okay, Apple coming out of a squeeze after that dip on earnings, looking for a follow through. Apple looks like it could catch a bid. It's continuing. I'm going to wait for BNC pivots. Some of these stocks look like they're nice pop and could be some selling into strength. I'm going to wait a few minutes. Okay. AMD looking better. AMD. Okay, Super Micro. It's off a little bit. Super Micro. I saw Mondo mentioning a reverse split. Was that right? Okay, we got earnings. Earnings tonight. Super Micro. First quarter earnings report. Where'd you see that, Mondo? I don't see it. All right, so Super Micro. I imagine shorts will cover it before the bell, much of their positions. Apple, AMD. Okay, NVIDIA looking better. Boeing's down at 1.42%. Looking for Boeing to follow through. Eventually, Home Depot looking better. Home Depot. Home Depot looking like it could go. Home Depot.
Yeah. All right, I like it. Bullish across the board. Solid. Trying to make another push. Last 3 days, basically. Nvidia's been having a nice little run up from 132 we got to 133. Yeah, thank you, Tom. All right, appreciate the trades. Got ISM services coming up in a moment. Then we're going to trade Novo Nordisk. This election season, stay out of the muck and the mudslinging. Schwab. Good old-fashioned analysis of what policy means for.
Okay, Nvidia is still going, looking good.
Stay ahead.
Home Depot.
Our election coverage on Schwab Network.
Futures continue. What are the solars doing? What are the solars doing? First solar.
Take a left here, please. But there's a Carl's Way
Okay.
is the best way.
Is it?
S&P.
Schwab,
S&P
to invest is
on the move. Looks good.
Exactly. I can invest and trade on my
S&P
own.
cash.
And I let them manage some investments.
Okay, we got some supply overhead. S&P cash. We got supply right overhead.
Where are you going?
Schwab. Schwab, a modern approach to wealth management.
All right, this is going to be interesting here. Bonds about to get wrecked.
S&P cash looking good.
Hot, hot.
We got supply overhead.
Holy smokes, 56.
Pretty
versus
decent move.
58.
Supply.
Employment 53 versus 48. Oh, wow.
Futures, they like it.
7.4, that one a little bit more tame compared to the 58. Oof, almost went 4 for 4 beats though. If that new orders were just a little bit hotter, this would be a down.
Okay, we're just at the 10 o'clock on the East Coast. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from closingprint.com. Markets still look really strong.
Last week, but I have no idea if that has an implication here. I wouldn't really think it does. Really nice print, especially when the employment data was adversely affected by what was happening, kind of hurricanes, strikes, etc. More of a survey data that should be immune from that. So ISM, no real way to not call it hot. 56 versus 53.8. It's a pretty rare beat like that for these numbers. Prices paid 58.1 versus 58. Kind of nice that that was not way above expectations, that you got the activity surging. I mean, we just went to a level we haven't seen since 2022. Look at that. And the Fed's supposed to cut 25 bips after the election on Wednesday. Man, this is getting pretty wild. This definitely complicates the situation, especially after bonds rallied yesterday. There's no reason for bonds to be rallying right now. Buying bonds seems absurd given the huge sell-off in treasuries we've had since the Fed cut.
Okay, Zscaler pulling back a bit. All right, so S&P cash, either we get through this or we get rejected. So we're watching very closely.
I guess because they're cutting, maybe we just kind of have to. The rest of the world's going
AMD
crazy.
continues to rally.
Feels like
AMD.
we gotta go 25 so that the dollar doesn't go absolutely berserk. I don't know why the dollar's down right now. The dollar should be way up right now.
Okay, yesterday we identified a potential 3-candle reversal on AMD.
Join us from Salt Lake. Chime in, George. That was a monster number we just got.
Yeah, it was. I mean, I think if you look at the non-manufacturing ISM, it was 53 versus 48. So obviously the service area of our economy, which actually is the largest component of consumption, which is 70% of total consumption, is actually improving significantly. And you're right. If you look at 10-year yields, OJ, they just continue to inch higher. Looks like we're getting closer to.
All right, looking for this Morningstar Doji to play out to the upside.
That doesn't make sense, contingent upon what's
AMD.
going on with the economic data that seems
Okay, Boeing looking for the bounce now.
improvement again. Discount the unemployment report. last
NVIDIA.
week, which you could make
NVIDIA's still going.
based on contingent factors like hurricanes and of course the strike with Boeing, but nonetheless, the services index continues to improve.
NVIDIA, nice follow through.
I went back and looked, and it wasn't until late 2022 when we actually saw a number or print that was below 50.
George, what do you think about this?
Palantir. Yeah, I got out
I
too.
don't want to get ahead of myself. With these numbers, firstly, any reason to be dismissive of them? I mean, it should be a separate,
Okay, Palantir. Nice move.
basically, when you have
Okay,
services,
so
right? Like, it should
given
be
the
things that
earnings,
unemployment claim. I mean, this is
I would think institutions don't have a problem with buying high and selling higher.
So we know a tiny bit, but generally the ISM services have been solid. So we've been ticking higher since the summer. We slipped below 50 in June, and then that was it. So this is all part of a trend for services.
That's the thing. If you consider where inflation still lies, there's two components that are troublesome. If you look at owner's equivalent rent, housing expenses is high. The other factors are really services. And so, like I said, services, everybody talks about consumption, 70% of our economy, but 70% of consumption is service-based. So services is a very large component of our total consumption basket. And so therefore, with inflation being elevated in services,
Palantir looks good. I would like to stay bullish on this one. Okay, so look at the trend on Palantir. Okay, so we changed direction on the 50-day. We find out companies doing a lot of work with the U.S. government. Earnings, I think there was like a 48% margin, 48% margins. Their earnings beat was insane. Okay, 233% earnings growth, earnings surprise. I meant to say earnings growth and revenue growth because they only beat by a penny, but still, they're doing very well and they're growing. When all four of these metrics are green and you have a bullish chart, you want to consider entries on swing positions. You can see as it started to change direction in June, moved above the 50-day. We've come down to the 50-day once, twice, and since then we have yet to come back to the 50-day. Came close with the markets pulling back, but now we continue to hold strength near the 9/21 day on pullbacks. So I wouldn't buy it up here, but I would be looking for a pullback. So selling some into strength, we had the 45.50 called vertical. Took profits because 50 is the max profit area. That's my short strike. I had the 45.50. So I took profits there, looking for a dip or a flag to get, maybe buy some shares this time around, just sit on it. This looks really good. NVIDIA with a nice reversal, of course, being added to the Dow Jones. Intel's out, NVIDIA is in. Not the most bullish looking candle, but looking for a follow through. Okay, futures flagging at the highs. All the New York FANG stocks look pretty good. New York FANG, 10 stocks you're familiar with. Looks good. New York FANG index. Okay, Apple's still going. Okay, so we're still basing down here. I'm thinking Apple's going to stay in this here. I don't think Apple's just going to rip back up to the highs. After earnings, 3 days so far, looking for this base to hold. AMD looking good, 3-candle reversal. Morningstar Doji. Okay, this is day 3, looking very good. NVIDIA is still going. Boeing looking for the dip to get bought. Boeing, okay. Boeing.
I could be wrong. As ominous, I look at it as a mathematical, fixation, if you will, on where inflation is and where the federal funds rate should be. And so I think it's normalized.
I want to add to my position on Boeing.
Into Q1 and Q2 of next year, things could certainly.
Boeing, nice bounce. I'll wait though. I'll wait. No hurry. Now that the union machinists have accepted the deal, 38% increase in their pay over 4 years, 38%. Just shy of 10% a year. All right, so Meta, little dip and looking for a follow through. Meta's got a ways to go to get back to the highs. Bitcoin, nice rip there. All right, watching how Bitcoin trades out S&P, hanging out at the highs. We've got supply right overhead, S&P 500. Okay, giving you an opportunity to exit some positions if that's your choice. It's risky. We don't know what the election is going to have in store over today, tomorrow, in the following week. We've got the Fed on Thursday, rate cut anticipated 25 basis points, 98% probability.
Yeah, that's the thing. You mentioned the dollar being weak, so I think that's helping the small caps at least, today, considering they're more import sensitive. And I think at the end of the day, there's going to be a lot of outcome from the Fed meeting this week. Like I said, if you just consider and even looking at their projection of economic aggregates, the federal funds rate should be about 80 to 100 basis points above the 2% inflation expectation rate. So they're inching closer and closer to where they want to be in terms of equilibrium. But I don't necessarily look at the Fed rate cut as ominous. I just think they're looking at it from a mathematical standpoint. But you could also make the case that the math doesn't work in reality or in the real world. But nonetheless, I look at the yield curve, widening and normalizing as a positive sign. And I know a lot of folks who are looking to refinance long-term debt, whether it's cars or housing, or not feeling the pinch, but these are normal rates. What we've seen in the last,
All right.
years since the
Looking good. Apple's still going. Okay, Boeing. What's Home Depot doing? Home Depot is following through. Home Depot. Okay. Home Depot. Okay, Home Depot looking really good. HD. All right, so it has an ATR of about $7. Home Depot up 2.
Let's keep talking some stocks. Jeff Pierce joins us for a look ahead at earnings. Novo Nordisk, obviously a big player in the GLP world. What's going on, Jeff? What are we looking for?
Yeah, they're a big player, and I think investors are really going to look at this report as more information on where we are in terms of demand for these drugs, right? Especially after we saw what Eli Lilly did. Going into the report expectations around.
Okay, Trump media still going. Trump media.
Itself is expected to be a key contributor to top line growth this quarter. It's expectations that the demand is going to remain there. Ozempic sales expected to come up about.
All right, Trump media still going here. It's not a political statement. It is just a stock. The reversal is what I'm looking at. The volume as well. Stochastic MACD turning up.
Mainly due to lower sales on the hemophilia A product. But if we're looking at these companies, of course, for Novo, they make Ozempic and Wegovy. We know that them, as well as other companies, are racing to develop an oral version of these weight loss drugs. A lot of trials here are showing impressive reactions for both weight loss, but also other instances as well, including heart attacks, sleep apnea. We've seen studies that show that Novo Nordisk helps prevent Alzheimer's disease, prevent acute.
Okay, Supermicro pulling back. All right, Supermicro.
We know that
Trump media still going. Boeing. Boeing, look for the bounce that follows through. OKLO pulling back.
Sales for Mounjaro came in about 3.1 billion. Analysts were looking for closer to 3.8. That down about 1.3 billion, short of the 1.7 that was expected. Now, on the investor call, Lilly said that these struggles were mainly with wholesalers and retailers purchasing, and they insist that the growth of those brands are still very strong. However, they also lowered the higher end of their revenue guidance to go up as high as 46.6 billion for 2024. Now they've capped that off at just about 46 billion. They've said that cut in revenue guidance is because they're working on increasing that productivity, also known as spending money, right, while holding back demand for creation.
AMD still pushing. 143. Shorts covering. 3 candle reversal. Morningstar Doji.
Okay. stock has really turned around now, and we have seen some of that with Eli Lilly as well.
Amazon.
Specific earnings related though. Novo, actually the last earnings did bounce. They came down, they went up into it. So it's almost kind of seems like a sentiment thing to some extent, whereas Eli Lilly's was kind of a specific numerical surprise in their outlook and in their numbers. So the stock market had to reprice, whereas Novo has kind of been breaking down for what, like 5 months on the chart. I mean, obviously a great 3-year look, but that drift from the peak is now getting pretty far, $40. So I wonder if this combined with the Eli Lilly is maybe sort of the get real time for the weight loss drugs. Because we were talking Viking Therapeutics, and we're also going to compete. I mean, it doesn't seem like this science is particularly hard to replicate.
Well, and that is one of
Okay, Zscaler pulling back. Looking for a follow through there.
the market availability is, right? So we'll just
Okay.
focus on aspects of what these drugs are capable of.
Looking at the stocks, let's go through the stocks that are showing the most strength at the moment. Okay, Trump Media bouncing. Let's see, Booking.com, that's been most active. That's been most active. That's trending. Doesn't look like there's anything wrong with that one. Royal Caribbean, travel and leisure stocks, looking good. Norwegian Cruise Lines, CCL, these are all looking really strong. CCL. Okay, it just dipped yesterday, getting bought. So when you see a dip in this one, all right, dip back to the 200-day, dip back towards the 50-day, dip towards the 21-day. You see what's happening? This is showing more and more strength on the dips. This looks good. Carnival. Okay, Carnival looks good.
Novo, as well as Lilly, of course, have definitely put themselves a few steps ahead, and they are big names in this industry. But there is going to be quite a few new names coming in, and we could certainly see some competition really start to grow, especially when we look at pricing. If anyone can offer a cheaper version, that certainly has seemed to pay off for a lot of consumers out there.
All right. This is going to be a fun one, I think, because in theory, there should be a wider range of outcomes the market can tolerate if it has faith in the growth potential still, now that the valuation has been significantly reduced. So it'll be a big test.
Sprouts Farmers Market still going? Okay.
The most interesting trade right now, honestly, as the new
SFM, Sprouts Farmers Markets. All right, looking good for the follow through. Very nice trend.
It's actually been making higher lows, which Novo and Lilly had not now since the summer for Novo and like.
Okay, futures just hanging out.
There late August. Thanks, Jeff. Appreciate that. Good preview. Let's trade it with Tim Bigham, option strategist at buy.
Okay, looks like the markets are starting to show a little bit of tired price action. All right, so Bitcoin flagging. Okay, so I'm looking for BNC pivots on many of these stocks, like Nvidia. Nvidia just made it up to the highs. Try to get back to 139.50. Got very close.
At an extreme, so I'm thinking, barring a absolute, bad earnings report, you may just get a relief rally.
Once you got your new normal and running on traditional fundamentals again, and that's where we are, I think, with both each of tariffs and with the tax issue.
That's why this week's going to be.
Okay, Microsoft looking for the follow through. Microsoft still have a iron condor on Microsoft from earnings. Okay, this is looking a lot better. I want this to hold this area, so Microsoft looking really strong. Microsoft, Apple.
Since that historic Microsoft ruling, calling the company a monopoly, how tech could fare under either presidential candidate.
And no matter who wins tonight, wealthy Americans are leaving the U.S. in record numbers. Where are they looking to go? We'll talk about that with All Sectors Green as Squawk continues in a moment.
What? Carl Quintanilla with his propaganda. Wealthy Americans are leaving in record numbers. What is it, like 3 or 4? I mean, how many are they? S&P looks good. S&P, back to S&P. Still dealing with this overhead resistance. Okay, tick cumulative is trying to turn. Tick cumulative, that's the 4-hour. Let me look at shorter time frames. Obviously, will be crossed over.
We got to jump. Thanks, man. Thanks for the trade. Unknown vote for next week's expiration, selling the short term. All right, coming up, we're going to talk some more about whether or not we know policy implication for markets at this point. Check in on some of the latest indications of how this evening may go. Hopefully, it is just this evening and not this week or this month, or let's not extrapolate other possibilities.
Knock, knock. Number one broker here for the number one hitmaker.
Thanks for swinging by, Carl.
No problem. So, what are all those for?
This lets me adjust the bass, add more guitar, maybe some drums.
Wow, so many choices.
Yeah, like Schwab. I can get full service wealth management, advice, invest on my own, and trade on Thinkorswim.
You know, Carl is the only front man you need.
So election day, the kids are off of school. My son's got a bunch of 14-year-olds coming over. Just met their parents. Nice guy. Big guy. Big hands. He's like, must be a landscaper or something. All right, looking for the futures to continue moving higher here. Watch futures.
Welcome back to Morning Trade Live. Of course, it's election day, and we're watching markets through the lens of what could happen tonight.
Okay, let me look at the 0-day setup.
Possibilities and also some of the implications. Joining us from the Morning Consult, Cameron Easley is deputy head of.
I think it's 0-day. 0-day.
This morning. Good to have you.
Okay, big explosion in the 0-day. So Bollinger Bands are really wide. We've got 3-to-1 up volume on the spiders, 3-to-1 on the NASDAQ, 3-to-1 on the Qs, 5-to-1 on the diamonds, 2-to-1 on the NYSE, 2-to-1 on the IWM. All right, so futures look like they want to go again.
Indications that we're getting are that it will be a very close election, but that doesn't necessarily mean that you should expect the election to be very close. What it means is that you should prepare yourself for any possible outcome, from anywhere from a Trump sweep of all 7 swing states to a Harris sweep of all 7 swing states.
It's wild.
That's not going to happen.
That seems like weird.
That's not going to happen. You guys are ridiculous.
To think that, oh, it's so tight.
Where do you find these commentators?
Either way, but that could also, it could make sense, because I guess maybe there could be sort of an artifact of, the polls or something, that when you have a binary outcome, those are still binary in nature, right?
Yeah, that's right, Oliver. And we have 2 states actually tied in our final tracking.
All right, looking for a follow through.
In Pennsylvania as well, and then in any of the other kind of really key electoral college battlegrounds, either the Trump lead or the Harris lead is well within the survey's margin of error. And I think if you step back and look at the averages in the industry more broadly, you're seeing kind of a similar thing reflected. Our elections are so nationalized at this point that the movement that we see in one direction in one state, it tends to be replicated kind of across the map more broadly. So it's really just going to come down to which way these things swing at the last minute here.
Yeah, and when you've got so many things so close to a coin flip, basically this kind of simplified logic would be if that coin lands heads 6 times in a row, you got a sweep. Basically, it didn't mean it wasn't 50-50, right?
Yeah, it's important to remember that when you're looking at kind of the body of work, the full sample size of presidential elections, it's a pretty small sample size. There really haven't been that more. So, even the models that look at, all these other kind of underlying factors like the value of incumbency or the performance of the economy, they're working with a pretty small data set.
All right.
How those things are going to
Bitcoin flagging off the highs. Trying to get through the weekly wick that we produced last week. All right. NVIDIA looks like profit taking. Looks like profit taking at the highs.
Does it also raise the possibility of elongated process through whatever means, I guess, if there is contest?
I think that's hard.
Up volume still leading.
I think the only way we're looking at a very, very early call for this election, something that's coming in, late tonight or early Wednesday morning, is in the case of Harris doing slightly better than the polls expect. If Harris wins North Carolina or Georgia, if she's winning North Carolina, she's probably winning Georgia too. Those are results that we're expecting to see pretty early in the evening. If we see that happen, then I think we're going to know pretty early that this election is going her way. If Trump,
Geez, I imagine this is all we're going to hear all day long is freaking politics.
I wouldn't expect a call until at least Wednesday, maybe.
All right.
If they go blue, then the odds that way go up pretty quickly, pretty early. But if any of those are taken, then it kind of keeps it.
All right, futures still pushing up against the highs. Futures.
That gives us a kind of good time-weighted plan on what to watch, because obviously traders.
AMD just hanging out here right near 142, 142.30. Looking for the follow through.
For markets, or how do you see the trade?
Okay, Tesla pulling back a little bit. Tesla futures looks like resistance is going to hold.
Democratic incumbents running for re-election in states that Donald Trump won by large margins in 2020 and to a slightly lesser extent in 2016. So, I think there is a scenario where Democrats end up holding the Senate, but absolutely everything has to go their way, and that's only the case if we see, a kind of a Harris blowout type performance across the map. At the same time, I don't really see an outcome given looking at the House map where the White House winner does not equate to the House winner. So I think your two most likely outcomes from this.
Okay, S&P, Microsoft still pushing, Apple still pushing. That's 13% of the weight of the index.
It's a Republican trifecta with full control. obviously that would have really big implications.
Okay,
for
Zscaler
the
pulling back. Zscaler.
tax extension talks coming up in 2025, and obviously, Trump's proposals on tariffs, which a lot of economists expect to have an inflationary impact on the environment.
Good stuff.
It's negotiating. Why do they keep saying that? Tariffs are all about negotiating.
Thanks, Oliver.
Appreciate that. Cameron Easley, deputy head of U.S.
Netflix. All right. So the markets look okay. We had a nice run up. I'm looking for BNC pivots to buy. If I'm going to buy anything, I'm looking for a BNC pivot on the dips. Trump Media, Apple.
Welcome to the mind of the poker player. That's what you got to deal with all the time. How many times is the coin going to land your way? That's a conversation for later tonight. Let's talk some earnings next. Taking a look at Celsius. The epic disruptor of beverages has been disrupted itself now for the last 2 quarters. It's been ugly in the chart.
Okay, we have supply overhead. You see that on the 15-minute. So we got to get through this area here. 57.70. First attempt. I don't think we're going to get through it, but watching it nonetheless. New York FANG Index stocks are either going to help or hinder. Okay, again, the stocks that are helping the most. Stocks that are helping the most. Or green on the day, Booking.com. Vertex Pharmaceuticals, big gap up on Vertex Pharmaceuticals. CLAC, KLAC, turn the corner. Meta, of course, having a good day. Meta's having a good day. Okay, ASML, chips. Seem to be a theme here. ASML. Tesla did pull back a bit. 3-candle reversal. Looking for the follow through.
At Schwab, how I choose to invest is up to me.
Mercado Libre, Melli,
Yes, and I let them manage some investments for
CEG, Constellation Energy. Sorry, can't get it out. Netflix, looking for the follow through. Netflix, nice grind. It's been basing for the last almost 3 weeks now. Looking for a follow through. Is there really any competition anymore? I mean, they keep saying years ago that Disney was the competition. Disney's not performing. Apple would be the competition. Disney because of the content library they have. But Netflix far outshining everyone. Still, this whole sector is working. Fox, Charter, Communications, all of these are higher. So communications looking really good. Meta, part of that group. Okay. Netflix, Charter's up today. Applied Materials moving higher. Okay. Microsoft holding these lows. Okay, day 4 on earnings. I got an iron condor on this one. Let me just go take a look at that real quick. Microsoft. The iron condor on Microsoft is working just fine. $180 per contract. So if it moves back up to the 50-day, that's great. My short strikes are the red lines.
I mean, I'm just frankly not used to seeing Celsius down 42% on the year and 46% over the last 12 months. So really, it's been a pretty sizable decline since it recently peaked out at around $94, $95 a share. High of the year is $99.62, but we pulled back about 69% from that level. So it's been a pretty interesting story. I do think that we're seeing some degree of, maybe optimism along the overall.
It looks like supply is going to hold us back.
On the day.
Futures looks like supply is going to hold us back.
Around 3 cents a share, revenue of around $267 million. That equates to about a 90% contraction on their bottom line, a roughly 30% contraction on top line on a year-over-year basis. So this decrease can be attributed to a couple of issues. I mean, we're seeing bears say that their market share appears to be declining. In fact, we can't actually put numbers to that. It did fall to around 9.3% from 10.3%. 10.7, in early May. In addition, the company's primary distributor, being PepsiCo, is also seeing the reduced level of Celsius inventory on hand by about 100 to 120 million.
DoorDash, we're looking for that to follow through, right? DoorDash.
Declined pretty significantly again, almost peaked at around $100 a share. We are expecting now from options market.
That's trending. Looks really good, Frano. I like it. DoorDash.
So the same as a mover. I also think the timing is unfortunate, whether you're, a supporter of like the election volatility or well above the trading interest is elevated. So I have to think there's also just more attention on a lot of these names on the back of earnings.
Okay. Yeah, this is going to be a fun one. A lot of volatility. Very unique chart. Looks like mountains and quite a slope down from the peak, Rick.
Yeah, definitely, Oliver. And Celsius temperature. If we were looking at this in terms of temperature, it went from boiling, which is 100, to 0, which is freezing, basically, in terms of momentum and price action here. So when we
Celsius as well.
Yeah, exactly. So when we look here, we can see that big decline after this kind of double top here that you pointed out. Didn't really make much progress beyond that initial high near 100 or so, and then steep decline. Then a more moderate slope is what started to take place here. This is the trend line that you could have drawn here, and we have broken beyond it here. Not a big strong breakout or anything, but we kind of just have drifted sideways beyond that point. So kind of unclear in terms of the overall trend right at this second here. Momentum as well, kind of stuck in this triangular range, but we did see some interesting bullish divergence here as we formed these lows. You can see that price kept declining, but RSI kept moving to the upside, and we have gotten a little bit of a bounce. It didn't break above resistance, which is our red dotted line right here, old low, new high near about 36.17, and it kind of faded. We filled the gap. We're below the 21-day EMA again. Hard to say too much good about this thing here. Also below the volume profile, point of control as well. So if we were to keep moving to the downside, -1 standard deviation channel comes in at 23.71, 1 standard deviation below our blue linear regression line. Before that, though, the 52-week lows, 28.20. To the upside, red line here that I mentioned before, old low, recent highs around 36.17.
Okay. The irony, I guess, here being, though, that 32 is freezing for Fahrenheit.
Yeah.
Celsius
That's true.
below
Yeah.
it.
That's a good point.
Right. But it can't go to 0. Well, I don't know. I guess it could in theory. Okay. So there's not a lot of hope here, doesn't seem like, Rick. I mean, it seems like there's like this massive weight of overhead supply on the moving averages just crushing the stock.
Yeah, this is one that, is kind of a heartbreaker situation, especially if you got in near those highs, because you just really got taken a big hit. We're down, 68% from those highs. And most of the trading in the chart has happened at these low levels here. You can see our point of control is very low. So we're right around that area. So if we were to make a push to the upside, maybe that could suggest a significant bottom.
It's kind of, getting drawn into a new range around 32. And okay. Celsius not looking good. Do we ever run the B-roll there? I love the Celsius B-roll. Jenny, you're the energy drink expert here. What happened? Should we launch our own? Let's call it Kelvin.
There's too, well, first of all, yes, we should, but there's too many. I think that's the problem.
Many, right?
There's no leader in the space. Red Bull to me is the energy drink of 10 years ago. I'm biased, obviously. I think I drink the one that's most closely linked to motocross and X sports. But then there's Celsius that is now the newcomer, and that's cool with Gen Z, but there's too many.
Yeah, all right, fair enough. There's a lot of them. Let's talk CVS. This one has been generally a disappointment. What's the latest?
Disappointment. I think that there's a lot of reason to actually, be concerned about CVS. It's obviously always going to have a viable place in this market, considering that between them and Walgreens, they're the two main now retail pharmacy companies. But they're also pretty sizably Medicare exposed. So I also see there's election risk, but also there's right now, given some of the stories we've heard with Medicaid, sort of flailing as far as being a reliable business model for CVS. I think that's a concern. Also, the fact that their retail business is just not going to see relatively easy comps. We are expecting right now adjusted operating income to reflect the significant downturn. It's expected to decrease by 16.4% to about $3.75 billion. But the decline has highlighted the challenges they face, particularly in their ability or inability really to manage costs and improve their operational efficiencies. So their health services segment reported a troubling 8.8% decline previously, largely due to the 18.3% drop in pharmacy claims processed. The downturn does raise many questions about their ability to compete in the digital landscape. I also think there's a huge elephant in the room, and that's Amazon Health, which actually I just got an email about this morning where you can sign up for free like 90-day trial. And I have to say that given Amazon's great ability to execute everything, I mean, I have to say going to a pharmacy right now is not a very enjoyable experience.
Has it ever been?
Amazon, I mean, no, I think it's gotten even worse because everything's locked up in the city of Chicago. But
It is.
Amazon
Very
entering this space is a major threat to CVS and Walgreens.
Yeah, it really breeds an intimacy with the workers there that we don't really need. Like, you don't need to
Sure does.
handpick all the things I want from behind the glass, you know? Like, okay, I don't need to have all that information. All right, Rick, bad chart.
Pretty bad. Yeah, pretty not good here, down about 34% from the highs. One thing you could say, hey, at least it's not as bad as Walgreens, its competitor. Walgreens is actually much worse.
Yeah.
But kind of not, you know, the reason I say that too, not to pick on them, but just kind of not seeming like a very good sector right now, like not a very good area.
It's not at all.
And when we look at this chart, actually kind of an interesting similarity to our last chart, kind of the same double top type pattern here, followed by a significant decline. And really to me, I thought a significant tipping point was this pink line around 67 or so. See, it bottomed out there a couple times. Then we had a big gap down on earnings, and we never really recovered beyond that 67 point. Again, we made a little tiny bit of progress there, kind of an island type reversal almost. Probably not enough duration, just trying to describe the general pattern of a gap up, sideways consolidation, then another gap down here. So we also have fallen below all of our moving averages once again here after crossing above all of them in rapid succession. So kind of a rough rug pull there for anyone who was getting bullish at those points. Now we're finding ourselves holding the line at this blue line here. We had kind of a wedge type shape here. So, you know, this is kind of a boundary that I was curious about. It also happens to match up with our previous low near about 54.80 or so. From there, and we can see as well, momentum definitely taking a hit, but staying out of the oversold area, but for sure, low reading, a more bearish lean. This area right here, our light green lines, this area between our 52-week low and our low closing prices. So between like a $1 range, 52.70, 53.70, that's a dangerous area to watch there. And real quick too, -1 standard deviation channel comes in at about 47, just below 47. So one potential area to watch to the downside.
Gappy chart, so anything seems possible. Literally last earnings, I mean, you know, the line changes with time, but the last earnings did have a big gap through kind of what, you know, what is now the standard deviation channel.
Here's the more recent gap to watch here, that high point around 60.46 or so. That might be a decent short-term point to watch. And once again, volume profile, point of control, very close to the low. So if we do manage to recover, this could mark a significant low.
And it does look encouraging that you've got, you know, a bunch of these tests that have held, but then you've got this as potential resistance, then all this downside if it opens up. So CVS better not report something disappointing, or it seems like the stock could really just get wrecked. Last one is Howmet Aerospace, which is little discussed, but one that came across our radar. One of our guests recommended this. I believe it was Tony Bancroft at the Gabelli Aerospace Fund. Stock's done pretty well. Is that right, Jenny?
I mean, it has done pretty well. And actually, I was looking at some of the price targets on this name. Overall, Street really likes this. We've seen, I mean, now its market cap is around $41 billion, just for some context. But this operates in the aerospace and transportation sector, specializes in these more advanced engineering solutions, but it provides various components for like jet engines, structural aerospace parts, and forged now aluminum wheels. So it is actually pretty interesting. It has surged, I mean, so drastically over the last several months. And now I do think we're in a very precarious place as we go into earnings, given the fact that, I mean, we've run up so substantially in shares, 87% on the year, and another
Trying to break higher.
now 112% off of its 52-week.
Apple is pulling back a little bit. Apple.
$7.88 a share. Now we've
We're running up against this supply. If we can get through this high right here that we put in recently, looking for a follow through. Apple.
It's actually amazing for a company.
Trying to turn the corner. Apple with the earnings out 3 days ago. Iron condors on this one as well.
Earnings around 67 cents a share. We have seen them outperform the overall commercial.
With an iron condor on Apple as well. This trade's working just fine. If you wanted to take something similar to this, maybe another week out instead of the 15th, maybe looking at the 22nd or the 29th for a nice premium.
So I think that this is interesting, especially when we talk about some of these airlines that have a relatively.
NVIDIA looks like it wants to keep going. NVIDIA looking strong. Being added to the Dow Industrials. Nice follow through, taking out yesterday's high. NVIDIA.
But I think objectively we can agree it's been very strong.
Yeah. Wow. What a chart. Amazing stuff. All right, Rick, what does there say? Man, this thing's blasting off.
Yeah, I mean, it's a pretty nice chart. I got to admit, this isn't one I was super familiar with either.
Yeah.
But mostly the price action can be described with this upward channel type shape here, trend line going.
NVIDIA looks like it wants to keep going. That's helping out.
Put it across the highs. That mostly, describes the trajectory here. Got some pretty nice, clear volume nodes here, around like 95 and 100 or so. Also, another very obvious one here near 80. So we have some.
Okay, NVIDIA looking very strong. S&P cash.
Start to move.
Like to see it push through this area. If it does, we could get a nice rip through this area.
Bearish divergence recently, and I wouldn't make too much of long-term bearish divergence like this because we already kind of had the reset. We already kind of had momentum reset itself. But it's still worth kind of keeping an eye on the long-term trend line because it's held up, even if you are maybe not looking at it for a short-term trade, a break of that level could be suggestive of overall trend change. Nevertheless, here we are, not really making much of a push either direction for momentum. Right around the 50 midline right now. Low point here, then subsequent high point, our red line 102. Next, the highs 106.93. Those are upside resistance here. To the downside 97.30. Repeated high point at our green line, and also lines up with our trend line and our orange 63-day EMA. So around 97.50, 97.30. That's a serious downside area to watch. Beyond that, a set of lows 91.
All right. Thanks, Rick. Like it. Thanks, Jenny. Good looking chart there for Helmet. Nice analysis. When we come back, we're going to go through the market action, find a few things to talk about as we've had some chop this morning. ISM was hot. Stocks are holding in. Really good combo there with bonds selling off, yields moving higher. Equities are still strong, including the Russell. Got a little bit shaky there for small caps for a moment, but now we're up across the board. Bitcoin's jamming still above 70K now, and all the Mag 7 are up. Pretty optimistic session here. A lot of positivity.
Accelerate your market knowledge
and shift your perspective into full gear. Real-time example trades, a full hour of trading insights.
I'm Tom White.
I'm Kevin Hayes. Catch me on Fast Market, weekdays at noon on the Schwab Network.
Fast Market, ready for you, ready to go at 12 p.m. Eastern on the Schwab Network.
All right, let's talk about the market here. We had a pretty nice ISM print and bonds sold off. Stocks hanging in there. Equities with a nice pop. Got risk on. Caroline back with us from New York, and Dan Grant, Senior Specialist of Retail Trading, here with me in studio. It's a pretty quick little pickup we're having here this morning, Caroline. Since we last talked, the market's frothed up a little bit.
Yeah, it's a pretty good day across the board. Every sector in the S&P 500 higher right now.
Pushing a bit higher, trying to get through this area, looking pretty strong.
All higher this morning, seeing strength in chip stocks as well, aside from NXPI. Obviously, that's a loser after earnings. Intel, a top performer, though, shares at more than 3% right now. Palantir is the best performing stock on the S&P 500 after earnings. So that AI, it's been riding the AI wave for quite some time. And
Palantir still holding on to the highs.
Hikes after earnings, but have to say
The 4550 call vertical maximum profit for me was at 50. So I'm looking for a BNC pivot. Looking for a BNC pivot.
The results blew past expectations, but not enough to make some of those more neutral to bearish people more bullish.
Wow, you're totally
also
right.
seeing a good day.
I didn't even notice that before. That's huge. Well, I'm gonna jump in, Caroline, because that's huge. You don't usually get that type, number one, of just bearish analyst commentary. Really on any major, stock, all the ratings skew positively overall. Of course, there are exceptions, but especially one that now has a trend and is at all-time highs. I mean, it's crazy. I've never even seen. I don't think I've ever seen anything like that.
And take a look at some of the price target hikes that you're seeing. RBC.
Oh, they're all gonna have to hike.
Basically said the valuation isn't sustainable, but raised their price target to $11 a share from $9 a share. DA Davidson up to 47 from 20.
Yeah, Palantir, I'd really like to buy this one. The strength you can attribute to institutions. They don't have a problem buying high and selling higher. The company blew out earnings. They had 48% growth margins. Earnings growth is over 200%. Revenue growth of 30%. Earnings surprise was 11% above what they anticipated. And revenue was a surprise as well. So this looks really good for Palantir going forward. They do a lot of government work. U.S. government revenue grew 40%. Commercial revenue grew 54%.
Looks like everything is just happy, joyous, and free. The market should just continue.
Customer count grew 39% year over year. Closed 104 deals over $1 million. Cash and cash equivalents, $4.6 billion. This is a solid company. Palantir looks really good.
They're drifting lower over the month. So there's no pullback in that. They continue to trade lower, yields higher.
I mean, bonds should be getting hit today after that print, I would think.
I agree. And we have a 10-year note auction today. So we're going in, we are going in weak here too.
Boy.
So
that'll be interesting. You would think that brings in demand then?
I guess, yeah. I mean,
7-year auction went well, but then it was faded immediately. So if you bought those bonds for any other purpose rather than just holding them to duration, then you're pretty disappointed with
right.
the purchase.
This distribution trade, I guess that would call that, right? So you're passing that off to the investors. You still have $6.5 trillion sitting in money market funds. A quarter point cut in by the Fed tomorrow isn't going to affect that. Well, 50 basis point cut affect that $6.5 trillion. And what happens? What gets that money to move into the economy again? Instead of just sitting in the sideline in government obligations.
Do you think that there's any possibility that Powell doesn't cut this week?
I think that would be a huge mistake.
So with
because the market expects
Palantir, what I'd be looking for is a B and C pivot. Maybe we get back to say 49, maybe 48. If we got there, I'd buy shares and then I would sell covered calls out in December, maybe the 55s, something like that. Let's see what those look like. Palantir, very strong price action. I don't see this giving it up anytime soon. All right, December 20th. Let's see. Do they have December? Okay, December 20th is the last trade for Palantir. Okay, the 55s are $2.17, $2.24. So I'd probably do something like that. I'd buy shares on a dip and then sell maybe December 55s or 60s.
I think it's too early for that. I mean,
I think you're right. I think he wants to steepening.
6-8 months ago, we were saying he's really managed this, right? A year ago, we weren't saying that because inflation was ripping, right? It was crushing the consumers.
Right.
And
that was the good thing about the ISM today, too, is that the prices paid were contained. Hey, Caroline, last quick thought. Is anybody down there, any of the traders thinking about Powell right now?
It's all election.
Coinbase still going?
I'm hearing more of the narrative of this tick higher in the 10-year yield actually being attributed to a potential Trump win as president, and then potential tariffs, and it could be inflation.
Okay, S&P pulling back.
I'm hearing that also as a reason for this tick higher in yields that we're seeing. And if you do take a look,
All right, Coinbase also doing well. Coinbase, big ripper.
Bitcoin's at 70,000. Bitcoin,
Apple pulling back.
Rallying today. Even Tesla, obviously clean energy would be more in line with a Harris win, but Tesla, obviously Elon Musk is Trump's biggest fan right now, so Tesla the best performer of the Mag 7. So it seems like the Trump trade is doing pretty well, but I am hearing more of this conversation surrounding the tick higher in the 10-year yield as potentially factoring in potential tariffs and then the inflation that could ensue.
True, fair. Could all be connected. Thanks, Caroline. Thanks, Dan. Great stuff, guys.
DoorDash.
Thank you for joining me on Morning
Strong trend.
Trading 360.
The top 10 stocks on the NASDAQ 100, Booking.com, Vertex Pharmaceuticals, CLAC, ASML, ISRG, Intuitive Surgical, Meta, Tesla, Charter Communications, Netflix, and Synopsys. Costco's up there too. Top 10 looks really good on the NASDAQ 100.
How could this election impact your financial future?
Next week is going to be a crazy political week. Election trades are fraught with risk. No agenda, no hysteria, just good old-fashioned analysis of what policy means for your portfolio.
Stay informed, stay ahead. Tune in to our election coverage on Schwab Network.
The market is a multi-trillion-dollar beast. When there's profit there, you take it. That's always going through my head.
My job as a trader is to just make money.
With a history and a geography degree, how did you find your way into trading?
Trading attracts a lot of the best and brightest students because it is this enormous data set. It is incredibly competitive. And so if you really want to put yourself out there and test yourself and find out how good you are, it is very attractive.
So how are you exploiting human weaknesses?
Being lucky in trading is great, but it's not the formula for success.
You need to be able to find opportunities in the marketplace and sift through
Palantir.
Staggering amounts of data.
Beautiful move on Palantir. Volume. 100 million shares trading hands.
Certain parts of your skills will become outmoded by
Okay, Palantir is showing signs of institutions falling all over themselves.
Any activation in these emotional or reward pathways as if you don't have an emotional reaction.
I'm not very good at sales, turns out. I'm very good at trading.
I have a trading system that I've used for over 10 years now, and it's almost second nature to me.
Do you think that this is potentially a human superpower?
Welcome to Market Overtime on the Schwab Network.
Still going, Palantir.
Pretty much
much across all 11 sectors.
We deployed a fantastic array of new technology.
The companies that are doing well are almost too big to fail.
Have you set yourself up correctly? It's controversial. The old guard is saying, away, off with their heads.
AI feels controversial and it's going crazy right now.
It is going crazy.
So what does all of this mean for the market?
As long as people want to buy it, the price can go up.
Oh my goodness, the Fed cannot do everything they used to do to save this market.
Instead of taking cues, set the cues.
All right. Futures pulling back.
Anyone stock, no more than 20% in any one sector.
Now there's a market.
Coinbase.
There's a market for you.
Nice move in Coinbase. Still underway. Coinbase.
He's live on the floor.
Palantir looking good.
Where stocks are higher, folks are out voting. We're waiting on the findings of the election, and of course, what happens with the Fed this week. So we have a big week ahead and a big day today. Today's show, we're going to spotlight and look at earnings from Wynn Resorts as we see those shares selling off in reaction to its report that came out yesterday after the bell. Our disruptors, Qualcomm, after JP Morgan cutting
Coinbase looking good.
an overweight rating there on that stock. In our 360 round, we'll break down the earnings from Palantir and the rally to new all-time highs. Let's take a quick look now at the markets. Here you go. Every single sector is in the green as America votes, and then America will wait. Right now, the S&P 500 is up 0.75%. 57.57 is the level there. The Nasdaq up 0.9 at 20,143. I should say 0.9%, gaining 179 points. And the Dow's up at 289 points, and the Russell is up 0.75%. Oil and gold are both higher as well. Oil is up almost $1, 72.36 a barrel. And gold is at 27.52 a troy ounce. The VIX takes a breather, right? It is at 20.47. It's down 1.5. So that's interesting. And Bitcoin 69,935 and the dollar 103.58. So there you have it. A lot of movers to watch, and of course, election day. How will the markets react? We'll have that conversation. In the meantime, Jenny Horn, markets correspondent here on Schwab Network, taking a look at big news on Boeing.
All right, Coinbase looking very strong. Coin.
I know. Finally, we at least have this story done and over with. I think that's what I'm the most excited about. And I think that it was good news on the, of course, eve of the major election here in the United States, because right now employees have reached this deal to end this pretty damaging strike, which allows the focus to shift.
Coinbase still moving higher. Coinbase. Bitcoin consolidating at the highs.
What we saw is around 59% of workers did vote on this deal. So that is encouraging. Obviously, that was more. But this was initially, I think there was some surprise to see a down move today, down 1.5%. However, this drop is a small surprise. I mean, when we began the strike, we saw shares were trading at around $162 a share. So we've seen more and more of this weakness, and I think that it shows Boeing still has major issues it has to work on even outside of this strike, frankly. So while it wasn't easy to move past these union negotiations, it did take 3 votes and 4 different offers to reach this agreement. Following September, us seeing the rejection, 27% was the initial wage proposal, now expected to be raised by roughly 38%. All in all, I think that what we're expecting is to keep costs competitive. So Boeing recently did announce around 17,000 layoffs, saying it had to make these major structural changes to ensure they can stay competitive and deliver for their customers over the long term. The layoffs are expected to increase, I mean, their savings by about 1 to 2 billion, but this at least comes then after they've raised more than 20 billion in new capital by selling their preferred and common stock. That plus total debt balance. So
All right, Coinbase looking good, looking good. Coinbase futures starting to bounce.
this name, but at least we have this conclusion with the ongoing strike.
Boeing looking for a bounce here.
At this point now, almost 2 months. So I think that's good news, despite shares being lower today, Nicole.
All right. Thank you for all of that. A good look there at Boeing at 153 today. Jenny Horn, markets correspondent. Let's get some
Bitcoin looking for the follow through.
We welcome in William.
All right, that's doing really well.
Good morning.
Bitcoin.
Election day. How do you feel and what's important about today? I mean, other than your values and things like that, when it comes to the market.
Coinbase trying to go. Coinbase.
Everyone's obsessed about who's going to be winning the election and how the administration will change economic policy. But if I were sitting on the FOMC, and as far as I know, the FOMC itself will not really be doing much different now than it did before. Because the only thing that really affects what the decision is their forecast of unemployment rate, inflation, and GDP. Until those things change and new economic policies are put in place, nothing is going to change about their decision making. So this meeting that they're having this week and the one they'll be having next month will be very much exactly the way they've been planning to do. I think there'll be a 25 basis point cut this one, and likely another 25 basis points next one, unless the strong data that we're getting comes in even stronger.
And, you know, the last jobs report, what did you make of that when you saw 12,000 jobs, non-farm payroll jobs?
You know, Nicole, I feel like a broken record that every time I come on this show, I warn that we cannot obsess about the establishment survey payrolls as much as we have been. I know Wall Street thinks that's the most accurate rendition of where the labor market is, but when I was at the Fed and for my entire professional life, every labor market economist I know has emphasized you got to look at both surveys, the household survey and the payroll survey, because the household survey tells you how many more people are being employed, not how many jobs are being put on payrolls. And the fact that we have a disconnect between the two, and we've had that disconnect for quite some time now, year to date, the household survey has only gone up on average about 31,000 jobs, new people per month getting employed. When we were having hundreds of thousands of payrolls we put on. Well, that says to me, as I've been telling you before, more and more people are having to get second and third jobs just to make ends meet. And that discontent is going to show up in the polls today. When people say that I am really pissed off on the economy and how people are saying how good things are, and here I am trying to allocate bacon among my children because I can't afford to have a full breakfast for everybody, that kind of discontent shows up in exactly those job numbers. So yes, we've had a lot of strong payrolls. It came down because of the hurricane and other things, but the two surveys have to converge. Either the payrolls come down to where the household survey is, or the household survey comes up to where the payroll is. And right now, it looks like payrolls are coming down.
Yeah, and that certainly seems to be the case. I mean, you know, just quoting the Bureau of Labor Statistics, the last 2 months were revised down over 110,000 as well. How about what, you know, you said people are working multiple jobs, but there are some people who think this economy is in some sort of Goldilocks stage, not too hot, not too slow, sort of in the perfect spot while markets are hitting highs. There are some who would argue that everything is just great and the labor picture is also just fine.
Palantir continues to move higher.
But when you look at GDP, what would you like to see?
All right, nice little bounce. Let's look at some some profit taking markets bouncing.
Say in the aggregate, if I have a one-shot sentence to say how things are doing fantastic. GDP is growing above trend. Most of that is being spurred by consumers. In fact, and consumers have 70% of the GDP, and that is not surprising. That is the source of the strength behind GDP growth. But when you look into the numbers as to where consumption is coming from, what's supporting the strong consumption, 40% of consumption is being supported by a base of about 20% of the population, because only about 20% of the population own the majority of the stock market equity and pension fund and wealth that we have in this country. So people who are having a lot of stock market wealth, like our listeners, they're doing quite well because they can consume by deepening into savings. But all
right, Home Depot looking for another bounce off of VWAP. Boeing looking for a move. Boeing.
These are the ones that are expressing their discontent. So the Goldilocks split among those who have and those who have not. And that split, unfortunately, is getting wider and wider. And that's showing up in the results of the elections today.
Why am I hearing from both sides and supporters from both sides?
Home
that
Depot,
whichever one wins, there's
just
gonna be
checking.
catastrophic,
This one looks like it's ready to go. November 12th.
the market's gonna crash.
All right, so Home Depot earnings on the 12th next week on Tuesday. 1 week away, Home Depot.
If one of the contenders wins over the other, I mean, are you watching for that?
You know, my gray hair shows you how many elections I've gone through, and how many times I've heard exactly that. If the other party wins, the world is going to come to an end. So you better vote for my party. That has been a slogan from the time I was a teenager, and I hate to tell you when that was, because horse and buggies were still around then. But I think that the truth of it is that as long as we have a split government the way we have now, where one party controls the House and the other one controls the Senate, and only one in the House, the House or Senate is the same as the White House, that kind of dissension will keep things pretty much going as it is now. But one of the things I want to mention is that for those of you who have voted, right, it's really critical who controls the House, because that's where legislation for taxes and revenue rates,
Coin still going.
sorts of spending measures come out. The Senate can do a lot to block it, but the origination, right, initiatives and policy initiatives come from the House. So whatever party you favor their policies, that you want to make sure that party controls the House.
There's been talk even that they could have a complete switch in this election. What do you think of that?
Very much so, and those who have depended upon Republicans to sort of hold the line about the composition of spending, they don't want so much emphasis on government transfers and social services. They want to have more of a balanced approach toward
Coinbase continues higher.
and cutting down the size of government. That will switch completely if we have the Democrats control the House, because you're going to have a ton of legislation being pumped out that will emphasize a reshaping of the government, and the Senate can only do so much to block it.
Right. Okay. Billy, great to see you. I hope we get to chat again after we get a lot more of the information in. Right?
Same here,
votes
Nicole.
are counted.
Vote.
Billy, Milliken Institute, thank you for being with us. I voted early. I voted last week in New York City. All right, more to come here on Trading 360. The big three. 3 stocks, 3 charts, 3 trades. Rick Ducat will go through the technicals, and Jessica Inskip takes us through the trades for JP Morgan Chase, Constellation Energy.
Home Depot earnings next week on Home Depot.
360 Schwab Network. We will be right back.
Coinbase continues. Bitcoin looking for a follow through. Boeing looking for the bounce. Nvidia up 2.5%, doing well. Chips doing well. Trump Media up 13%. CrowdStrike. I like the security stocks. CrowdStrike. Let me take a look at CrowdStrike. Squeezing. Needs to break above the 200-day. 310. Okay, let's see what Zscaler looks like. CrowdStrike looks good, Candy. All right. CrowdStrike just needs to get above the 200-day, above 310. This should push a bit higher. Zscaler, looking for that to push above as well. And Palo Alto Networks, CyberArk, Looking for follow through on those.
He's Alex Coffey. I'm Jenny Horn. Join us for Next Gen Investing.
Home Depot earnings next week. It's just kind of sitting here. Apple, flat VWAP. All right, so we're starting to see VWAP flattening out on some of these stocks. Again, the top 10 on the NASDAQ 100. Bookings, Vertex Pharma, Clack, ASML, Meta, Intuitive Surgical, Tesla, Netflix, Melly, and Charter Communications. Those are all looking really good. Top 10 on the S&P 500. Palantir, Cummins Engines, Emerson, DD, what's that, DuPont, Builders First Source, GEV, GE Vernova, Generac, Vistra Energy, and Targa Resources. Intel is number 10 on the S&P. Go figure. Intel is number 10 on the S&P.
Absolutely, Nicole. You know,
Okay,
there's been so
Intel.
much data in history that we can pull where the markets tend to rally post-election and have a really good fourth quarter very consistently. And I really think that's because uncertainty is removed from the market, and the market really does not like uncertainty. So that being said, if I do see a dip, then potentially I would be buying that dip based on names. I think right now it pays to be a stock picker if we're looking for alpha and going for that investment thesis. But then it also plays into what are the pricing actions and really what's going to happen to future earnings based on whoever gets in office. With Trump, it's the consideration of tariffs, and with Harris, it's going to be taxes. So the market will reprice, we react, and then we'll move on to fundamentals once again.
All right, let's get to JP Morgan. Oppenheimer cut the price target on JP Morgan today to $241 from $232. They adjusted that price target because that's actually higher. So 241 from 232 and outperform rating. So 241 way higher than 220. So they see upside. What do you see?
Yeah, I think again, it goes to that clarity. If we have some election clarity, that really supports banks. And going back to the earnings and the fundamentals, look at the story, take out the noise that we have of the election probably all day today and perhaps even the next couple of weeks. Going into the earnings, 75% of the large caps beat and of the banks on NII, that net interest income. And that's really important picture if we're considering the interest rate environment. Let's not forget we have a Fed decision on Thursday of this week. And banks are also sitting on record capital levels, and that supports going into future earnings power. Those supports buybacks. So I really think there's clarity just to understand this CapEx spending cycle we've been talking about in a lot of different regards. What is this excess cash going to go?
Okay,
And
Bitcoin.
plans when we have clarity. And not to mention, it was a really good performing sector under both past presidents, Biden and Trump. So it's going to be certainly interesting to see from a fundamental perspective. I also think it's underpriced in comparison. Banks are at 16.5 and JP Morgan is at 13.4. So from a valuation perspective, I think it's priced really, really well.
Okay. You know, look, it's gone from 142 up to 226 recently. Let's see what Rick Ducat has to say about the charts.
Well, you know, long term, it's pretty hard to make a case against a big bank like JP Morgan Chase here. But in the short term, it's a chart that's had a little bit of difficulty overcoming some key levels here. And when we look at it, it's enjoyed a pretty nice, consistent uptrend for much of the year here. The prevailing trend.
Coinbase, all right, at the highs, looking good. CONL.
Here, still in play for now.
Nice move.
When we look, however, though, we can see that price, after hitting the 52-week high at this point near about 225.50 or so, really struggled to make its way beyond that point at all. We did make some intraday highs beyond that point, topping out just below 227, but mostly stuck for now. Now today, we are finding ourselves recovering back above the yellow 21-day exponential moving average after slipping below it yesterday. We can also see that we had a nice little volume node develop up here, which suggests some conviction even at these elevated levels here. RSI also taking a bit of a hit here, trending down.
All right, looking good. NVIDIA starting to flag out, consolidate at the highs, still looking really strong. Trump Media trying to bounce up 13%. Home Depot just flat on top of VWAP. Same thing with Apple. Palantir still driving higher. I'd like to see a BNC pivot. My plan is on BNC pivots on Palantir to sell some covered calls, buy on the dip, sell some covered calls. So a buy right.
Above that linear regression line, 247 plus 1 standard deviation channel.
All right. What do you think, Jessica?
Yeah, I think I love it. Again, when the technicals really line up, I love the thought of not even going against a big bank. That certainly makes sense because there is a lot that's there. But again, it goes back to the clarity that we need and the cash that's on the sidelines, perhaps supporting those buybacks and then other investments that we're seeing across the industry.
Yeah, and look, even if you look at the XLF, doing great. This ETF up almost 40% in 1 year. So the group overall has done very well. Let's get to CEG here. When you look at this name, energy name, Constellation Energy, buy rating over at Guggenheim, price target of 328. Where do you think this could be headed? I mean, they see big upside potential.
Yeah, and I certainly do as well, Nicole. It's a very, very good point. When we talk about this AI story, which we have talked about now, it feels like for years, and we have this data growth and this compute growth, grid pressure is a byproduct of that. And this is this emerging headwind that we've seen. There is now investment across those hyperscalers, again, having cash on the sidelines. Where is that investment going? Well, it's going to the grid pressure. That's something that needs to be solved. That is an emerging headwind. So I think CEG is a solution to that grid pressure issue. There was that headline where the
All right. Bitcoin
Amazon just really blocked that deal
at the highs, trying to get back through the highs. Bitcoin,
I don't think that had really anything to do
Coinbase.
with the decisions and how this is going to affect Microsoft.
Okay, once again, booking has been trending, showing travel and leisure is doing very well. Travel and leisure, Vertex Pharmaceuticals, pushing higher. All of these stocks are on the top 10 NASDAQ 100 performance right now. ASML, okay, turning the corner. ASML trying to turn the corner there on the right. Daily chart on the right. ASML, let me just change this to default for the minute.
Nuclear renaissance, as one person put it. And look, the analysis is showing. We never used to say nuclear years ago, and now we're back to that. Let's take
Okay, ASML, number 4 on the NASDAQ 100. Meta's number 5. Meta's number 5. Looking for it to push above this area of supply. Meta. Okay, Meta looks good. All right, Meta looking good. ISRG, Intuitive Surgical. Number 6, Intuitive Surgical, ISRG. Okay, these are all looking very, look at ISRG. It's about to break above 522 or 525. Intuitive Surgical. Tesla. Tesla with a nice bounce, 3 candle reversal on Tesla. Mercado Libre.
To make our way above after our significant earnings gap down. So, to sum all that up here, you can see the area between this blue line and this red line here. That's about where we are now.
Okay.
There's not very much volume. There's not very much price.
Constellation Energy, that one got knocked down on that news yesterday, along with the SMRs. Looking for those to bounce after that news continues to fade away.
223 to 233, those seem like kind of the tipping points to the
Synopsis, SNPS, that one's looking really good. Okay, over on the S&P 500, again, Palantir, number 1 on the S&P 500. Cummins Engines, CMI. Big move today on Cummins Engines on earnings. EMR, Emerson Electric, nice gap up. DuPont Chemical, looking good. Nice move on DuPont Chemical. Builders, First Source, construction.
We talk about Watson X or some of these AI initiatives, so keeps us on our toes, Nicole.
Yeah, without a doubt. All right, we look at Trump Media here. Certainly, people call it a meme stock. It's been extremely
GEV.
the high, nearly $80, the low, just above $10 in the last 50
GEV, GE, Vernova, GE Vernova trending.
Where do you think this is headed, or how do you go about trading this, Jessica?
So this is where I want to bring options into the picture. This is purely a time and a volatility play. If we think about anything that's traded like a meme stock, GME or Tupperware, even when there is no fundamental support for an increase or a rally, meaning earnings follow through. That's extremely important when we're looking at a stock from a fundamental perspective. When we're looking at it from technical or even from a meme stock perspective, which is now a new term, I suppose, we trade it differently, or I trade it differently, and I like to introduce options into this scenario. Options are a derivative product of the underlying security, and their price is more than based off of the underlying security. Implied volatility and times comes into play as well. And so when I see something with a 95 percentile, as in an IV rank of 95, is very, 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 very high. That means premiums are inflated, and as an options trader, I want to sell that. Because
Okay, NVIDIA breaking out.
absolutely nowhere, or
Breakout.
binary event, which I'm assuming
There goes NVIDIA.
is the election.
Okay, futures back up to the highs, moving higher. Okay, looking good.
Volatility is going to crush, much like we do in earnings, that same type of scenario.
Okay, continuing on with the top 10 on the S&P 500. GE Vernova is number 6. Targa, is that Targa Group? Targa Resources following through. Look at Targa. TRGB.
So I go in about 45 days. That's my time weight component. The implied volatility is happening now, so I'm selling the 40s. I'm buying the 65s with the same expiration. I'm collecting about $592, about $600 altogether. It's about another 15%. That is not normal.
Let's see.
So that's what I mean by
VST too.
Premium. I'm collecting 15% in a 45-day period.
There goes Palantir continuation.
As long as this security stays right at 40, or goes lower. If it rallies above 65, then I will have a loss, risking about $1,900.
Yeah, look, I mean, there are a lot of folks who say it's run up and it could come down. I mean, the run up is serious, right? It ran up 112% in 1 month. I know it's
Continue on. Generac generators. Generac. GNRC. Number 7.
Rick, your thoughts on this chart?
Yeah, and I'd like to chime in with some of the options data too to kind of illustrate exactly what Jessica
Generac looking good. Bollinger Bands opening.
November 8th, 772%. Expected move 26.
Okay, Zscaler with a nice bounce.
Extraordinary values here. November 15th, 525%. Expected move 35.
Okay, I think we said Vertex, right? VRTX Pharma. That one dipped a little bit. Now it's flagging again.
Spikes again in December 20th. 320% expected move of 54. So some areas to watch there. And, just as well,
Vertex.
Considering a more longer
Intel.
trade, the fundamentals are very, unusual in this company. They're not good. Just consider that. But, nevertheless, looking here at the area in question, big.
And we got Intel. Believe it or not, Intel is blasting higher today. Intel. All right, so that looks pretty good. All right, so let's get back to the S&P. S&P trying to push the highs here. Okay.
Through to the downside here, bottoming out in this area around 10 or so, big volume at these lows. Trend line going upward here, and now we are above our moving averages. We're above our support zone between about 25 to 29 that I highlighted, as well as our volume profile point of control near about 31. So that gives us a near-term area to watch here, this kind of gap level near about 36 or so. And we can see as well these two red lines. Now, the upside is really interesting here because you can see right around 46 is where volume really starts to drop off here. That's also kind of this congestion area and the high point that we had after this big spike to the upside. So around 46. And then look how many times we tested around this area and couldn't really hang on above it here, barring this extreme upside push here. So around 54, 70, those would be some areas in question to watch. For Jessica's trade, 40 is about here, 65 is about here. So that's kind of the range that we would be looking at for that kind of trade.
It's fun to hear about 700% moves. I mean, that's no joke. That's insane. People better really get ready. Jessica, we'll give you the final word. Thank you, Rick Ducat, for all of that.
Yeah, absolutely, because that is a volatility trade. So on that 40 to 65 level, that is where I need the stock to not go to. Otherwise, I'll start losing because I'm selling premium. And I want
Yeah, Palantir. I'd really like to sell. I'm looking for a BNC pivot. Just I got my eyeballs on Palantir because I'd like to sell some December 55s or so. Let's see. January 55s are going for 310, so I need to go out to January. Probably also looking to also.
Has been under some pressure. What's the deal? Is it Vegas? Is it
Okay,
Macau? Is it
Palantir.
Wynn itself, or is it the group? Let's have a conversation next.
Put credits. Also plan on selling Palantir put credits once it dips and give you the best value for your money. Puts are pretty juicy as well. Let's see, a 25 delta for January. That's $2. So I can get about $1.25 for a 20 delta. All right, so that's my plan.
Just for traders. Also, you can trade brilliantly.
With Schwab investing themes, it's easy to invest in ideas you believe in. Spot a trend in electric vehicles? Have a passion for online gaming?
NVIDIA, so strong. NVIDIA, so strong.
From over 40 themes, each with up to 25 stocks identified by our unique algorithm. Buy it as is or customize to align with your goals. All at your fingertips.
NVIDIA doing well.
40 customizable themes, up to 25 stocks in just a few clicks.
Cut the cord on the way you get market news. It's Market on Close. Join me, Oliver Rennick, for the biggest earnings coverage, insights from the smartest minds on Wall Street. Monday through Friday, 3 p.m. Eastern. Available
S&P looking for a breakout.
on any device for free. Only on the Schwab Network.
Welcome back to Trading 360. I'm Nicole Petalides, live on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange. Time to spotlight Wynn Resorts. The company reported its earnings yesterday after the bell. Chad Bainan was with us, Managing Director of Senior Gaming, Lodging and Theaters Analyst at Macquarie U.S. Equity Research. Chad, thank you for being with us. I know you have an outperform rating and a $120 price target. It's at 88 today. You see some upside, but today the stock is down about 8%. Why do you think the stock is reacting to the report in this way? What stood out?
Sure. Thanks for having me, Nicole. Yeah, Q3 has not been as favorable for the casino stocks. We've seen misses.
Okay, NVIDIA is still going.
Caesars, MGM, and Wynn, all three of the big multinational companies that have stripped dominance. So we did see a little bit of a miss there. And then in Macau, coming back to Wynn, we did see a slight miss.
Bitcoin going for a new high.
Low single digits. The big thing there is they're not willing to play in the promotional game. So the market has been more promotional in Macau as China stimulus has put more dollars into.
Okay, S&P is trying to go.
There's a lot of operators right now that are trying to entice these potential gamblers.
S&P is going to blow here. Watch it. Looks like it's going to go.
Market share lost a little bit of EBITDA.
All right.
This changes who the company is. They're obviously, the company that caters to the high end. So they are holding rates. They're holding promotions. I think this is a small miss here for Q3. The stock had run on the back of China stimulus a few months ago. But we like it here. We maintained our $120 price target.
They also initiated they said they increased the share repurchase authorization to $1 billion. How much does that stand out to you?
I like it. Look, I think Wynn has growth opportunities. So we have them generating about $5 of earnings this year in 24, $6 of earnings in 26. I think that growth is going to come from a Macau recovery, obviously Vegas stability and Boston stability. What they have beyond 26 is the UAE development. So they're the first and only company that'll have a casino license at this point in the Middle East, right? So that'll cater to visitors from all around that part of the world, and there's not much in terms of a high-end property for them. So that'll come into 27, 28, 29. What we like about the share repurchase plan is
Okay, Apple looking good. All right, NVIDIA ripping higher.
and the leverage is coming down. Obviously, we'll see what happens in terms of policy here with rates. But Wynn is in a very good position. They're deleveraging. They have some really good growth projects. Having a big share repurchase program, we think puts them in a good position. We have them trading at 15 times next year's earnings. And historically, going back 20 years, this company has done very well in terms of share repurchases.
You know, what's going to drive that recovery? You said you do see a big recovery for Macau coming. I guess that would be good not only for Wynn, but also for some of the others. You tell us which ones. What will drive that? I mean, there was talk about the China stimulus and that helping, but what do you think will really drive Macau recovery?
I think there's been some hesitation for these premium mass or ultra high net worth individuals in China and the overall market. We've heard this from our lodging companies as well. So the likes of Hilton, Hyatt, and Marriott. That customer just hasn't traveled as much as what we've seen from a recovery standpoint in the US. So I think overall, just more comfort in travel, understanding what's going on with their wealth in terms of property, stock market, et cetera. So I think just the recovery in China will kind of be the biggest thing. Wynn, as I mentioned, they really do cater to the highest end of customers. And I think the wealth continues to grow in the Asian markets, and they're just finding the right people. So that'll be the main area of growth for them. In Vegas, the difficulty is Super Bowl was in 2024, so you're comping against that in 2025. You do have some capacity that came off the strip in 25. And then the Sphere has announced, and the other sports venues have announced programming out there. So overall, I like the convention calendar in Vegas. I like the sports and concert programming, but it'll be a tough comp. So yes, I think most of the growth will come from Macau for Wynn.
Right. It almost sounds like it's competition for Wynn in Vegas to have the Sphere and have Super Bowl, that it takes away from the time people might have been gambling. Is that what you're insinuating?
Some of that is the case. We did see a really nice benefit, obviously around F1, Super Bowl, the U2 concerts at the Sphere. So that's a customer that has enough money to go to those events, and they do want to stay in a room at Wynn, which is now between $600 and $700 per night. But yeah, I think that overall customer continues to do well. Look, they don't want a full hotel. They want to provide the experience that is what their customers are used to. So I do think that customer has more money in their wallet.
Chad, let me ask you this. So for Macau, you see the recovery. That's good for Wynn. And quickly, what other names might do well with the Macau recovery?
Sure. The three companies that we cover that are exposed there, Las Vegas Sands. Las Vegas Sands did report earlier last week. Stock pulled back a little bit on earnings. The second one would be MGM Resorts. So Wynn, MGM Resorts, and Las Vegas Sands are the three ones exposed there.
And then in Vegas, it sounds like it could be challenging, but you think that's coming back too? Is that what you're saying? And then if that's the case, which names do well there?
I think people are overreacting to this F1 comparison. It was a great thing to bring to Vegas last year, so you're comping up against that, and then obviously the Super Bowl. Vegas continues to drive new events and more reasons for people to go. So I do like that. The value of that land, the value of these properties continue to rise. So I think REITs remain very interested, particularly with rates coming down. The names most exposed there would be Wynn and MGM. Those are our top two picks. with Vegas or Macau exposure. And then third would be Caesars, CZR.
Yeah. And I thought it was interesting that you said that Wynn is the only one to go into the Middle East with UAE, that they're building there, and that will be another revenue stream. Last but not least, the DraftKings, Flutter. Do you like those quickly?
Sure, we have DraftKings on Friday into the print. That stock has kind of been range bound. Q3, we really like the setup here. Q4, weeks 6 and 7 of the NFL season were very good for the public. So good for public, bad for DraftKings. They're going to have to talk about that on Friday. I do like where the company sits. I think they've gained some market share here in NFL season, and we like it at this $35 level.
Oh, you like it here. Okay. Yeah, thanks. You always let me pick your brain, Chad, because I always want to know if people are spending, do they like what's happening, and, whether or not these gaming and type, stocks will work. Chad Beynon, great to see you always at Macquarie U.S. Equity Research. Thank you, Chad, so very much. Appreciate it. Coming up next, George Sillis is standing by. I'll take a look at Qualcomm. Turns out JP Morgan cutting the price target there. Keeping the overweight rating, though, so he'll explain the details. He'll also have an example trade for us. We'll be right back.
Cut the cord on the way you get market news. It's Market on Close. Join me, Oliver Rennick, for the biggest earnings coverage.
All right, looking for Intel to do something here.
Monday through Friday, 3 p.m. Eastern. Available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free. Only on the Schwab Network.
All right, Palantir continues to grind higher.
Welcome back to Trading 360. I'm Nicole Pendelizzi, live on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange. It's time for Developing Stories. This morning we talk with Caroline Wood, senior market correspondent here on Schwab.
Futures continue to make a grind higher. Futures.
And hey there, Nicole. Yes, Yum Brands I thought was going to be a loser after an earnings miss, but turns out it's a winner today. Shares are up about.
All right, we got the gap overhead on the right over there.
It was a miss actually on both the top and bottom.
Got that gap to fill.
Of course, is the parent company of Pizza Hut, of KFC, and Taco Bell. They talked about a complex consumer environment. Adjusted EPS of $1.37 fell short of the $1.41 that Wall Street was looking for. Revenue did rise 7% to $1.83 billion, but Wall Street was looking for $1.89 billion. The company said that sales have been impacted by pressures relating to geopolitical conflicts and also challenged consumer sentiment. And on the earnings call, they actually talked about several markets becoming more intentional in pursuing value. Mostly international, pointed to China, India, and countries within the Middle East. That was all in the third quarter, which I think.
Okay, S&P trying to push through this area of supply. Let me go to the 30-minute here and see what that looks like. 30-minute. 30-minute. Okay.
KFC and Pizza Hut both reported same same-store sales decline.
Okay, so we got this gap overhead as well. S&P.
So that's clearly the winner.
Futures pulling back a little bit now.
But shares up about
Bitcoin, just a liquidity grab there.
It's only up about 4.5% year to date. But a big winner today. I've been seeing a lot of analyst reaction to these numbers, but I will say 70% are on the sidelines for Yum Brands. The median price target is 146, which is only about $10 away from where it's currently.
Wow, Bitcoin doing really well.
They said that overall the consumers are still pressured, that it's a complex consumer environment. And as you mentioned, the Middle East and everything, the global complex challenge consumer sentiment. How people feel is what they spent. But surprisingly, to your point, the stock is now up 3% after a double miss. So we'll continue to follow the story. Thank you, Caroline Woods. Great to see you. Time for our disruptors now. George Sillis is here, senior markets correspondent, taking a look at Qualcomm. So JP Morgan has their overweight rating. They pulled back on the price target a little bit, but basically kept the buy. It's at 165 now. What are your thoughts, and what did the report say?
Yeah, I think this is an interesting call from JP Morgan, Nicole. They did maintain an overweight rating, but they lowered their price target fractionally from 210 to 195. Again, maintaining an outperform rating. And one of the things about Qualcomm is their CDMA technology is used extensively across the mobile markets, not just domestically.
Okay, S&P, looking forward to push through this area into the gap overhead.
Their wireless technologies, and some of their major customers include Apple, which generates about 20% of their total sales. And so what JP Morgan is doing here is based upon the estimates that they have from Qualcomm, which
Okay, looking for another higher high on the S&P. NVIDIA pushing 140. NVIDIA, nice move.
They still look at the outlook in terms of the demand for mobile markets softer going forward. But one of the things about Qualcomm's guidance that they already provided for consensus estimates is their estimated EBITDA growth is expected to be down on a forward basis by about 5%. And right now the stock is trading around 15 times forward earnings, where historically it's around 17 times. So one would say maybe JP Morgan is essentially recalibrating Qualcomm more in line with
Want to talk about Qualcomm and AI, and lately it just hasn't been in the conversation.
All right, looking good.
I don't know if you want
S&P challenging this gap right here. S&P gap just overhead.
Yeah, sure. Just quickly, Qualcomm's chip technologies are more in line with modem chips and CPU chips. So they don't essentially produce GPU technologies like NVIDIA and AMD. So I think that's why essentially you don't see Qualcomm in the news or talked about as an AI play per se, but they certainly could benefit from a super cycle in mobile devices. So that's something to keep in mind. But look, they do have earnings coming out.
Okay, gap overhead. TTM is trending more bullish at the moment on the shorter time frames. Like to see it reverse on the daily. Palantir still pushing the highs. Hit 5110. Palantir high today. 5110. It looks like.
Which is essentially a neutral strategy. So this will expire in 3 days. So they gotta keep that in mind. But I'm gonna sell
NVIDIA.
185 call spread. That's above the current price by about $15.
140.
The current price. I'm going to sell the 150, 145 puts.
NVIDIA 140 tag.
Together, you could sell this
Okay, we're at 140. Big move on NVIDIA. Thank you very much.
Is for the stock to stay
a range bound between 180 on the high side and 150 on the low side. And then essentially that $1.50 will erode to zero if that happens between now and expiration on Friday. If you look at the market maker move, which gives you a sort of a barometer of the expiration move by Friday, it's around $12.50. So the spread that I'm structuring here is around $15.
NVDL
Actually,
as well, moving higher. NVDL.
move away from the current price by expiration Friday, but you also have to consider the risk, which is $3.50 a share, and that occurs at a max loss above 185 or below the 145 below.
S&P trying to go right here. S&P is trying to go.
That really appreciate a good look there at Qualcomm today.
Okay, there's the gap.
Coming up next, our 360.
Okay, we're coming up to the gap now.
22%.
S&P trying to go. Zscaler with the bounce. Everything is working today. If you're bullish, not so much if you're bearish. Okay. Home Depot trying to bounce. Flat VWAP at the moment. Apple, flat VWAP as well. Boeing trying to muster some strength. Machinist strike is over. So I'm going to get back to work and start producing some planes.
Trading at Schwab is now powered by Ameritrade, giving you even more specialized trading support. Connect with the Schwab Trade Desk, our team of passionate traders ready to tackle your trading questions, no matter how complex. Plus, get 24/7 live help and access support by phone, email, and in-platform chat. Trade brilliantly with Schwab.
Download the Schwab Network app and join us to follow all the market trends. Schwab Network is available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free.
Palantir high of the day, right there at 51.10. Looks like we might start to see a BNC pivot. Looking for BNC pivots.
360, it's time for the 360 round. We're looking at Palantir after the company's earnings. The stock is up over 20%, hitting new highs. The company noting that AI demand that won't slow down.
Bitcoin at the high of the day. A little liquidity grab there on that last 5-minute candle, 15-minute candle.
With Jordan Berger, analyst at Third Bridge, and Dion Hinchcliffe, VP practicing at the Future of Group.
Okay, got to take a couple-minute break. I'll be right back.
Has been a winner. Can it continue to do so?
Yeah, hi Nicole, thanks for having me. So, the thing that continues to stand out with Palantir is the U.S. commercial segment and how it continues to really outperform. They've now raised guidance for this year twice for that segment specifically. It's a great indication of their success with their AI product. Of course, they've been building that product for a long time, but with generative AI tailwinds and the artificial intelligence platform, they continue to do so. There's some conventional wisdom in the software market around high growth, disruptive technologies. Some would allude to what's called the Gartner hype cycle. Of course, we're in a market right now where there's inflated expectations for what AI can deliver. Some of those expectations are understood to drop. It seems in Palantir's case, they've done such a great job with execution, they're jumping right over that drop. And they've been, the results in commercial segment has been really excellent, and that's what we continue to look at.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, the U.S. commercial segment, I think about obviously their partnership with L3Harris that they've expanded upon for U.S. Army programs. That also seems to be good news. Dion, what do you make of it?
Well, I mean, it's undoubtedly a good story for Palantir improving and being one of the really bright stars in enterprise AI. They are the ones that are showing that, unlike the hyperscalers, which are pouring literally tens of billions of dollars, and they're creating a successful software business around AI today. And it's a multi-quarter success story. They've shown that their artificial intelligence platform, they call it AIP, can deliver financially the results that the street is looking for. And we see that in the stock. I actually would question if they have the commercial success, however, that they really need to have. They're primarily known as a public sector company selling lots of AI software to the military. And if you look at the latest results and dig into it, There's really two Army contracts, Maven and Titan, which really saw the majority of the enterprise sales lift this quarter. And commercial sales were actually below forecast. Now they're up 40% year over year, but they're continuing to have a long-term challenge. This has always been the criticism of the company, is that they have these long-term government contracts, and that's been very good for revenue. But they sometimes struggle with commercial sales because they need to have a lot of feet on the ground for their forward deployed engineers to really produce results on the commercial side, and the commercial side doesn't like that cost profile. So I think that revenue concentration remains a challenge.
Yeah, look, I mean, there's no doubt that this is an AI champion. This stock is an AI champion, but there is concern about the valuation. Jordan, what do you think about the valuation here at these levels? At $50, it's up 23% today. What would you do with the stock? Would you be buying it here, or taking profits, or what?
Yeah, thanks, Nicole. So, at Third Bridge, we speak with experts every day on where they see companies in the market and where they see those companies going. While we don't look at valuation here, from those conversations, we look at how those markets and those companies are performing. And what I really call attention to is the U.S. commercial segment in particular continues to do well. That rose to 54% year over year. The top line acceleration of 30% was in part because of that continued high pace.
S&P trying to break out.
Also really an outsized contribution from the U.S. government segment, accelerating 40% year over years. So in the U.S., really seeing strong performance on both sides this quarter. As far as executing on AI, that's something that, of course, is very important for how they're going to do in the future, and something we want to keep looking at. But I will say, from what we hear from experts, selling AI at this point in time is both an art and a science. And we've seen that it seems that Palantir has both of those parts down.
Yeah. And Dion, you said it seems
Small caps with a nice bounce. Looking for small caps to continue. I have an iron condor on this one, IWM.
Is this one for the ages? Is this the standout in the world of AI?
IWM. I have this iron condor on it. Looks like we're started to head towards the recent highs.
Showing that they're able to turn out profits with enterprise AI, and they seem to have unlocked the sales cycle for that. And Alex Karp, the CEO, has called the results relentless. And as you mentioned, they raised guidance. So right now they are the breakout story in enterprise AI and the one to watch. And they're going to become the pace leader. So
Airlines continue to be good. Airlines.
Yeah, I see some
UAL. Okay, these are starting to bounce. Delta Airlines and SkyWest. SkyWest, big move.
As far as the targets go today, RBC has $11. What? Is this right on Palantir? This can't be right. Wow, that is right. I mean, they really see downside. All right, I had to double check that.
NVIDIA continues to thrust higher.
Thank you both so very much. Great to see you and a good chat about Palantir today. Thank you, folks, for joining us here on Trading 360. I'm Nicole Petalides. Download our free Schwab Network app. It's available in the Apple App Store. Tune in 24/7, schwabnetwork.com. We've got you covered. 2 p.m., I will see you, 2 p.m. Eastern Time for the watch list. Join me then. Fast Market is next.
This election season, stay out of the
Zscaler,
mudslinging Schwab Network,
day 2.
by the numbers coverage of the presidential cycle.
Zscaler, day 2. Looking for the follow through. Zscaler. Okay, bounce back to the 200-day. 190 target.
Stay informed. Stay ahead. Tune in to our
Zscaler 190 target. Looking for a follow through. That's looking pretty good. Zscaler.
When there's profit there, you can take it. That's always going through my head.
My job as a trader is to just make money.
With a history and a geography degree, how did you find your way into trading?
Trading attracts a lot of the best and brightest students because it is this enormous data set. It is incredibly competitive. And so if you really want to put yourself out there and test yourself and find out how good you are. It is very attractive.
So, how are you exploiting human weaknesses?
Being lucky in trading is great, but it's not the formula for success.
You need to be able to find opportunities in the marketplace and sift through enormous, staggering amounts of data.
You certainly see pattern. Context is so important.
I think the best traders I've seen have insatiable intellectual curiosity. Otherwise, certain parts of your
Yeah, I went to the polling station. My gosh, what a freaking line.
Your whole brain don't see any activation in these emotional or reward pathways. And if you don't have an emotional reaction.
I'm not very good at sales. Turns out, I'm very good at trading.
I have a trading system that I've used for over 10 years now.
All the New York FANG Index stocks looking good.
Potentially a human superpower.
Okay, looking good.
Welcome to Market Time on the Schwab Network.
Quality Focus has worked pretty much across all 11 sectors.
We deployed a fantastic array of new technology.
The companies that are doing well are almost too big to fail.
Have you set yourself up correctly?
It's controversial. The old guard is saying, away, off with their heads.
AI feels controversial and it's going crazy right now.
It is going crazy.
So what does all of this mean for the market?
As long as people want to buy it, the price can go up.
Oh my goodness, the Fed cannot do everything they used to do to save this market.
Instead of taking cues, set the cues.
Microsoft still going.
No more than 5% in any one stock.
Amazon looking good.
Sector. Now there's a market for every single one of these people. There's a market for you. Market Overtime on the Schwab Network. Thanks for tuning in.
All right, Zscaler looking for the follow through. Looking good. Okay, Bitcoin still pushing up against that liquidity grab that we saw about 30 minutes ago, 35 minutes earlier.
Option strategies. We're going to lead off with Boeing, which is choppy after the machinist strike ended, and Supermicro, which is under pressure into their quarterly report after the close.
Amazon about to take out the high of the day. Amazon.
Celsius Holdings, the energy drink stock, is down over 40% so far this year into their earnings tomorrow morning. Now let's take a look at the major indices, which are near session highs as we speak. The benchmark S&P 500 up 1%. The Dow Industrial is up over 300 points. NASDAQ leading to the upside, up just over 1.25%. And the Russell 2000 small caps up over just 1% in today's session. Election day. Let's bring in my co-host. That's going to be Kevin Hayes.
Amazon still going, looking good. Nvidia at the high of the day.
Pretty robust across the board.
Nvidia running into 140. That's a major level.
For traders right now to embrace, don't be afraid of the volatility or the impending volatility that you're going to see. These are markets. I mean, this market is up 1% on the S&P, 1.25% on the NASDAQ. We're having a good day. Why? Some of it might be the ISM services number.
Yeah.
That's a pretty solid number. Some of it might be some of the earnings out overnight.
Just fine.
I think it was the best back-to-back services prints in a long time,
Yes.
even longer than what you were talking about.
And also, we've been talking about manufacturing and the grid and electrification. That's the other part of the economy that's doing really well. You add it all up, GDP is running 2.5%, 3%. Inflation's coming down. I mean, that leads to about 8 to 10% earnings growth. They're running at about 9 right now. And that's the thing that's the most important to me. So I know there's going to be a lot of volatility in the next couple of days. I am looking for opportunities to add to my favorite themes. We've talked about manufacturing, we talked about housing, consumer, etc. So we can go through it in a little bit, but
Okay.
there's a lot to like if we get a pullback.
I think the way you lay it out is much in line with the way that Greg Ip of the Wall Street Journal laid out his view of whomever wins tonight and in the days ahead, which is likely, the way these things end up working is going to inherit a heck of an economy.
Yeah.
Steph just laid it out, and maybe that's why
Microsoft's still going.
UBS today says equities are attractive regardless of the result. Piper Sandler reiterates 6,100 for their 2024 year-end S&P price target.
Okay, S&P.
Adam Parker, who's going to be with us tonight as part of our special coverage of Trivariate, told me yesterday the bull case is intact unless we get a policy change. How do you put it into your own words?
I concur with all of those assessments and with Stephanie's. And, there's some other things going on this week besides the
Microsoft
election.
looking
There's
good.
Obviously, the Fed meeting and
Okay, Microsoft, I have a Iron Condor on as well.
I mean, there's a little bit of question about that, but it's still about 80% probability.
Microsoft.
China's People's National Congress meeting, and maybe we're going to get.
Okay, so we're headed back up to the 50-day. Most likely we'll see some resistance.
Not just the U.S. economy, but the global economy going forward. And I would point out that it's often foolish to change your investment stance on the basis of the outcome of a presidential election. Certainly not saying it doesn't matter, and there are some pretty drastic scenarios that could come out. But for the most part, in my investing career, if you change your
Apple,
stance based
nice
on
bounce.
what's coming out of an election, you're more likely to be wrong than to be right. And there's a lot of history.
Amazon,
At the highest of levels. but
nice
obviously,
bounce.
Once you get down towards the ground, so to speak, there are different trades that would potentially work based on who actually occupies the White House.
I think
know you would agree with that.
I do agree with that. And I was trying to make the comment in the broadest sense of don't go out and sell the market tomorrow because you don't like the outcome. I can remember people who have done that in prior elections and regretted it mightily. That's my comment. Don't make some global comment of, oh, now I need to get out of the markets, leave the country. I just don't think that's the right thing to do.
Jenny, Bank of America looks at
Meta looking for the breakout above 571.50, 572. Okay, Meta, got an Iron Condor on this one too. Meta. Okay, this is doing very well. Meta with a credit, $200 per contract.
Trump split. They'd be largely neutral.
That one's doing really well. Those expire at the end of November.
Higher than the ones that are already in place still, but you don't get the tax cuts re-upped, right? Let's not forget.
Futures looking for a follow through.
President Trump, former President Trump, I think has made it no secret that he'd like to, double down on that, if not increase them further. So they suggest that that's not going to happen if you get a split with Trump reelected. How do you look at the scenarios?
Well, starting at the beginning, I look at it like it's been a very, very close election the whole time. It's essentially been 50-50. And of those 50-50 odds, it's binary, right? One wins or the other wins. So I think the market's largely priced in those odds, right? And it's not.
It's all about earnings.
I think of the right way to digest it.
It's all about earnings.
Where you're like, either they're going to beat or they're going to miss, but they might beat by a lot or they might miss by a lot. Where you have binary odds on beat or miss. But
Bitcoin.
Is different. This is a very finite outcome that we've known and digested for a long time. So I think the market's digested kind of like what each side's policy is. I don't think it'll be a
Bitcoin strength is persistent. About to go here. Watch Bitcoin.
Trump, we've got tariffs.
All right, BTC.
But even with the divided Congress, we're probably not going to get those extended. And with those risks out there, one would think the market would be lower than it is. So I was joking around in the office today saying no one's really paying attention to them. And it reminds me of that old Popeye saying, which was, I'll gladly pay you
Tuesday for a hamburger today.
So it just feels like we're kicking out the
And
reality
Jenny
of the fact that
talking
prices
Popeye.
are going to be higher in a year.
I like Jenny, smart lady.
Probably going to put a crimp in the economy. There's
Bitcoin. Bitcoin strong. Bitcoin.
You could look at, the prospects of reduced regulation.
Correct.
More of a hug for business, if you will, a more easy environment for M&A activity. Right. There are different kinds of things you can think about in the kinds of companies and stocks you potentially want to invest in.
But I think that's being thought about. I think that's
All right, this is BITO, BITO. Okay, the Bitcoin strategy ETF. Okay, big cup.
And so when Steph says,
Descending channel that lasted for 8 months, 10 months, breaking out.
Earnings growing in the 8 to 9% range. I think that's already manifested in the valuation.
9 months.
Not in certain sectors, not in financials.
Fair enough. But
Not in some
broadly,
cyclicals.
fair
Absolutely
enough,
not.
Steph.
Yeah.
But broadly speaking, I think it's in the market.
But we're not buying the S&P index.
But
We're
some
buying
people
stocks.
are.
Well,
some people are.
we're
We keep
not.
saying Right, you and I aren't, and so the answer is yeah. There's tons of opportunity for you and me. But if you're someone who just says like buy indexes, buy the S&P, I think I don't see how it rallies to that 6,100 price target that someone put out there. I don't see how it rallies there. And to your point exactly,
You've had a hard time to be fair, I think you've had a hard time seeing the market rallying to the levels that it's even gotten to. Let's be honest, okay? So many of the more cautious things that you've said or thought would happen haven't happened.
Right, and that's why I always stay fully invested, because I know that I always skew bearish, I always skew conservative. I also know that the losing bet is to not be fully invested. So I kind of like expect the not great case scenario, but I stay fully invested.
Well, let me ask you this. So dividend growers have been a big disappointment, right? So in an environment where you have the potential for higher interest rates for longer, right? If you're going to inflate the deficit even further, and then you have to figure out ways to pay for it, and the prospects of interest rates on either in the belly or the long end of the curve going up and staying up there for a longer period of time, are you optimistic about your dividend strategy working in that environment?
So one nuance, dividend growers and dividend income stocks are two very different beasts. So you could even put like Apple in a dividend grower category because they have a dividend that's growing. I invest in dividend income stocks. And so those are the companies that have much lower earnings. Frankly, they don't grow their dividends as fast. They're kind of the slow and steady. And so within the dividend income space, Scott, you're 100% correct. And a higher yield curve does put pressure on them because it's seen as a bond proxy. But I'll argue all day, and Josh and I got into this on the show a couple weeks ago, I'll argue all day that if you need income, if you don't want to have bonds, right, because all you're going to get is your yield, then within that slice of your portfolio where you need income, dividend income stocks are still favorable. So when you say disappointing, it's only on a relative basis.
No, but I'm thinking of things like, look, I mean, Bill, utilities, for example. You start to get a more
30%.
Yeah, they are, but that's my point.
Okay.
You have one of the hottest trades of the year. Vistra is I think the best performing still.
All right, Bitcoin looking good.
And the prospect of higher rates starts to weigh on utility stocks, does it not? Isn't that what traditionally happens? Now maybe this is a little different because you're still playing them in a little bit of a different way than traditionally and historically you have, but nonetheless, there are things to think about as you relate to certain sectors.
Yeah, I mean, there's been a lot of sectors that have performed tremendously over the past couple of months. Utilities being one. We've moved away from our utility exposure because of the fear of higher rates. Industrials have been on fire. We've been moving away a little bit from industrials. Now, I think, though, let's look at the market broadly. And from a positioning standpoint, going into this election, that we've seen a little relief. We've seen a handful of percent down in the S&P. The NASDAQ hasn't made a new all-time high since July. So I think right now, as you look at what Steph said, a split Congress, if we get an answer there tonight, I expect the market to be higher tomorrow. And because of the position, we've seen some profit taking. Now, there are some different risks that we're looking at as things evolve. Continued higher rates will be a headwind to this market, but I still remain very bullish, and I think the S&P can get to 6,200 this year, depending on who wins the presidential election. There's other sectors like currencies, the euro and Mexico peso. Those can be at risk for Trump victory. The dollar may be at risk in a Harris victory. So there's some ways, and currencies really do drive positioning.
I mean, you want to talk about chips, for example, because there has been talk from the speaker about getting rid of the CHIPS Act. Semis have not traded all that well lately. You've taken NVIDIA and Broadcom out of the mix. It's a mixed bag, if not weak. I think you need to think about that. How are you thinking about that sector? You have the prospect. You've already had the rattling of exports of chips to China and things like that, which could get more contentious under a Trump administration. I think you need to think about all these things.
Of course you do. And they've had a lot of really good runs, right? Some of them, as you mentioned. I mean, I own Broadcom. I've been very happy with it. I was buying it when I was trading at 14 times forward estimates. It's trading at 35 times forward now. However, AI does not go away. And that has been the big driver in a lot of different chips and a lot of different companies out there. We are in the second inning in AI. We're going to spend $1 trillion between now and the end of the decade on this theme alone. So you want to find ways to play that. It may not be in the chips because maybe everybody does own NVIDIA, and who's the incremental buyer? Maybe everybody owns Broadcom when they didn't 2 years ago. Now they do. But there are other ways to play it. So I'm going to stick with Broadcom. I'm not happy with the valuation, but I do like the mix because it's not just AI. It's only 25% of their business. 40% of their business is software. And then the
Zscaler, Bitcoin still going.
cyclical. businesses that haven't even bottomed yet. So I think that's going to be the earnings driver. Lam Research has not been good. That's my only other one that I own in the semis, and it's not been good because we haven't seen wafer fab equipment spend increase, and people are very nervous about their exposure in China, and that one has been disappointing. But there is value in that particular name. So I think you want to be very specific within the semiconductor
Do you
space.
agree, Bill, with the majority, I would say, of the calls today that equities are attractive regardless of the result because the backdrop itself is attractive? Yeah. You have a strong economy. We know that. The Fed's cutting. We know it. Who cares if it's smaller or slower than we once thought? If you do have pent-up demand for deal making and other things that are going on, do you agree?
I agree. I think the backdrop is very well set up for a relief rally. We've seen what the market's done in the aftermath of 2020, 2016, 2012. And I think the fact that we pulled back recently sets up for that. And we are very heavy tech. Again, I noted that the NASDAQ hasn't made a new all-time high since July. But a lot of these names, I mean, looking at NVIDIA as our top position, you go down the list, and Microsoft and Alphabet, I think a lot of them are.
Okay, there goes Zscaler pushing. There goes the S&P. Goodbye.
Seasonality, the NASDAQ.
There we go. Finally getting the breakout we're looking for.
Who wins the election? There are things that are concerned about. Harris wins, you know that you're going to have the CHIPS Act, and what's the momentum has been in recent years. Trump, you don't know what kind of tariffs are going to come in place. I running a metals fund, I do a PTSD on the tariffs, what they did to the metals. Would that hold back the chip? There's a lot of question marks that won't get answered.
All right, Rabab Sechan, forgive me for taking a while to get to you, but let's get your views here. You've taken in what everybody's had to say here on the desk, and now I want to hear how it all factors into your own thoughts on where this market may go in the weeks, if not months ahead.
I tend to lean into what Jenny's saying a little more than what the other guys are saying today on the desk, Scott. And part of that has nothing to do with the election. There's three things that typically lead us to see increased volatility here in the short run, and that's what we've seen. Momentum is deteriorating, breadth is deteriorating, and forward earnings estimates are deteriorating, and that result could lead to continued volatility. We also saw a dangerous divergence in early October, where equities were ignoring higher interest rates and cuts to forward EPS and rallying on fragile valuation. Now that's alongside the positives, which are we are going to have a clear election winner at some point in the next weeks or month maybe. And November and December are typically the best 2 months of the year, mostly when we've already had a positive year because investors want to delay taking gains until the end of the calendar year. And so, our take is we respect the positive trend. That's why we're invested. The S&P 500 could see some near-term volatility, no doubt about that, but we likely ultimately see a chase into the year end. That is volatility that you should take advantage of from an opportunity standpoint. The other thing that the viewers should be aware of is regardless of the outcome, we've seen positive returns under both regimes. I think when we get to 25, it gets a little tougher because our base case is for a lower return next year because we think valuations are going to struggle to expand further, and the bulk of returns need to come from earnings growth. And the big question is, will valuations have a reason to contract next year? So it might be like a 2000 or 2018 kind of sideways choppy market where you have to be a stock picker, you have to pay attention to that, and we do think that that's an environment where we can add value through stock selections.
You just sound hold on. You just sound more cautious to me on the backdrop than maybe I would have expected, and maybe more so than you've been in recent conversations that we've had on this very show.
Yes, and it's because of those dangerous divergences we talked about. Some of those underlying trends in momentum and breadth are not healthy. Some of the earnings forecasts were exceedingly high for next year. So it's really a show me type of market. And you look at it, when you look at the Mag 7, they do have really high expected earnings growth. The other 493 have been getting trimmed. And so we've seen more recently this re-narrowing of the market, and those are not necessarily healthy signs. It doesn't mean that we're running for the hills because the economic trajectory that both Stephanie and Jim and Bill have been talking about is really, really positive. But because of where valuations are, it's become really show me. So let's see what happens, right? So I think our bet is if there is volatility, which we think there will be, we should stand at the ready to take advantage of that.
Yeah, we'll see. For sure, Steph, where things go. I mean, again, I'll just note the VIX is down 7.5% today. It's still above 20, higher than some suggest that it is. By the way, on
Into the gap.
volatility, and I thought it was interesting from Strategas, which noted the put call data that they track around the election and the Fed. By the way, we have a Fed decision on Thursday too. That the put call data spiked to the highest reading since roughly the October of 2023 correction lows yesterday, marking the second highest daily put call print since late 2022. A lot of protection, they suggest, has been bought over the last few days. And you can see it through VIX futures, unusual with the S&P where it is, which is really only a few percentage points off of their highs. If we move, once again to the sector level, mega cap tech, Apple and NVIDIA have been fighting it out for the largest mega cap stock in the market. NVIDIA failed to close above Apple yesterday, but it's been around there. Do we feel like those stocks are totally priced for perfection now? Was that the takeaway from the critical earnings week that we just finished? And we don't even get NVIDIA till, 3 weeks, 2 weeks?
They're priced to perfection for sure, but they do have the growth. They do have the earnings. I don't think that we're in a bubble in terms of AI. As I mentioned earlier, I think we're in the early innings. I personally think that Amazon, of all the Mag 7, is the most attractive. I think they had the very best quarter. We get NVIDIA a couple of weeks, but the best quarter of the others. And the operating profitability was astounding. 780 basis point improvement in AWS year over year is incredible. The US numbers, same store sales at 8%, international 12%. Both segments also saw increased margins. And so they're doing a great job. The stock has lagged for the most part, the other names. And so that's the one, I was buying it ahead of the quarter. Mm-hmm. That's the one I would still be buying. And again, if we do get volatility in the next couple of days, that's the one I want to continue to be adding to.
Let's take a look.
Okay, so all of the New York FANG index stocks for the most part are following through.
It has hit a new record high following that blowout earnings report. Our own Joe Terranova took a look and obviously shared his view on it going into the print, so we had to bring him back to share his view coming out of the print with a stock up near 23%. You can wax poetic, you can drop superlatives like Karp did, you can do whatever you want. Dan Ives called it the masterpiece print, the Messi of AI.
Unbelievable, unwavering demand as it relates to AI from government and enterprise, Scott. It really was just a spectacular growth. The commercial business growing 50%, the government business growing 40%. And guess what? There's still skepticism. We talked about this yesterday. The analyst community does not believe the move in Palantir. The average 12-month price target was $28. All they did today was bump it up to 33. That's 33% lower from where the price is today. There's still 6 sells, 10 holds, and only 4 buys on the stock. So I think the most important thing for long-term investors is this. Find another software company, an emerging software company that is actually profitable, turned profitable in 2023, that has the type of exposure to the artificial intelligence revolution that Palantir has. Very few software companies have that. And I think what happens now is that 40, which was previously the ceiling, I think 40 becomes the floor for this stock. Now, look, the stock is trading near $51 today. A lot of activity in the options market, $50 calls, $60 calls. The stock could easily pull back. But I think on a pullback, this is really a foundational name, a core equity holding when you're thinking about AI and software companies with exposure to AI that you want to have ownership with.
Baruch wants his chance at 35, 38. Joe's suggesting he might not get
35, 38.
That's where he was. $35, between 35 and 38. That's where he's going to tell you right now why, but that's where he suggested he would, not $35.38. No, I wouldn't tolerate that. Go ahead.
No, I would love the opportunity. This is one of those few names that we definitely missed. And, I think when you talk about
what they're able to accomplish. What, you talk about Druckenmiller and Buffett, talk about fat pitches. This was a name that really had a lot of momentum and has continued to rally. They put up the numbers, and if anybody's still short this name, I mean, God bless them. They're not. There's no way that people are short. So for us, we didn't take the chance on it. You can't own all of it, but I think all of the names that are really driving. I think at $35 to $38, if we come back down there, this is a name that I want to be buying down there and have within our portfolio. But we do take a lot of risk in tech. We have the Nvidias, we have the Broadcoms. So it's more about hunkering down. You don't want to swing at the fat pitch if you're already up 5-3, and you just need to kind of get through things. So that's kind of the way I looked at it. But I do regret not owning it here for sure.
Favorite software name, Joe? Is this it undoubtedly, or I don't want it to be my words. Let's put it in your words.
Without question, Palantir. It's been a remarkable year of appreciation. Very quietly, there is another name that I'm keeping my eye on. I'm going to resurrect the name that we used to talk about years ago. Pull up a chart of Twilio for the viewers if you can.
Oh,
Twilio
yeah,
making a
Twilio.
Nice little recovery. I've got my eye on that one.
Twilio, looking at that one as well. That's on the watch list.
And enjoy that one today. I know you will.
Twilio, nice follow through.
And by the way, we've talked so much about the election. We're live tonight for it. We'll have the results.
Look at the weekly on Twilio. That's what really got my attention.
7 o'clock Eastern. From right here at the New York Stock Exchange. We'll have live coverage in the overnight hours as well. More results. Asian and European markets. We'll keep a close eye there. And then Squawk's going to pick up tomorrow at 5 a.m. Eastern time, an hour earlier than normal. So we'll be all over it. Coming up, we got some committee moves to tell you about. Jenny just got into a name. It's down 22% in the past 6 months. Well, is the bottom in? Probably think so. So tell you why.
Are you following the Halftime Report podcast? What are you waiting for? Look for us in your favorite podcasting app. Follow the Halftime Podcast now.
Yeah, I like Twilio too. Twilio for the weekly time frame. Looking for a follow through. All right, Palantir. Hope everyone's having a good day. Hope everyone's having a good day. This is Twilio on the weekly. This is the thing I pointed out in the weekend video. Looking for a follow through. Looks great, Twilio. Twilio looking for a follow through. It reported earnings a week ago. Let me take a look at Twilio real quick. Twilio, another report in January. Twilio, here's Twilio. Okay, so this looks really good. Twilio, 200% earnings growth. Looks good. Flip to a profit in 23. Flip back to a profit in 23. Those earnings.
Athletics.com.
Got a move to tell you about. It's Devon Energy. Jenny buying it again because you previously sold it at the end of 2023. So they report today,
Right.
right? In overtime. I mean, why'd you buy it back?
So I bought it back last week because I think it is kind of at a bottom, down 20% on the year. And here are the numbers. The numbers are so compelling, it's ridiculous. So, well, first of all, backing up, I think we're probably at this point in a stable to slightly positive oil environment. I suspect that we're going to see oil range bound between 60 and call it 80. Devon's break-even price on oil is about $40 a barrel. So they're really profitable from here. Taking it down from there, the stock's trading at 3.7 times cash flow.
Okay, a little profit taking into the highs. All right.
Cash flow per share this year, $39 stock. They're expected to produce 10.5 next year, 10.68 the year after that. So it's a huge cash flow story. It's got a 2.25% fixed dividend yield, and then another 2.25% variable. So you package that up, you've got a 4.5% highly likely dividend. But here's the kicker. During the second quarter earnings call, they actually increased their share buyback by 67% to $5 billion, which is 20% of their market cap. And that to me says, hey, the management is pretty sure that this is a low too. Meanwhile, they just did an acquisition and what are they doing with all this cash? They're buying back shares, but they're also making smart acquisitions. So it's largely Permian based, but then they just acquired a company called Grayson Mills, and that's Bakken. So they're expanding that. So it's just a really good kind of math, cash flow, dividend stable story. And it goes to the point before, even though I'm kind of negative, this one's compelling. It goes to Steph's point. You're not buying the whole market. You can buy individual stocks, and I like the price on it.
Okay. We do have other names in this space that are on the move today. Diamondback, Steph, is yours. We can take a look at the stock here. There it is, down almost 2%. EPS did miss. What's your read?
I mean, it's up 13% in the year, one of the better energy stocks in the group. The quarter was fine, was strong, and actually fourth quarter production was increased. This is not about this quarter or even next quarter. This is 2025 story. Endeavor, the M&A that they did this past year. It's going to be $550 million.
Okay, so we got good earnings on Twilio as well.
I also think that in 2025,
S&P into the gap, just a bit into the gap there, watching.
So I know we will think about the
Dip
same
getting
thing.
bought.
I mean, they're minting money. They're minting free cash flow, and they're going to return to
Diamondback Energy being addressed by Stephanie.
Marathon was a top and bottom beat. Bill, you on that?
They crushed expectations. Talk about returning cash to shareholders. They've done that, and they've bought back half.
Lilly continues to move lower, so no trade there.
A cost-intensive business, especially to build them out. Marathon Petroleum is the leading refiner in the U.S., and there is not enough refining capacity. So this is a name we love having in our portfolio.
Okay. I'm going to skip over Boeing.
Thank you.
Okay, the strike is over.
Overhang removed, period.
Strike over.
Right, yeah.
Good. Wynn Resorts. They had a top and bottom. Miss.
Looking for institutions to
What you got? What you got?
maybe buy some Boeing down here as well.
I'm going to stick with this, and this is something I believe in for the long term. I know many people look at casinos and say it's a trading vehicle, but there's things going on here, in particular developing things like the casino in Dubai, the Al Marjan, that I want to stick around for. This is a company with a long-term strategic vision. In that context, having a quarter where you have a miss doesn't really worry me. It would worry me if there were, significant downturns in the business. They grew the business year over year. There's healthy trends in Las Vegas, in Boston. Macau still suffers a little bit, but is coming back. So I don't see anything fatally wrong here. It's just they missed the quarter. That happens.
Well, I mean, but the stock, it's beyond just missing the quarter. The stock's underperformed the market, dramatically this year. We're in like a bull market.
Yeah.
And this stock is a stinker.
Yeah. Well, I think this, Scott, but I'm going to say it for the people who are watching. I don't actually believe that the prior past performance of the stock is indicative of the future. I believe the fundamentals of the business are what's going to drive the share price forward.
But then what? The fundamentals of the business are so good.
Twilio.
The stock reflecting that.
Yeah, Twilio looks good.
No. I'm good. Listen.
No. Tell him, Jim.
This is a conversation, very respectfully, I say this to you. It's a conversation similarly that you and I have had about things like Delta, General Motors.
Twilio. Nice volume. Shows institutions are buying.
Long-term investing, you have to wait. But if you're doing it right, if you're truly analyzing a company correctly, it in the long run does work out. I very strongly believe I'm analyzing this one correctly, and I believe it will do what Delta did, what General Motors has done, what Citigroup has done.
Okay. Now I got to go to you on Cleveland Cliffs.
Yeah.
Poor Jimmy.
No, okay, listen.
Another one, by the way. I mean, it is what it is. I don't know what else to tell you other than the fact that.
Okay, S&P pressing up against the highs again.
Well, the environment isn't so great.
Well,
It
what's
isn't so
wrong with
great.
Cleveland Cliffs?
But thank you. You set that up perfectly. The environment isn't.
Okay, what's
so
wrong
great.
with Cleveland Cliffs?
Hot rolled coil steel prices are down 40% year to date. That is the story. When you look at this share price, and people ask me about this on the street, and I'm telling you, when you look at this share price,
Al
you ask-
Michaels is like throwing a football right now
Yeah.
at the TV set.
I looked at the rundown today to see if he was coming on. Thankfully, he's not.
I can bet you he's listening.
Okay, well, Al and everybody else, when you look at a stock price that's down like this, you have to ask yourself, if there's something wrong with the company or is there something wrong with the industry? The industry has sucked this year. I mean, I can't put it any more clearly. And because of that, pricing is down. Cleveland Cliffs has done the right things in a really lousy pricing environment. They've bought Stelco on the cheap. They just closed that. They have controlled costs really strongly. Now it's all about whether the upcycle in steel price is going to occur. Look, I'm going to give us a little more time. With steel prices down 40%, I think that the steel prices are ready to go higher, and with it, a much bigger Cleveland Cliffs to perform accordingly. But man,
Twilio, SPY looking good, grinding along. Buy order blocks continue to show up.
Pharmaceuticals, Rob Sechin, they raised their guidance. They did a top and a bottom beat.
Bitcoin pulling back now. Bitcoin pulling back from the high so far. Nvidia pulling back as well.
There's continued momentum in this core business, and there's potential for additional approvals in 25. Trades at a 31 forward PE, but they have hugely premium profitability, large operating margins, and free cash flow margins. 3 times the industry average.
Boeing still looking for a
Big
bounce.
call in the banks today. Why one firm says the financials could be the big election winner based on the results tonight. We're back.
Home Depot trying to push now. Home Depot. Earnings next week on Wednesday, I believe, right? Tuesday. Home Depot. Earnings next week. All right. Hope everyone's having a good day. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com.
In the energy drink.
Pretty decent day for the Bulls.
Seem to be, their growth prospects, they claim to do pretty well. They've got a unique market position that seems to be doing pretty well as the healthy energy drink or more healthy energy drink.
Yep.
My question to you is, since their growth has stopped growing, that it started to decelerate, is there a better product? Is that what's happening, or is this just a cycle that's been, it's better price now and it's a better entry point? Which is it?
Yeah, I think it's both. I think that Monster has done a phenomenal job of combating. They were a little late, understanding what Celsius was doing, but they've done a phenomenal job of expanding their product lines to compete
Oh, boy.
with what Celsius was doing. And I think other competitors have done the same. And just quite frankly, I mean, when a sector gets hot, especially the drink sector, it's really not that difficult for large companies like Coca-Cola or Pepsi to roll out new brands and products with similar features to the latest, greatest hot competitor. And I think that's what's happened to Celsius. So they're kind of a victim of their own success in that regard. We've seen that over and over again in the drink business, soft drinks, alcoholic drinks, energy drinks. It happens a lot because the barriers to entry are really small, especially when you're one of these large companies that already has the distribution space in every grocery store and convenience store across the country.
You throw in on top of it, and I think this is when it really started to slide a little bit, maybe because like your data showed that people were using and going to other brands, back to Monster, Ghost is another one.
Yeah.
But then PepsiCo also cuts their inventory levels or what they need because they see that also, and they have that big partnership as far as distribution goes with PepsiCo. Is that also what's hurting this stock? And and that's why
Continue to grind along. S&P.
Yeah, for sure.
Just grinding along.
It's more of a reaction to the declining consumer demand. They might have been a little bit slow to recognize what
Bitcoin looking for a higher low. It's fading a little bit off the high of the day. There was a liquidity grab up there a bit earlier, about an hour ago. Okay, Home Depot looks like it's going to go. Home Depot looks like it wants to go. Home Depot looks like it wants to go.
And they've made a name for themselves.
Okay, stop underneath 397. Looks like it's going to go.
So, overall, I think as we head into this the remainder of the year and, earnings that are, I think the stock has based out pretty well here. I think that Wall Street has pretty much digested all of the negativity and the slowdown in growth. And so now it's up to Celsius to come through with a surprise. And if they do, then there's definitely upside potential in this stock, both short term and long term.
All right, great discussion, great stuff. Yeah, 30 seems to be a base case for this stock over the last couple of
Home
weeks.
Depot
Great stuff.
trying to
Andy,
go.
Have a great day.
Thank you. You too.
All right, that's Andy Swan, co-founder at Likefolio, breaking down Celsius. I mean, if you just look at a 6 month, I mean,
It's brutal.
Breaking out.
I mean, 6 months down 59%. I have it in 6 months.
Yeah, it's been a slide.
Potentially.
It seems like it's got a base in your tab. Implied volatility levels elevated.
Looking for a breakout in Home Depot.
From an example trade.
So taking the entirety of Likefolio's data and that, you can almost see the ground from here, Tom. I mean, $31. I like the risk based on, it used to be almost 100.
Yep.
So what I looked at is something for the earnings event, taking the front expiration implied vol of 192. No, hold on. Yeah, 192 implied volatility. And the second expiration November 15th is 126. So about 67 points, something like that, 66 points. Tom, I went to the November 15th, bought the 31 call, so right at the money, just, a couple cents in the money, about $0.50 in the money. And then I looked at the expected move, about $4, and I sold.
Home Depot looks like it wants to keep going.
Call. So this is a call diagonal. As you can see there, if it were to move longer than that, the profit graph kind of flattens out there because you're spending right now $1.85 debit for a $4 diagonal. Right in line with the expected move if it goes there, and then and it's a 1 weeker. So you need a move. It's collecting theta. The risk is only what you pay for it, and you've got, like I said, you've got the long side till November 15th. So a call diagonal.
$4 wide call diagonal.
Yes.
Bullish stance here. Buying the November 15th monthly options that expire in 10 days. The 31 call, selling that 35 call in the November 8th weekly options that expire in just 3 days. 1 week wide, bullish, $4 wide, call diagonal to the upside. Paying less than half the width of the call diagonal.
Bentley Systems you're looking at?
See there, you've got a break even.
BSY.
About $32 on this one. Anything above that.
All right,
After
flat
earnings,
base.
Probably going to be profitability. You have that opportunity to roll that
Excuse
short
me.
option also as you get closer to expiration. That'll collect some more credits, increase potential profitability, lower your risk on it also, so you can on that portion of it. But
Unbelievable bet. Jeffries is one that's really interesting to me right here.
Steph, Bank of America, Wells, Morgan Stanley. On Bank of America, I said they take the target to 56 from 50.
I mean, the group is up 17% from the August lows, so it's had a nice run, but the quarters were fabulous across the board. It was investment banking fees, capital markets, wealth management, net new assets, all were better than expected, and they also controlled expenses, all of them across the board. We haven't even begun to see a net interest income cycle. If we do have the steep yield curve continue, I think that's a 2025 story. And Basel III endgame, that's capital requirements. It's going to be less than expected, from 19% requirement in terms of raising capital on their balance sheets to 9%. And I think as a result, you're going to have that excess capital come into shareholder returns, buybacks and dividend increases, and they're all cheap. I think you can own the big names. And you also know that I recently bought Wells Fargo. After cap gets lifted, I think that stock will be up 10% easy.
All right. Coming up, we have big calls today on housing, on hotels, and healthcare. We're back after this quick break.
All right, flat 50-day moving average on Bentley. Okay, watching Palantir consolidating at the highs. Home Depot. Okay. Bitcoin trying to make a higher low. Bitcoin. Okay, so Home Depot pressing a bit higher. SPY pressing up against the highs as well. Home Depot looks great. Okay. I'd like to see a bid come back to these small nuclear reactor companies. Boeing just sitting here looking for a bid in Boeing as well. Palantir, let's see, Twilio, look at this now. My strategy on Palantir is to look for a B pivot. If it does pivot and then we get a higher low, I'll be interested in buying some shares and selling some premium overhead covered calls. Let's see, Twilio, let's see what that looks like, Twilio. Twilio also having a good day, but I won't buy it here to look for a B and C pivot. Johnson Controls. Yep. I like the company.
All right, that was good for 404. More calls today. Marriott reiterated.
Okay, Home Depot looking good.
Waiting on the sidelines. What do we think, Jen?
Yeah, I think it's silly to wait on the sidelines on this one. So we've owned this for 10 years. Its annualized return is 10% over 10 years, gives us like 190% return. And that's just the kind of company Marriott is. They just deliver. And it's because they're capital intense light, they deliver huge free cash flow, and they just consistently grow. So they trade at 24 times, a premium to the market, comfortable paying that because in this case, you get that level of consistency. So I don't think you wait for it to break out. You just buy it and own it forever. It's one of those rare forever stocks.
Sorry to
Yeah,
interrupt.
Josh
talked about the other day, right, waiting for the breakout. It's interesting to note here that price target was raised to 246. It's obviously above 246.
This is where Josh and I disagree. I don't think there's a breakout coming. I think it's a slow and steady over the long run. So Josh.
Okay, S&P again, S&P.
Trajectory upward that we've had for the past 10 years. I don't see why that doesn't continue for the next 10.
Well, I mean, a breakout doesn't mean he's looking for a pop. I mean, he's not looking for a quick pop.
What do you think it means then? Because it's already trading at 24 times earnings, so what's it going to break out to?
Well, I think it could be at the start of, he would say.
Okay, there goes the S&P again, breaking higher.
Breakout.
Okay, there goes just about everything is finding buyers. So, sorry.
Starts to sharply go up. I look at it as just a smooth trajectory.
I'll let him speak for himself.
Okay.
Eli Lilly,
Home Depot.
$1,146 at Morgan Stanley. Robert.
Okay, looking really good.
You know, they revenues were up 20% year on year. You know, the blockbuster drugs, the GLP-1s came about 20% below expectations. I think, you know, that makes it a little choppy, but these wonder drugs are an incredible secular growth opportunity. Nearly half the world's populations can be beneficiaries of this, and so we're continuing to stay long the name, although we trimmed it back in May on the shows.
Okay, nice pop there on the SPY.
Tech upgraded to buy. Target 7.
SPY trying to take out the highs again.
That's a record high today. You own that.
Okay.
Yeah, they had a hiccup last year with revenues.
Another buy order block at the highs. Not another buy order block at the highs.
Infrastructure
they put across diversified revenue streams in communications, green energy, natural gas pipelines. So I continue to think this thing is really breaking out. That 170 is reachable. The midday word with Santoli is next.
Oh yeah, A Basin's nice. I remember skiing there, and it's been a long time, but so much different than skiing out east. Out east, everything gets icy underneath, and you maybe get a fresh snowfall, and you get 4 to 6 inches on top of that. But still, you got that ice underneath, so you got to get out early and ski it before everybody else skis it out. Colorado and out west, completely different skiing. I love skiing Canada too, up north, like Banff, that area. Very nice. Alberta. Some good memories there. Whistler Blackcomb. Watching Spy just grinding along. Spy looking good. Okay, Home Depot breaking higher. Okay. Palantir. Palantir not letting up. Looks good. Hope everyone's having a good Tuesday, Super Tuesday, election day. Get out to vote. I went this morning and the line was too big, too long. So I'm going to try again. I'll have no choice after the close. So I'll have a hard stop at 4. I'll go straight there. And cast my vote.
On the NASDAQ.
Okay. S&P continues to press the highs into the gap. Back up to 578. Looks like money's looking at 5,800.
Which is what is on your mind today?
Well, we closed yesterday in the S&P at pretty close to a 1-month low. So it feels as if everyone expects with any kind of a clear
Okay, Home Depot going some more.
Of a path for re-risking one way or the other. So without looking at the specifics of what's working and what's not today, to me, that's the primary dynamic. We're sort of back up to where we were a few days ago before we had that spill on Thursday. So it seems as if people don't want to let the market get too far in one direction. But the other piece
Home Depot continuation.
is very consistent with this pretty hot ISM services.
Okay, Z-scaler pressing the highs. We need security stocks.
Election outcome is also
in the future.
Of what the macro data and the underlying market trend has been, which is a little bit more of a cyclical leadership tone.
Yeah. What about the Fed meeting on Thursday? It's like the big event that no one's talking about for obvious reasons.
For sure.
Oh boy, man, this is some kind of day.
That good ISM services number didn't really
Some
change
kind of
the
follow
expectation
through.
of what happens then. I think we're still okay with the Fed that can be deliberate and even go meeting.
Okay, it's starting to see potential BNC pivot.
How the data are coming.
Twilio.
I'm not saying they're not high stakes, but I do think that they're manageable
and we can sort of live with the implications of whatever that message is on Thursday.
I'll see you in a couple hours on Closing Bell. That's Mike Santoli. We'll do finals next.
Okay, Twilio starting to fade a little bit from the highs. I'd really like to get into Twilio. The weekly. Okay, Twilio is going to do good in the future. It's going to give you a better entry here. Twilio. Looks good, Twilio. All right, there goes Zscaler on the move. Zscaler moving higher. Okay. Communications, very strong today. So is consumer discretionary. Okay, that tells me to look at Tesla. Tesla at the high. Okay, good. Looking good. Ba-da-bum-bum-ba-da-bum. Okay, S&P. Now we're having quite the day on the S&P. So S&P cash is doing well. Let me just check on my son, see where the hell he is. Bunch of 14-year-old boys coming over to the house today. They're taking a walk. Stay out of trouble. Okay. All right, looking good. SPY, S&P cash still pushing higher. There goes Home Depot. Home Depot going. Can't type. Home Depot's going. Goodbye, Home Depot. Home Depot on the move. There it goes, Home Depot. Well, good day for the bulls. NVIDIA just off the highs. 140 is still a major area that needs to get through. NVIDIA. Okay, looking forward to earnings. NVIDIA earnings. Home Depot, NVIDIA pulling back a bit. Profit taking. Okay, looking for a follow through tomorrow. Hopefully get back up to 144, so 145. Uber. What's Uber doing? Uber. Okay, grinding higher. Twilio pulling back, looking for a B and C pivot on Twilio. I don't know if we're going to get it. Pretty strong volume there right around 12:15, 12:20. Right when, who was it? Joe K mentioned it? Who was it that mentioned Twilio? looks really, really good on the weekly. Twilio on the weekly, you can see what I'm looking at here. Twilio. If you zoom out on this, you can see that Twilio is making a turn. Okay, breaking. If it gets above this area here around 100, probably the next stop on Twilio. Keeps going. Very strong price action. Looking for much higher. Twilio.
We'll have a big show at 3 o'clock Eastern, of course, on Closing Bell with the tech investor Glenn Kacher, Lauren Goodwin, Ryan Dietrich, Anastasia Amoroso, and Kevin Gordon of Schwab. Look forward to that. By the way, I'll be back starting at 7 o'clock Eastern for our CNBC special election coverage. It's live right here at the New York Stock Exchange. Don't forget that. Again, 7 o'clock Eastern, we'll have results as they come in and talk to the biggest names in business, too. Rob, final is what?
America should be a beneficiary of a soft landing, high quality loan book, stable deposit base, and rising loan volumes along with debt interest margins. It's also cheap.
Okay, good stuff. Thanks for being with us today. We'll see you soon. Farmer Jim.
Amazon, I'm picking it for its all-weather capabilities.
Okay, 2% on the day. And what is a green day across the board? Jenny Harrington.
The all-American Disney, because I believe in Americans' ability to spend no matter what happens tonight.
All right, Bill Baruch. Leidos, much cheaper than Palantir. It has there's defensive contracts as well as a strong emphasis in the IT space. All right, Steph?
DuPont, they beat, they raised, electronics is on fire, gross margins expanded, and the spin is coming in 18 months.
All right, I will see you back on Closing Bell in a couple hours' time. The exchange begins now.
Thank you very much, Scott, and welcome to the exchange. I'm Kelly Evans, and here's what's ahead. The day is here, the stakes are high, and trades for both candidates seem to be working right now. Big tech outperforming, that's said to be a Harris indicator, but DJT, crypto, and bond yields are rising as well, and that's more of a Trump basket. We'll look at what the market seems to be telling us and where it's placing its bets in the home stretch on this election day. Plus big global implications for the results as well. The world is watching, and we'll look at how this outcome could shift the geopolitical landscape, maybe affect some international trades as well. And don't forget about the Fed. We have a rate decision Thursday, and rates, of course, are up sharply since that jumbo cut in September.
Okay, SPY did dip just now, futures.
But first, let's get over to Dom Chu with the latest on these markets now.
All right, so Kelly, we're going to put some numbers behind
Twilio,
the opening of yours just now because
looking
we are
really good.
talking about markets that are generally higher. And seeing as how many traders are talking about this kind of coin toss aspect of the election outcome, we are just back to the levels, just in context, to where the S&P 500 opened for trading on that Thursday Halloween day. So again, we were back up, but just to the point we were mid last week. The Dow Industrial is up about 427 points. It's good for about a 1% gain, 42,220. The S&P 500 is at 5776. It's up north of 1% as well, 63 points to the upside. This is right near the highs of the session, which currently stand at up 68 points. Even at the lows of the session, we were up roughly 10 points. That is your intraday trading range. And just for reference, that 50-day moving average that we talked about as possible areas of support currently stands below right now at 5706. That's a level some traders will watch throughout the course of the evening. The NASDAQ Composite, the tech heavier trade up 250.
Sorry about that. I didn't realize I was still on mute.
Yeah, certainly. On the corporate side, I don't think.
I don't know if you heard. Schwab called. I'm like looking at my account. Did I do something wrong? I'm not on margin, am I? Yeah. So just a courtesy call to tell me about some free webinars, checking with people that have been with Schwab a long time. See how they're doing with Thinkorswim.
What about on the Harris side? There has been talk of raising corporate taxes, and some analysis I've seen said that would be a headwind of a couple percentage points to earnings per share growth in the next few years and that kind of thing. I don't know if that's an area where you can really position one way or the other, because either corporate events or macro events tend to overwhelm those kind of changes at the margin. But would you be a seller of stocks in that scenario?
No, because I think in Harris, if she wins,
Okay.
she's more likely to have full control of government, whereas Republicans are more likely to have the House and Senate. So she'd be in divided government. I think it's less likely you'd have
I don't believe anything I'm hearing on TV, the media.
There's this so-called Pillar 2 agreement taxing multinational, the U.S. Basically tax rates on multinationals.
Okay, looks good. The Qs, all right, Twilio. Lots of tech looking good. All right, NVIDIA doing what it did yesterday about this time of day. You hit the highs, bounced, moved back down, try to get back above the highs. Yesterday was a kind of a down day with the CHIPS Act headwinds. Okay, Amazon looking okay. All the New York FANG stocks look okay. AMD is a drag. Looking for AMD to get off of this 140 level.
Between now and the midterms, I think there's, in a Republican sweep, there's extraordinary range for policy change. Really, either way, there's three major events that have to happen next year. You have to fund the government. There's going to be
Meta.
two deadlines.
Okay, let's see what Meta's doing. Meta. Okay, that's hanging on to the highs. Meta.
And then you have to extend the 2017 reforms. And when you open up the tax code, everything is on the table, including the renewable subsidies in the IRA. So I think there's tremendous scope for legislative change.
Very interesting. Don, thanks so much for joining us this afternoon. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
By the way, Don, before I let you go, since you might be more down. Nate Silver says it's basically a coin flip. You run 80,000 simulations. I think he said Harris wins, and 40,000 in 12 of them. Would you add any color or context to who you think is most likely to win based on the information you have at this point?
We've been at 55% favoring Trump for some time. I'd say my confidence over the past week has been kind of moving closer that direction, but I still think, based on the polling and everything we see, I'd rather be Trump than Harris today.
All right, Don, thanks for joining us. Don Schneider, we appreciate it. Meantime, a record number of wealthy Americans are busy applying for second passports and permanent residencies outside of the U.S. Maybe Don's figures give us a sense of why. Robert Frank is here.
Maybe they do actually leave. There's a lot of people that said if Trump wins, that they'll leave the country. Maybe this time they actually mean it. Interesting.
For investment visas and passports up more than 30% this year. Americans are now the #1 group applying for many of the top investment migration programs. A survey by Arden Capital found that 53% of American millionaires say they're likely to leave the U.S. after the election, no matter who wins.
The majority of our clients are, very successful business owners, entrepreneurs. We obviously have a lot of the leaders in the tech.
Okay, Zscaler continues to push the highs. Most stocks are pushing up against the highs of the day. Microsoft pulling back a little bit here. Microsoft.
So where are the wealthy going? Well, Malta has become the new status symbol for second passports. For about $650,000 plus fees, you can get citizenship and live and work anywhere in Europe. St. Lucia and Antigua, pretty nice spots, also popular. But for permanent residencies, Portugal is the favorite. That requires investment of about 250,000 euros. You have Greece, Spain, and Italy, also big for Americans right now. The prices, though, are going up, so you better act fast. Greece is nearly doubling the price of its golden visa for certain parts of the country. Now, for a complete guide of moving overseas after the election, you can go to my newsletter, Inside Wealth. That's Inside Wealth, CNBC.com/Inside Wealth, CNBC.com/Inside Wealth. And the numbers here are staggering. When you talk to the attorneys, you look at the applications per country. It's Americans, Americans, Americans. And we've never seen this, right, in a run-up to an election before.
I wonder if it's because of what Don was just talking about. There are going to be these expiring tax cuts in 2025, and the deficit situation being what it is, it's hard to see a path where rates don't go higher, personal rates, maybe even some estate planning rates, that sort of thing.
Absolutely. But what's different about this group applying right now is that taxes are not the top concern. Because remember, we tax global income. So even if you live in Portugal, even if you get a second passport,
Bitcoin's still fading a bit.
as an American on your income. So you don't get a tax break right now, but unless you pay the exit tax and really renounce your citizenship, which is a whole different process.
Okay, Meta still hanging on to the high. Meta.
They just don't want to be here.
It's social issues, whether it's I don't like this candidate or whether it's more sort of general issues about gun violence, anti-Semitism, anti-Islamophobia, just fear of political and cultural unrest, instability.
Okay, so these iron condors just watching price action. They're just staying right where they should. Meta bouncing. Okay, back to the center of this. Looks good.
And continuing throughout the night until Swapbox begins an hour earlier at 5 a.m. Eastern Time. Now, as we've been chatting, 10-year notes went up for auction top of the hour. Rick Santelli here, and how's it looking, Rick?
You know, it was a pretty good auction. It was the second leg of an auction. This was $42 billion in 10-year notes. The yield, 4.347. Pretty much right about where the when issued market was trading. The grade I gave this auction for demand at straight up 1 Eastern was a B, as in boy, primarily because there was a very strong component in the form of direct bidders. That was the highest level in basically 10 years. We saw indirect bidders, the weakest level in a little over a year. All the other metrics were roughly in line with 10 auction averages. 432 right now. It was 433 before the auction buttoned up, so we have rallied a bit, pushing yields down. We're up 3 basis points as we sit right now, hovering very near Friday's close, which is the highest close since the first couple of days in July. We all recall that was a very shockingly weak creation on jobs, but lots of noise within that report.
AMD, yeah, it's just sitting here, no action at all. AMD.
It certainly seems as though supply is a focus around the globe. We saw a gilt auction, that's the 10-year maturity in the UK. They'll have a really messy auction, pushing their yields up to a 1-year high yield close. Kelly, back to you.
Rick, should we not overlook, when we watch stocks rising today, bonds selling off a touch? I mean, could ISM Services be as much to do with this as any election, bets one way or the other? That was a strong round of data today.
Oh, absolutely. There's very little doubt about it. Now, before that data came out, we were hovering right about where we are now. We did get the high yields around 436 plus after those service numbers, and we did actually see the prices paid ease back. Normally, that is something that pushes yields lower. But yes, the service sector, much different than the manufacturing sector, is doing quite well. Some of those headline numbers today in the service sector had 21 consecutive months above 50, which is expansion.
Okay, SPY, after a dip from the highs, looking for a bounce.
Rick Santelli. And coming up, we're just over 48 hours away from the Fed decision on interest rates. Our market guest expects another quarter-point cut this week and probably another in December. We'll ask him why and get his reaction to the 10-year auction next, and also talk about the balance sheet, how that might be driving yields lately as well. Plus, 1/5 of the S&P is reporting earnings this week with names like Supermicro, Novo Nordisk, and CVS. We'll bring you the action, the story, and the trade in those 3 names ahead in earnings exchange. We're back after this.
Okay, so that looks good on Meta and AMD. AMD just sitting down here. Meta hanging out at the highs. Twilio looking for continuation. I'd love to see a BNC pivot at some point, running up against supply on the weekly time frame over there on the right. Okay. Go to the daily. It is election day, so letting positions run, looking for some opportunities. The New York FANG stocks are all doing well, so not bad. Okay, let's go take a look at Supermicro for earnings. Survey says Supermicro, okay. So they're looking at 32 upside and 20 downside. Supermicro for earnings. Where is... All right, Supermicro watching this for earnings. Oh, it's 120 already. Wow. Yep, the day is flying by. Okay, Supermicro. Let's see. SMCI. See what the options are going for. Friday options.
Welcome back to the exchange. Both stocks and bonds are moving today. Bond yields, I should say, are moving higher as investors head to the polls. The Dow hasn't fallen on election day since 2004. It's actually been pretty strong performance. The S&P and the Nasdaq haven't been down on this day since 2000, so we're keeping with recent history. Meanwhile, Treasury yields are moving higher with the 10-year closing in on its highest since July. Our next guest says this is a market discounting a Trump win.
Trump media is starting to push off VWAP.
Macroeconomics. I don't know if you want to get, I mean, there's sort of, is it discounting a Trump win? Are these trades going to ultimately be proven?
Come on,
right?
can you stop with the politics? FUC.
Yeah, that was a little over.
Me.
But not a lot of net movement here. So look at the price activity here. You can see we had our 52-week highs here, then a bit of a drop off. Then from this high point, you could draw this blue trend line. From this low point, you could also draw this upward sloping blue trend line to give us this kind of triangular shape to encompass most of the price action here. Unfortunately for the bulls, gap down, fell, below our trend line here, our blue line, heavy volume during that move here. So not encouraging for the bulls whatsoever here. Also, you can see we have broken below our moving averages, our faster 21 days crossing below our slower 63-day, which is a sign of further acceleration to the downside here, a sign of further trend degradation here. But, some interesting candle patterns here real fast. You can see that we had our large red candle that day, then a Harami where the green.
Okay, Twilio still pushing. Twilio still pushing.
And today it's looking like we're actually forming a bullish engulfing candle. So that could mean
Okay.
that, the Harami kind of a reversal signal, and then the bullish engulfing candle, we would want to see some upside breakout based on that. Look for follow through the next day for confirmation.
Yeah, and so I do think that here, this decent move today to the upside, obviously seeing some strength today in all the tech names, but as far as momentum behind the trend of Microsoft here, maybe attempting to recover, what are you seeing with RSI?
RSI exhibiting not a lot of big moves once again here. I mean, it was kind of tough to draw a consistent trend line on anything near term. I mean, you could go from here to here, a gradual decline.
The lower edge was pretty much flat though, a supportive area, horizontal area, just below 40 or so. So a couple areas to watch at least. But in terms of like the recent price action, I mean, that's not much of a trend line or anything to follow here. So we just had this rather severe price change. So we kind of got to let things settle a little bit before we can do any clear short-term activity to watch on the RSI here. But for now, below the 50 midline, green upward trend line still intact, but pretty close to potentially breaking through it more bearishly and overall.
Yeah, so now last but not least here, we're looking at some price levels again to keep on our radar. I do think that Microsoft, even though it's one of the less interesting maybe of the Mag 7 as far as
Okay, Supermicro for earnings.
watch as we go into
They're looking at
the next 24 hours. So
$19, $20 downside, 24% expected move, 32 on the upside.
Our green line and our red line here, 404 to 433 or so.
353% expected move. And by IV, sorry.
You can see our volume profile study. The volume really kind of drops off beyond those areas. And, price hasn't spent a ton of time beyond those points. So those seem like some pretty reasonable boundaries to start looking at. So if we were to look to the downside, green line right here, a low point that we reached here, and then we kind of bottomed out near there again another time. Very close to our purple 252-day EMA. So between like 403 to 404.50 or so. Beyond that, longer term trend line, and ultimately our light green lines and lows, 388, 390, around that point. To the upside here, we have our moving average cluster and our volume profile point of control, 415 to 420 or so. That would be a tough area to get above. Then the top of our kind of range area here, you can see our pink line here around 430, 350.
yeah, I think that is a good takeaways here and a lot to look at when it comes to Microsoft shares. But now we trade this name. We pulled back a bit from actually session highs. We were
All right, watching Trump media trying to go again.
So we're seeing some
Trump media.
retracement, still having a pretty nice day though, all things considered. So how do you think about trading this name?
Yeah, I think when you look at that, it's hard to argue with Rick's technical story, but we're still talking about Microsoft, and he laid out a pretty defined range the stock has been stuck in. And so whether you're bearish, whether you're bullish, it's going to have to break out of that range first. And so rather than pick a direction, I looked at a range-bound strategy, a neutral strategy, seeing that big cluster of volume between about 405 to 435 holding. And so what we looked at here was an iron condor. We went just outside those ranges to make this iron condor. Going out to the December monthly cycle, selling the 400, 395 put vertical and the 450, 455 call vertical, looking for $1.75 credit. So that credit would be a little bit more than 1/3 the width of the strike. So it creates a little bit better than a 2-to-1 risk reward ratio. Break even to the downside is 398.25, and to the upside 451.75. You risk $325 with a chance to make 175. What always appealed to me about this particular strategy, Jenny, is we're always told to buy low and sell high. Well, as a stock moves around with a range-bound strategy like this that has short gamma, you're going to get naturally longer, theoretically, with deltas as it tests the lower end of the trade. And as it rallies, if it does, it'll slowly get more neutral and then perhaps even bearish. So your trade is naturally buying low and selling high for you, which I always found to be appealing and interesting when looking at kind of how you can use option strategies to set up different things depending on what the setup is in the stock or asset that you're trading.
Yeah, and I think a good way to, I think, describe a lot of the nature of course, looking at Microsoft right now, which is actually, still up at 0.8%. I was making sure we weren't falling any more substantially here. But we'll leave it there for our Chartmaster segment. Now coming up next, it's time to talk a clear winner on the day. That is Palantir, which is up 22% roughly. Surge as high as 51.19 a share, a significant green candle on this session. We'll dive into what the street liked about this report coming up next.
All right, Twilio continues to give us a nice follow through. All right, Apple pulling back a little bit from the highs. Google. I wouldn't be surprised to see some profit taking BNC pivots. BNC pivots. Looking for those, as long as we don't like fade too hard.
Schwab Network.
With Schwab investing themes, it's easy to invest in ideas you believe in. Spot a trend in electric vehicles? Have a passion for online gaming? Or want to explore the space economy? Choose from over 40 themes, each with up to 25 stocks identified by our unique algorithm. Buy it as is or customize to align with your goals. All at your fingertips. Schwab investing themes, 40 customizable themes, up to 25 stocks in just a few clicks.
At each and every angle, the whole picture, everything comes full circle on Trading 360. Catch us right here at the New York Stock Exchange on Trading 360, only on Schwab Network.
This election season, stay out of the muck and the mudslinging. Schwab Network's by the numbers coverage of the presidential cycle.
How could this election impact your financial future?
Next week is going to be a crazy political week.
Election trades are fraught with risk. No agenda, no hysteria, just good old-fashioned analysis of what policy means for your portfolio.
Stay informed, stay ahead. Tune in to our election coverage on Schwab Network.
Accelerate your market knowledge
And shift your perspective.
Mhm.
Real-time example trades in full hours of trading.
I'm Tom White.
I'm Kevin Hayes. Catch me on Fast Market, weekdays at noon on the Schwab Network.
Fast Market, ready for you, ready to go at 12 p.m. Eastern on the Schwab Network.
Welcome back to Next Gen Investing. It's now time for FOMO. Today we are looking at Palantir, which is up 22%, just shy of 22%. We'll round up to the upside in the shares today on the back of what was a report that was seemingly
Palantir starting to see a little fade now. Okay.
To discuss more is Caroline Woods, senior markets correspondent for the network. So Caroline, we talked about how their CEO can be a bit controversial. Some of the response of the remarks he made, I do think were interesting, but hey, it was able to obviously cause some nice upside today because this is the best day we've had, all year for Palantir. Hey there, Jenny. Yes, we talked about Palantir yesterday. We talked about the potential for a big move after earnings. I think Alex's example trade was for a 20+% pop, and here you go. Shares, as you said, up about 22% right now, reaching new highs. We also talked about Alex Karp's, CEO Alex Karp's colorful commentary. He didn't disappoint there in terms of some of the comments. We absolutely eviscerated this quarter, he said, driven by unrelenting AI demand that won't slow down. He says this is a U.S.-driven AI revolution that has taken full hold. The world will be divided between AI haves and have-nots. At Palantir, we plan to power the winners. So running through the numbers, as you can see here, adjusted EPS of 10 cents was a penny higher than what Wall Street was looking for. Revenue climbed 30% to $725.52 million. The expectation was for more like 705. Commercial revenue was up 27% overall to $317 million. Here in the U.S., commercial revenue grew 54% year over year to $179 million. And then government revenue was up 33% to $408 million. U.S. government revenue grew by 40% year over year to $320 million. Palantir closed 104 deals over $1 million in the quarter. And then in terms of outlook, was able to raise its outlook across the board, raised revenue guidance to between 2.8 and 2.805 to 2.809.
All right, futures pulling back a bit.
Revenue guidance in excess of $687 million. That represents a growth rate of at least 50%. This is for the full year. Raised adjusted income from operations guidance to
S&P pulling back.
$1.058 billion.
Okay, maybe some, I don't know. Last time I tried puts on an election day, it didn't work out really well. Still think we're going to be higher end of the week, next week. So I'm not going to place any bets on that per se. Trump media is starting to turn up.
Saying this is still only the beginning. Went on to say a juggernaut is emerging. This is the software century, and we intend to take the entire market. So shares now up 194% year to date.
Yeah, a great day for Dr. Karp in Palantir shareholders. I was just looking up Dr. Karp's position, something like 50 million shares in the name. So nothing to complain about in the Karp household.
Okay, there goes Trump Media. Trump Media is starting to go.
Up some $500 million. But we talked about yesterday, Caroline, analysts just not being on board with this particular stock. The rise was so rapid. Just throwing gas on the fire today. Was this enough to get some of those doubters to finally capitulate?
No, I think that's what's really interesting. The bulls became more bullish, but we didn't see any crossover from the majority of analysts that sit on the sidelines or rate Palantir as a sell. More than 50% of analysts still on the sidelines, almost 30% still rate it as a sell or equivalent. So we haven't seen analysts jump on board. Now, some of the bulls, Dan Ives over at Wedbush, he has the street high price target now after a hike to $57 per share. He said this was a masterpiece AI print and guide by the Messi of AI. He called it an eye-popping quarter, talked about AIP receiving unprecedented demand as more enterprises realize the value of Palantir's entire product suite. So, there's that end of the spectrum. Bank of America as well boosted its price target to $55 a share, kept its buy rating, saying we continue to view the adoption of Palantir's AI-enabled products and reach in its early days as more companies realize the time, resource, and cost savings possible. In our view, Palantir's moat as the differentiated adoptive AI enabler is only growing with each new use case carrying compounding unit economics. So there are some bulls out there, but then if you take a look, did get some price target hikes from some of the more skeptics, but DA Davidson raised to 47 from 28, kept a neutral rating. 47 obviously lower than where it's currently trading now. Mizuho hiked to 37 from 30, stuck with an underperform rating. RBC had the lowest price target on the street with $9 a share. We talked about this yesterday. They said we cannot rationalize why Palantir is the most expensive name in software. They did get a little bit more bullish with their price target, but only up to $11 a share. So that's still the street low for Palantir. So yeah, it's an interesting one because analysts largely doubters, and this is a stock that's just surged higher. So definitely a good candidate for the FOMO segment. I like that you said the bulls got more bullish. It seems like the bears got more bearish. I feel like this is becoming like our new Tesla play as far as like the polarizing nature of it, where there's such strong convictions. Because I was thinking the same thing, and I was like, gosh, it doesn't seem like the skeptics.
All right, starting to see B and C pivots, potentially S&P pulling back a bit.
Perhaps doesn't change if you're bearish, you're just digging your heels in. But great insight as always, Caroline Woods. Appreciate it. Senior markets correspondent for the network. And so now we trade this name, Alex, and I think to Caroline's point, there's a healthy degree of skepticism today from those that have been skeptics because this name has been on quite the tear. I liked the fact that there was government contracts that have only grown and that I know there's weakness in their international exposure components of their segment, but the revenue.
Okay, NVIDIA looking for a follow through.
Considered there's a stability when it comes to their.
It is backing off the highs.
Throw a bit of a wrench into that narrative, but it's the stability that I'd like to see from Palantir, which has been such a volatility play.
Yeah, I think there's a conversation to be had of, how do you manage an investment in this name?
Okay, we got a little bit more than 2 hours to go.
So rather than get into, what do you do with an investment? I'm just looking at it solely from a new trade standpoint in the lens of FOMO with the stock jumping 20% today. This is a stock that could easily reprice to the downside at some point if disappointment comes because it's so volatile. How do you protect against that? You use a risk-defined strategy so that you're not exposed to an outlier move. All the while, it is now a momentum play. This is now a very strongly uptrending stock with momentum behind it. And oftentimes, sometimes I shouldn't say one way or another, but momentum builds on itself until it doesn't, and you see, new highs beget new highs. That's the whole trend follower kind of technical argument for why you should.
S&P pulling back. All right, so we're getting some profit taking across the market. All right, Boeing looking for a push. That's still sitting here, Boeing. NVIDIA, Apple. Everything's pulling back a little bit. Trump Media pushing a bit higher. Trump Media.
If you get another 10% rally in this stock, there's a chance to make max profit over the next month and some change. So most importantly, it's risk defined. Break even is at 52, Jenny. But this is a stock that can move and move in a hurry. And if that happens, one way or another, you're limited exposure. So it's a way to look at a name at all-time highs but not perhaps have that uneasiness of knowing that, hey, if something happens and this changes price dramatically to the downside, reverts, you're limited in terms of your exposure.
Yeah, and I do think that that's important, especially considering we were trading this for example purposes, but on the day when we are up almost 22% on the session. So pretty nice day for Palantir.
Looking for BNC pivots.
Alex Karp, who had very strong commentary to say about how really unprecedented their AI demand really has been. But we'll leave it there for our FOMO conversation. Now coming up next, time to talk some divergence in our fast food players today. We are seeing a nice move to the upside in Yum Brands, of course, the parent company of KFC, Taco Bell. And then QSR is unfortunately down on the session. That's the Burger King and Popeyes play. We'll discuss more what the street liked with these reports coming up next.
All right, election day. I got to get out there and do my thing. S&P still fading.
Trading the trending names every day. I'm Tom White, host of Fast Market, ready for you, ready to go at 12 p.m. Eastern on the Schwab Network.
Looking for BNC pivots.
Trading at Schwab is powered by Ameritrade, bringing you futures and forex for round-the-clock market access, even when equities markets are closed. All on our award-winning.
All right, that's S&P starting to bounce. TTM is starting to turn on the 1 minute.
Curated education and insights, and trading specialists ready to help, however complex the strategy. With a wider range of opportunities, you can trade brilliantly with Schwab.
No politics, no noise, from bell to bell and beyond. Schwab Network is available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free. Schwab Network.
Welcome back to Next Gen Investing. I'd now like to welcome in Jeff Pierce, who's the Senior Manager of Derivatives Trading for Charles Schwab, to discuss Yum Brands as well as QSR's earnings. So we'll start off with maybe the more optimistic story of the two here, Jeff. We'll look at Yum Brands, which I was seeing some strength. I believe it was led by Taco Bell. I can't tell if I'm now remembering that because Taco Bell is my favorite of all the brands or not, but definitely is. I'm too frequent a flyer at Taco Bell, but walk us through this report.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. It is Taco Bell based, and you're also right. It's the best brand out of all of the names that we're going to talk about today. But we're seeing them up about 2.5%. And the report was okay. If we look at the details here, net income came in at about $382 million. That was down from last year when it was $416 million. Earnings per share did miss slightly at $1.37 versus $1.41, down from $1.44 a year ago. Revenues rose 7%, but they missed expectations of $1.83 billion, and that is the company's sixth straight quarter of a revenue miss. Overall, if we look at same-store sales, down about 2% compared to the 0.2% decline that analysts were expecting. But as you pointed out, as far as same-store sales, Taco Bell was really the winner. They were up 4% overall, while we saw Pizza Hut and KFC both down 4% in same-store sales. A lot of that was coming from international, right? If you look at Pizza Hut, internationally, same-store sales fell 6%. And just 1% here in the U.S. KFC, same-store sales.
All right, Twilio going again.
For the quarter. In terms of the reaction here, I think what we're seeing is somewhat.
Twilio, new high of the day.
These names are really fighting for the consumer right now. A lot of that has to do with pricing.
Okay. Looks like they're not done yet. Just BNC pivots. I would take some profits off into strength. Reassess the markets tomorrow after the election. Hopefully it's something quick.
They are planning on refreshing those deals in Q4 and rolling out some new deals. They still say that they are, focusing on that 5% unit growth long term.
Boeing still drifting lower. Boeing looking for that to get going now over the next few days. Boeing, Nvidia looking for a B pivot here.
But restaurant brands, a little bit different geographical mix, a little bit more, actually pretty much entirely U.S., Canada exposure, where of course Yum! Brands has a little bit more other international exposure. What was the difference here? Because I see a negative reaction in QSR.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's important. I'm glad you brought that up. It's important to know that that China exposure for Yum! Brands is obviously a very important part of this story. As far as QSR, which is Restaurant Brands International, I think it's important for Popeyes and Firehouse Subs. Their report came in with a lot of similar qualities to it. They missed on revenue 2.29 billion versus 2.3 expected. That was still up about almost 25% year over year, but a lot of that had to do with the acquisition of Burger King franchises as well as their Popeyes business in China earlier in the year. If we look at EPS earnings per share, that missed at 93 cents versus 94 expected. System-wide sales rose just 3.2%. Tim Hortons really stood out, 2.8% rise in system-wide sales. Or if we look at Burger King, Popeyes, Firehouse, all lower.
Twilio going. Twilio, have high expectations for that one. Twilio earnings. Looking for this to be over 100 in the short term. Twilio earnings growth has been about 200%. Earnings growth 200%. Revenue growth has been about 10%. Earnings surprise last time was it beat top expectations. Looking for Twilio to be over 100 in the short term. Looking at Twilio on the weekly time frame earlier, you can see what I'm thinking here. Twilio, if this recaptures, if Twilio recaptures any part of this, we could see a four-bagger over the next year or so. Twilio, communications channels, voice, text, chat, video. Lots of APIs. Okay, supporting the world's most demanding applications. Looking for Twilio, based out of San Francisco, to continue improving. Okay, I'd love to see this head towards the midpoint of this.
But if you look at each individual, they all have turnaround stories. Burger King is in a turnaround phase right now. They have been since late 2022. They're healthier than they were then, but still struggling a little bit. Popeyes focusing on promotions, driving foot traffic. They're also expanding internationally. So even though we're seeing this international growth of 8% in system-wide sales, if you look individually at the companies in their portfolio, a lot of them are trying to change their business model while they're fighting inflation and trying to drive a very cautious consumer into their restaurants. So there isn't one particular standout, plan that seems to be working for these companies. They're all trying mainly around promotions and pricing, and it's still been a struggle.
That's kind of to summarize what you're saying and kind of what Jenny brought up is really you're talking about a story that was one of margin expansion.
So Twilio, yeah, looking for
cost pressures alleviated. Now
continuation of this current move. Volume suggests institutions have been buying this on the gap up after its recent earnings. Okay, Twilio, I really like this one. On the watch list. 200% earnings growth. I love it, love it, love it.
on the quick service restaurant space. Coming up next is Under 30. We're going to have George Tillis weigh in on Super Micro. Maybe the forgotten story of the day with all going on within the political.
I like to see this volume continue.
After the close today, a lot of pressure on this company to get some stuff sorted out.
All right, S&P, looking for a BNC pivot on S&P. Okay, let's look at Palantir, PLTR. Okay, just hanging out at the highs. No BNC pivot per se. Looking for a BNC pivot.
Investing is under 30 times today, looking at SMCI, the stock that took the investing world by storm over the last couple of years. Earnings after the close for Super Microcomputer, and to help us preview that is George Tillis, Senior Markets Correspondent for the Schwab Network. George, numbers will be in focus, but how much are they going to be overshadowed by this?
All right, so Twilio, TWLO.
To kind of summarize, I guess, what's going on with that.
Thank you very much, Twilio. Okay, let's go see what's working midday. Let's see what's working midday on the S&P 500. Okay, Palantir, obviously, Cummins engines. Big move today, 8.68%. Dow Chemical, Emerson Electric are a little fade from the highs. GE Vernova, nice follow through. These were hot and still holding on to the highs of the day. Vertex Pharmaceuticals looking for the breakout. Whatever happened to VKTX? Viking Therapeutics. Sorry, just sitting down here at the 50 day.
With Tom and Kevin on the Fast Market program, and it's there's two ways I can approach it. It's either a very cheap stock or very expensive stock, and
okay, GE, Vertex, Viking Therapeutics.
They're expected to earn 72
Okay.
cents a share, and that's about 200% higher.
GE Vernova, that one's trending, looking very sharp here.
Last year, and sales are expected to still be remarkable, again, based on the numbers that are available to me at 6.44 billion.
Looks good. Twilio,
Than last year's 2.12.
Twilio hanging on to the highs.
Now, obviously, there's a lot of demand for their technologies, their integrated solutions for cloud and data centers, server markets, liquid cooled technologies, the rack server technologies, Dell computers or Dell technologies. Hewlett Packard Enterprises are major, legacy competitors of Supermicro. There has been a lot of capital expenditures that the company's incurred. But there's also the questions about what they're doing from an accounting standpoint. First off, there's questions about their inventory and how they're booking their inventory. So there's sort of a revenue recognition problem that I suggest it may be an overhang. This is according to the short report. The other thing is that there were some issues associated with their export controls. They violated, apparently, according to the Hindenburg report, export controls. So maybe that's one of the reasons why Ernst & Young declared themselves to, absolve the relationship or break the relationship with Supermicro. But, nonetheless, anytime there's accounting irregularities, you just sell. And so everyone has sold. The short interest has risen. It's around 17 or 18% of the free float right now. And even the market maker move is expected to be close to $7. So I'm going to, just give or take my math.
Oh, boy. All right. So Bitcoin trying again to take out the highs, getting back up to the highs we saw last week would be nice. I like the idea of taking some profits off and reducing my exposure into the close. I'd like to see how the markets fare, what direction they're going to choose. My personal opinion, not that it matters, is that like the previous 3 elections, presidential elections, the markets were higher thereafter. After the election, they were higher.
Yeah, that's a really good question. I honestly don't think this is going to be affecting NVIDIA very much. The reason I say that is that, first off, when I talked about this company, 6 to 9 months ago, one of the things I thought about and I did discuss is that the technology. Liquid cooled servers have been around for quite some time. It's not necessarily unique technology. One of the things about it that was unique is that it was very suitable and actually developed for NVIDIA's chip infrastructure. But at the same time, that could easily be replicated by larger companies like Dell or Hewlett Packard. So to me, that didn't necessarily have a durable competitive advantage. The other thing is there was a lot of short interest, around 9 or 10% of the float. This goes back about 2 quarters ago. So there were obviously some accounting issues going on, revenue recognition issues for the company that's idiosyncratic to itself. So, NVIDIA could
all right, Twilio,
Palantir.
Palantir. All right, let's go keep looking at what's going on in the markets.
Obviously, the market is deciphering the difference because NVIDIA is moving higher. It's pulled back over the past
Generac looking much better. Generac breaking out. Beautiful move on Generac. Bounce off the 50-day moving average last week on Thursday.
This could be a pretty significant move for Supermicro if, again, shorts cover, they beat expectations, and get more evidence of what they're really doing from an accounting standpoint. Because if you look at next year's earnings, it's around $4.38, which puts the next year's multiple only 5 times earnings. It's extremely cheap, contingent upon the numbers that are provided already. So let's see what they say.
Yeah, it will be interesting to see what they say. We'll be watching this one when they report. Appreciate it, George Chillis. And that'll also do it for Alex and myself for Next Gen Investing for this.
All right, we're coming into 2 o'clock. A little bit more than 2 hours to go. Bitcoin moving back up to the highs. After a little dip, looks like profit taking.
How could this election impact your financial future?
Next week is going to be a crazy political week.
Election trades are fraught with risk. No agenda, no hysteria, just good old-fashioned analysis of what policy means for your portfolio.
Stay informed, stay ahead. Tune in to our election coverage on Schwab Network.
All right, so Generac looking good.
It is a multi-trillion-dollar.
All right, let's take a look at the Dow Jones. Dow Jones. Intel's up 3%. Goldman Sachs, nice little bounce. Financials doing okay. Caterpillar with a bounce. Amazon trying to hold on to these areas overhead. Okay, Palantir pushing a bit higher. Palantir.
Being lucky in trading is great, but it's not its formula for success. You need to be able to find opportunities in the marketplace and sift through enormous, staggering amounts of data. You certainly see patterns. Context is so important.
I think the best traders I've seen have insatiable
Palantir.
curiosity. Otherwise, certain parts of your skills will become outmoded by competition or by technology.
When we look at your whole brain, we don't see any activation in these emotional or reward pathways, as if you don't have an emotional reaction.
I'm not very good at sales, turns out. I am very good at trading.
I have a trading system that I've used for over 10 years now, and it's almost second nature to me.
Do you think that this is potentially a human superpower?
All right.
Welcome to Market Overtime on the Schwab Network.
Quality Focus has worked pretty much across all 11 sectors.
We deployed a fantastic array of new technology.
The companies that are doing well are almost too big to fail.
Have you set yourself up correctly.
It's controversial. The old guard is saying, "Oh, wait, off with their head."
AI feels controversial and it's going crazy right now.
It is going crazy.
So what does all of this mean for the market?
As long as people want to buy it, the price can go up.
Oh my goodness, the Fed cannot do everything they used to do to save this market.
Instead of taking cues, set the cues.
There's nowhere else I would want my money.
No more than 5% in any one stock, no more than 20% in any one sector.
Now there's a market for every single one of these people. There's a market for you. Market Overtime on the Schwab Network. Thanks for tuning in.
All right, Palantir looks like it wants to do something again. I don't know. At 51, I'm looking for a dip to buy. Nothing yet. Apple.
Good afternoon. Welcome to the watch list. It's 11.
2 hours to go.
Markets are higher across the board. Every single sector has been higher throughout this day. I'll have to double check that, but it's been a day of gains as we await. In the meantime, you also have the Fed coming up, right? Okay, right now it's about.
Okay, let me see what else I want to sell some premium on. See, Amazon's looking good. Amazon.
So here's what's coming up on today's show.
Let's see what the Amazon. Amazon.
Actually slumped. Supermicros due to report after its accounting issues
Let's
came
see.
to light. We'll watch that name. Technical Tuesday.
Microsoft.
So Kevin Warner will take us through the S&P 500 and the rally that we've seen in MicroStrategy and Coinbase. And our panel standing by to take a look at CVS Health, which has slumped 30% this year, leaving shareholders wondering what's next. The company's leadership transition, could that help to turn around the stock? We'll have that discussion.
All right, Zscaler.
Here's a look at the markets. The S&P right now is up 1%, 5770. The Nasdaq up 1.1%. The Dow is a leader here, up 375 points, 42,170. And the Russell 1.2%. That's the best of the bunch, actually, the Russell. In the meantime, as you look at oil and gold, both are higher. Gold is gaining $4. And oil
All right, Palantir looks like it wants to go. It is pushing up against the highs.
2062 down 1.36.
If they push it a bit higher, you know what happens with the dealers. Dealers have to buy shares to hedge. People are long calls. There's a ton of calls at 50 across multiple expirations.
What's the trader's perspective to the market action we're seeing today, and what could it mean for tomorrow's market action?
Yeah, hey, Nicole. You know, traders are trying to figure out if this is some type of look towards the end of the day and the end of the week, or is this just the fact that, you know, we had some really nice ISM services data that beat pretty soundly at 56 when they were looking for 53.5. Remember, anything over 50 shows expansion in the services sector. So really good news there is really what propelled stocks higher. Now, is some direction starting to be set from the potential election? It's hard to say, right? That we really don't know. Anyone that says they know is not accurate. Some of the betting lines are moving. Some of the, Trump-sensitive trades are moving versus the others. So it's hard to figure out. Obviously, it's going to be a busy night. I'll be watching, the returns on the television and the futures on the Thinkorswim platform for how it affects the markets. But that's really all you can do because we don't know until the results start coming in. So lots of speculation, but all things considered, we sit and we wait, Nicole.
Yeah, understood. Look, Frank Lutz, who's a political poster today, was saying he'd wait till Saturday or maybe days, in his opinion, that it could take, and others think it'll be sooner than later. So we'll have to wait and see. In the meantime, the VIX behaving, it's in fact down over 6% today. How about Palantir, though? That's an interesting name. Yesterday, we covered this after the closing bell. Nice double beat and outlook, all-time highs. What stands out to you now with the move here today?
Palantir is a very interesting company, heavily
Palantir
involved
pushing
in the
again.
government as well as the private sector, accelerating growth fueled by AI. Remember, they have a unique role in AI. They take the data and interpret it and put out actionable events based on the data. So they're in a different area about making the GPUs or making the AI. They actually do the job of interpreting the data. Their earnings, 10 cents versus 9 cents expected. Their revenue, 725.5 million versus 705. But it was the guidance. They guided to fourth quarter revenue of 767 to 771 million. That was versus the previous 745 expected. The last 12 months, they've collected over $1 billion in cash. So this is a company with a very
Okay, so American Express starting to come out of a base potentially. Walmart breaking out. Walmart breaking out.
Trading $50.92. So, and this was the stock, frankly, that we said was already highly valued going into this earnings event, and now up another 23%.
Walmart with the breakout, pushing higher.
Thank you. I know you're going to be staying up late tonight and doing a lot of trading, maybe. All right. We'll talk again tomorrow, Kevin. Thank you. Let's get a look at this big picture. Tony Drake is with us, CFP Drake and Associates. Thank you for being here. Your thoughts on the election and the market reaction today, tomorrow, through Friday? I'm going to get to the Fed.
Boy, what an exciting week, right?
Reaction. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think
right?
we're all watching this, right, Nicole? I mean, razor thin margins. Vegas is kind of speaking into, what they think will happen. But, I'm in agreement. It's a really tough one to call. We also have a potential 25 basis point, Fed cut this week, which is, I think 98% are in agreement that that's what's going to happen. Friday's job report came out, caught a lot of folks by surprise. So I think there's just so much for us in this industry. It's an exciting week. There's a lot to watch and a lot to maybe guesstimate about. But I think the jury's still out on this election. If it does go till Saturday and we don't have an answer soon, I think that's going to be choppy for the market short term. As we all know, the markets like certainty, and that uncertainty will be difficult to swallow in the short term.
Yeah, understood. So maybe choppy in the short term. When I think about it, I think of policy over politics. And are there any things in the policies that you think can really affect the market, people's portfolio? Is one candidate maybe really going to move the market more than the other? For investors, what would you tell them?
Yeah, we primarily work with retirees. So there's been a lot of anxiety if my candidate wins or doesn't win, what's going to happen, right? Close attention really remains, and I think it should be on Congress. If you get a sweep by Republicans or Democrats, that could contribute much more drastically to spending changes or maybe a revamp of tax policy. And the results could have, different effects for different parts of the stock market. People don't like to admit this, but the president doesn't actually have a whole lot to do with the economy historically. If you look at data back to 1980, generally you see the markets gain after election day, but they can, fall in the immediate days following. So again, we're watching that uncertainty closely. But I think if you look at the two policies, if we take some of the emotion out of it, right, one party is a little bit more the status quo, maybe a little bit more spending. So I think those companies and sectors that are going to benefit from government spending could really, explode there, where the other candidate is about, cutting back to government. Maybe some
Palantir looks like it wants to go some more. Palantir
that 2017 tax cutting jobs
coming up against the highs.
Into next year. So definitely some different directions for both of those candidates. And I think that's some of that uncertainty we're seeing. We're seeing a little bit of a rally today. A lot of that, maybe is driven by Palantir and that, let's call it nearly perfect report that we saw. But I think we're all watching this really closely. But you don't want to invest based on your political persuasions. You want to stay invested, have a plan for the long term.
Yeah, and you talked about wealth management and the retirees and folks who are just really trying to guard that principal amount of money. Also, you were watching growth versus value, and you don't get too involved in trying to chase some of the hot stocks or maybe even some of the Mag 7. I mean, you must make a portfolio with a balance of risk and defensive names, but you prefer value over growth a lot of the time?
Yeah, I mean, following an election, the data certainly tends to point us to some better opportunities there in value. If you look back to about 1945, nearly a 10 times better return of value compared to growth over those last national election cycles. And, you know, they can outperform. You know, we've all been looking at value, waiting for it to happen. That Russell 1000 is, you know, kind of lagging a bit compared to what we've seen in some of these high-flying names. And, you know, I think AI has just been
Futures, nice little bounce, right where you would expect it.
Palantir has really shown us that we're really just in the early stages of AI. I think there's a lot of opportunity.
Into the close next couple of hours, maybe an opportunity. I would take some profits off into strength, reduce your exposure, come in tomorrow and see how things settle down. If they settle down.
Portfolio, and that's where we're going to look to some historical data and where some of those value names might have a better opportunity long term versus trying to bet on who's going to win and what sectors might benefit from that.
And you're watching the different sectors. I mean, obviously, you're talking about some of the more traditional sectors and maybe dividend payers too, though you like AI. But you're also watching earnings and what it could mean in the fourth quarter. So, you know, do you expect the earnings picture to improve in the fourth quarter in the new year?
Yeah, I think what we're more concerned about when we look at those earnings, we certainly think there's some, you know, argument for this to continue, and there's a good argument for the bulls. But question is this recession going to rear its head, or is the Fed pulling off this miraculous recovery, right? Where, you know, we really dodged some of these big bullets, but recession, I think, is a bigger risk to the economy than this presidential election. If you look at it historically, the average total return for a 4-year term that overlapped with the recession was 30% for the S&P 500, compared to times where it didn't.
Okay, looks like Palantir wants to go again.
Democrat or Republican in the White House.
Yikes.
So that's what we really have our eye on, and that's what we're looking at for the rest of this year. And it's going to be determined by the status of the economy, earnings, what the Fed ends up doing with these rates by the end of the year. These earnings have been rising, to your point, as we get towards this end of this reporting season, and the fourth quarter earnings are expected to rise by more than 10%. You know, we're seeing technology estimates up about 14%, and you're not seeing folks really cut those estimates in large part. So signs are good, and we hope it continues, but that could be the big risk to the economy.
You did, Tony, mention Twilio as a name you liked. I mean, what stocks do you like for folks when you're making a portfolio? Do you have some go-tos that seem to be the ones you can
Palantir.
What are they?
Yeah,
All right, just about everything's working. We got a nice bounce in NVIDIA. Boeing, not so much, just drifting low. Looking for Boeing to do something. These small nukes are lagging again today. Trump media looking for a pop. All right, Home Depot at the high of the day. Home Depot.
Companies that are highly affected by government spending, right? Former President Trump has been very clear. Lots of talks about Elon Musk cutting $2 trillion from the budget, and that could directly affect some of these companies that are really dependent. Boeing's one, right? We've seen them resolve this strike. Obviously, gotten really beaten up this year, but about a third of their revenue is coming from government spending. You look at companies like Humana, United Healthcare,
Palantir.
Medicare supplements. You know, a lot of these areas are really going to be dependent on who wins, and we may see some short-term runs or pullbacks. So trying to avoid some of that, our retired clients are looking for a little bit more slow and steady. They're not looking for the home run. So trying to avoid some of these names that may be volatile during this election cycle.
Tony Drake, CFP, Drake and Associates. Tony, thank you. Really appreciate it.
Thanks, Nicole.
Right now, the Dow is up 403 points.
S&P making higher lows off of the bounce just about a half an hour, 45 minutes ago.
Activity we're seeing from the day, some unusual moves, how investors are looking to trade on recent news of Trump Media, Synchrony Financial, and Carnival Cruise. We'll be right back with that. Options Corner is next.
Hi, kitty cat. Came to visit. Ow, 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 ow. Thank you. Watch those claws, huh? All right. Home Depot trying to push higher, trying to take out the highs. Home Depot.
with the Schwab Network.
All right, Twilio pushing again. Well, the markets are relentless today.
For free.
The technology group, New York FANG Index group. Let's go take a look at that again. New York FANG Index. Before we do that, let's check out Breath. All right, that looks really good. Breath, exactly what you would expect. Big caps, small caps, mid caps, and NASDAQ. All right, so let's take a look at NYMO, see how that changed overnight. Still pushing lower. Okay. NYMO.
Trading the trending names every day. I'm Tom White, host of Fast Market. Ready for you, ready to go.
Okay, that's still moving lower. Needs to change direction. Let's take a look at the New York Stock Exchange, high low.
Welcome back to the watch list. I'm Nicole Petalides, live at the New York Stock Exchange. We have a lot of up arrows. Options Corner is now where we analyze unusual options trades that we're seeing throughout the day. Let's welcome in Tom White.
Okay, so we were been looking for blue elder sticks on the New York Stock Exchange. We finally got them yesterday, following through today. Advanced decline is also rising, and we're still above the zero line and turning off of a low, which is actually a better area for an entry after the pullback. S&P 500, let's go look at the equal weight index. Let's see what the 20, stocks above the 20, stocks above the 50, both had gotten a little bit more towards the oversold territory, turning back up. So your entries better. Still, I like to see what's going to happen tomorrow. We're back above the 50-day moving average on the equal weight. Number of stocks above the 50-day, turning back up as well. So this looks pretty good. S&P.
Just in this week's options that expire on Friday, Nicole, the option market's pricing in a plus or minus move of over $26 either way over the next 3
Okay,
days.
big move there.
There's a lot of interest in this one.
Back to Friday's high. So we need to break through that gap and push higher. I need to get above 5,800. Money Magic was talking 5,800 inbound earlier.
People aren't using the betting sites. Maybe they're using this as a proxy for who wins the White House. But that being said, we've seen a lot of option activity in there over the last couple days. Implied volatility levels, as I
Bitcoin
mentioned,
still hanging out at the highs.
Going into the results, hopefully we'll get by the end of the week. We don't know. But one of the strikes that's kind of stuck out to me,
Palantir still trying to push higher.
That expires in just 3 days.
Okay.
So you'll probably capture, the results of this election.
Home Depot has earnings next week, pushing a bit higher up against the high of the day. Trump Media did fade back to VWAP, and Apple been oscillating above and below VWAP all morning into the afternoon.
It's a hard to borrow stock. You got to keep that in mind. The short flow is about 20% at this point right now, so you got to be wary of this one and the moves. But this trader's betting that hey, this stock's going to be trading over $49 by the end of the week. That's when they're profitable on this one.
Okay, so the 10-year auction went off without a hitch. The markets did dip a little bit, but starting to move back up. Let's look at the 10-year yield. Before we do that, let's look at the Qs. Qs 485 is the volatility trigger, so we're above the volatility trigger. Looking good.
After the polls close tonight, I was talking about Frank Lutz, who was saying that you may not know till Saturday. It'll be very interesting, but this has been a wild one. In 1 month, I was right, over 100%, 114% move. And it doesn't sound like, we were talking to Rick Ducat earlier today, and he was noting some of the options trades that are going out into December and how wild they are.
Yeah.
So people are really, this is meme stock for real.
Yeah.
It seems it's been quantified and described as that. Next up, we look at Synchrony Financial after its earnings. Please, Tom, tell us about that.
Yeah, it was a beat on the EPS, but top line revenue came in a little bit lighter than expected. The stock's been popping up 48% so far this year. It's just below the all-time highs, above $57 a share that it hit just about a week ago. So things looking good for the financial sector in general. Now, during that report, they said Q3 net charge-offs were 6.06%. That's actually good for them because they deal with a lot of below expectations as far as loaners that are going and using their platform. So you've got the lower income segment. So their charge-offs are always going to be higher than maybe standard lenders in this space. They're showing credit stabilization. That's a positive. But then if you take a look at what's going on in the economy, we've got services numbers today that came out. Nicole, they were the highest since 2022. The unemployment rate under 4.1% at this point. So that's reflective of a solid job market. Wage growth is still growing. So the economy is doing well, and that helps names like Synchrony that are in that. And as I mentioned, stocks up pretty significantly so far this year, up another 2% today. And an option trade that stuck out to me today was in the November 15th monthly cycle. So these expire in just 10 days. Trader came in and bought 10,000 of the 60 strike calls in there, paid an average debit of just about 98 cents, just under $1. So that break even of just under $61 over the next 10 days, that's about 8% above the current share price. So you're going to need a few more days like today for this trader to become profitable on this. I think the thing that stuck out to me the most was call volume. It's about 15 times normal daily average volume that we've seen over the last 5 trading sessions. So somebody taking a big bet here that we're going to continue to see markets go up, and the stock's going to continue to move higher over the next week and a half.
Okay, we'll watch for that one because we saw that all-time high not that long ago, 57.37 being that number. Okay, last but not least, Carnival Cruise Lines hit a 52-week high last week. We've seen a lot of demand for the cruise lines, of course. Some of your thoughts on the trade that you found?
Yeah, this stock's near 3-year highs that it hit just last week, up 3% today, 21% so far this year. But this is kind of reflective of what's going on in the travel and leisure and experiences type of space. You've seen the airlines rally, the cruise lines rally, a lot of the booking travel sites have rallied pretty significantly because the consumer, as shown by those ISM and PMI data numbers, services sector is booming at this point. It's in expansionary territory. And so that lends some credence to what consumers are doing at this point with their money. They're not, buying big discretionary items, but they're definitely taking trips. One of the metrics that stood out for Carnival over their last earnings report was average revenue earned per capacity per day. And that's expected to climb nearly 10.5% so far from 2023 levels. They're going to open their Celebration Key also. That's where people get off the boat. They've got their own private island. They pay a lot for experiences on that island, so that's going to be margin rich for Carnival Cruise Lines. Load factors are over 100%. We saw some good results out of RCL and NCLH recently. So the cruise line industry is doing really well at this point, with the expectations that bookings out to 2025 are higher than
All right, Twilio pulling back a bit. Supermicro turning back up. Supermicro.
Out to me as far as unusual option activity goes, was out in the December cycle. These expire on December 20th. They report earnings on December 19th. So you're going to capture that earnings event. So I think somebody's bullish going into that report. Trader bought 4,000 in the December 22 strike calls. Paid an average debit of about $1.88 on those. So that break even $23.88 over the next 45 days. It's about 5.5% above the current share price in there. So I think this is definitely an earnings.
All right, Supermicro pushing a bit higher.
That this stock's going to rally either before earnings or post earnings.
Pretty exciting. And to your point, a lot of bookings going forward into 2025, those future bookings. So they've got that solidified. Okay, good to see you. Tom White, thank you so much for Options Corner today. We took a look at DJT, Synchrony Financial, and Carnival Cruise. Thank you, Tom White. Coming up, we'll dive into the semiconductor space. Kim Forrest is standing by, and we'll take a look at some of the names that may be on the move, names to watch. Your NXPI reported yesterday, but what other names are on her list to watch? Good or bad, in her opinion? Let's talk about it. We'll be right back.
Good? All right.
Trading at Schwab is powered by Ameritrade, bringing you futures and forex around-the-clock market access, even when equities markets are closed. All on our award-winning thinkorswim platforms. So no matter what or when you want to trade, Schwab has cutting-edge tools, curated education and insights, and trading specialists ready to help, however complex the strategy. With a wider range of opportunities, you can trade brilliantly with Schwab.
This election season, stay out of the muck and the mudslinging. The Schwab Network's by-the-numbers coverage of the presidential cycle.
How could this election impact your financial future?
Next week is going to be a crazy political week.
Election trades are fraught with risk.
No agenda, no hysteria, just good old-fashioned analysis of what policy means for your portfolio.
Stay informed, stay ahead. Tune in to our election coverage on Schwab Network.
Knock, knock. Number one broker here for the number one hitmaker.
Thanks for swinging by, Carl.
No problem. So what are all those for?
This lets me adjust the bass, add more guitar, maybe some drums.
Wow, so many choices.
Yeah, like Schwab. I can get full service wealth management, advice, invest on my own, and trade on thinkorswim.
You know, Carl is the only front man you need.
Oh, I gotta take this, Carl. Schwab.
Have a choice in how you invest with Schwab.
Accelerate your market knowledge
and shift your perspective into full gear. Real-time example trading
Supermicro pushing a bit higher.
of trading.
I'm Tom White.
I'm Kevin Higgins.
Futures with the bounce.
Fast Market. Weekdays at noon on the Schwab Network.
Fast Market, ready for you, ready to go at 12 p.m. Eastern on the Schwab Network.
Welcome back to the watch list. Time to focus on the semiconductor space, which really drove the market for a while. But now it seems that you have to pick and choose names and what could happen going forward. Kim Forrest is with us, founder, chief investment officer at Boca Capital Partners. Thank you for being with us. I definitely want to focus on NXPI Semi. Reported its numbers yesterday, came under some pressure. But the big picture on the group, you are concerned about the enterprise spending that may be slowing and delayed gratification in AI rollouts. Put those together and it may not be happening as quickly as people would like for growth.
Exactly. I mean, something that we saw last week among the software or the hardware users of NVIDIA's chips was, maybe not as much uptake by the people who actually pay money for the services. So Microsoft is saying that their, anticipated revenue growth is going to, for Azure, which is one of the products that a client of Microsoft could access AI, that's going to be slower growth than anticipated in the next couple of quarters. They gave good reasons for it, but it's still, not what investors want to see. They want to see people adopting AI.
Supermicro pushing a bit higher.
Meta also said that it's going to continue spending, and same thing for Google. Although Google had a brighter sort of pattern there with people actually spending to access their cloud services that included the AI modules. So it's an uneven picture, but investors really love a good story. And the story is this: new technology, people buying it, people live happily ever after. But that just doesn't happen that way. There is many instances of where it takes much longer to roll out and investors get unhappy.
And it also seems that some are soaring. I mean, we can't leave out NVIDIA, for example, but you compare it to the likes of AMD. AMD is not NVIDIA right now. So I think there's also, and you tell me, if you have to pick and choose more. I do, before that we get to the names that you do like and maybe the ones you may be more cautious on, how about we talk about NXP Semi? What do you think is going on there in reaction to the earnings that we read through yesterday?
Supermicro pushing a bit higher.
Well, they are disappointing outlook. That is the headline, and it's disappointing outlook in autos. And I think a lot has to do with the European car makers aren't, using as many chips because they're not making as many cars. Now, Texas Instruments, who also makes semiconductors and other sensors for cars, kind of moaned about this too on their conference call, that there is a glut of auto chips. So people are not buying autos, or at least they're not buying the autos that need the chips that these companies make. And it's a problem. So I don't know how this gets resolved, but there is definitely a glut. So that is a cautious tone that you should take if you have invested in these companies and think they're going to turn around.
Supermicro clearing 27.
Some of it is the forces of the governments around the world kind of forcing people into having fewer internal combustion engine cars and more EVs. And it's not necessarily syncing up with buyer demand. So that is a huge problem. But that being said, you were right. When you introduced this segment, you have to be extremely picky in what you're buying, because during COVID and coming out of COVID, there were all kinds of shortages, and you could literally buy anybody that was making semiconductors and expect a pretty good return. Not so today.
So what would you be picky about? Which ones would you pick today? Maybe one or two or three.
Sure. Well, I can give you one. It's been my one that I go to so often. It's a very volatile name. It's not for those people that like to see just steady and up to the right sort of progression in a price. It's Micron. Why do I like Micron? Well, I know that AI is going to win the hearts and minds of enterprises and people. I don't know when that will happen, but I know that the training and testing and then all of the data that you need for AI models has to live somewhere. And Micron is a huge supplier of memory chips. And these aren't just the things that go in your PC. These are actually used in big server farms and storage devices that enterprises buy, that businesses buy. So that is a very solid pick that I have, although it is extremely volatile. My other one is AMD. I think they just are really firing on all cylinders, pointed in the right direction. And if you have more time, I think you should take a look at them. They really understand what clients, their customers are wanting. And it looks like they'll be able to deliver those products.
And some of the investments that some of these companies have made, because as we're doing reporting and earnings season has been underway, I'll say, they've been investing in AI. How come this company invests in AI and this company invests in AI, but one's doing so much better than the other? Sometimes I guess it takes time for the stickiness and for that to happen. I mean, because you said they're firing on all cylinders and their customers are very happy. That certainly sounds like a good foundation for growth for that stock price, which right now is at 141.
Right.
Do you see it making new highs? When can that make new highs?
I would love to be able to predict when that happens, but I can't. It really has to do with the demand for generative AI chips at this point. Whenever we're kind of over that, whenever models are finally built and there's more applications that are being built, this is a multi-stage phase of build out. Just having OpenAI being able to answer your questions is interesting. But what really we want to do is be as individuals, but more likely businesses, to be able to have processes that use the output of these generative
Supermicro
models.
continues.
So not only do the models need to get built, but then the systems that use the models get built. And guess what they run on? They run on semiconductors. And then, we have to have the end devices that will be able to read the information off of all these systems, semiconductors. So semiconductors are in demand, but we don't know when all of this is going to happen. Technology takes longer than we want. That I know.
Let me ask you this. You know, Intel is a name that you've followed for a long time. You liked it. You've recommended it. You still believed in it. You just said, look, it's going to take longer. You know, it's been hit hard over the last few months, right? Year to date's down 50%. We did see that Intel today is trading up about 3.5% on the heels that it suggests that we've seen that suggestions on reports that the CEO, Pat Gelsinger, went and spoke and met with Taiwan Semi's chairman, maybe to finalize some sort of production capacity for 24 and 25. I'm not sure of those details. Neither have I confirmed that report.
All right, we got an hour and 25 minutes to go. Hour and 25 minutes to go. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. Election day. Markets grinding higher. Most stocks higher on the day.
I will tell you this. Everything that I talk about, well, not everything. I don't own NXPI, but things that I recommend or that I'm, you know, talking about saying, here's an idea, we own. And, you know, we're not recommending that you buy this, but taking a look at Intel is, it's a very long-term story. I still think that they have a lot of the right stuff. Again, it's just a longer timeline. And most people's tech investing timelines is a year or less. That's not going to be for any of these companies. This rollout is going to take the next decade. Now, there will be winners and losers in the short term and medium term, but I think in the longer term, Intel still has a good product. I'm glad that, you know, Pat is trying to build a bridge into the future because he doesn't have the capacity at the current time to be able to do what he needs to do. And by that, I mean the more high-end processes. They're not actually able to ramp those up in a quick enough time to meet their demands. So talking to Taiwan Semi is a very rational thing, and I'm very glad to hear that. But all of this is going to take time. I am no longer the sell-side analyst that's focused on a 12-month time period. As an investor, I want things that are going to pay off in 3 to 5 years. So I think Intel, there's a good shot that AMD and Intel are going to have some pretty good results in that time period. How about that?
Yeah, AMD, Intel. I mean, I will also mention, because I think it's important, that it's coming out of the Dow on Friday, right? NVIDIA is going in,
right,
and Intel's coming out of the Dow Jones Industrial Average, folks. Just a little tidbit for you there on that. Kim Forrest, great to see you, founder, chief investment officer at Boca Capital Partners. Thank you. Nice to see you. Thank you very much. Take care. Technical Tuesday. Kevin Horner is here, right? That's what that means. And he'll take a look at the S&P 500, the highs, the lows, what we should be watching. Coinbase, MicroStrategy. He'll look at those charts, break them down for us. We will be right back.
Yeah, looking for Mobileye to continue higher. Looks good, Mobileye. Phase 4 is the down move. Phase 4 is this move. Phase 1 is the accumulation. Moving averages start sideways. And then that turns into phase 2, which is price action moving back up. Expect higher lows and higher highs. As phase 2 takes over, we'll start to see volume picking up. Should be a fun ride back up to the 28 to 30 zone. All right, so that's nearly, well, that's a double, right, from here. So looks good. That's what we're looking for.
Always live. Expert earnings analysis, in-depth technical insights on every changing trend in markets. Available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free. Welcome to Morning Trade Live on the Schwab Network. I'm Oliver Rennick.
Trading at Schwab is now powered by Ameritrade, unlocking the power of thinkorswim, the award-winning trading platforms. Bring your trades into focus on Thinkorswim Desktop with robust charting and analysis tools, including over 400 technical studies. Tailor the platforms to your unique needs with nearly endless customization, and track market trends with up-to-the-minute news and insights. Trade brilliantly with Schwab.
Welcome back to the watch list. I'm Nicole Petalides. Stocks are higher across the board. The Dow is up 370.
Okay, Super Micro looking good. Super Micro.
Every single sector is gaining as everybody's out voting. It's election day. So what do we need to watch when it comes to the S&P 500?
Super Micro moving higher.
Manager, Trading Services Education at Charles Schwab has a few things for us to watch, including some stocks to watch. But first, we'll start with the S&P 500 chart. Some of your thoughts here. What are you watching at the top, the bottom? What makes sense to talk about here?
Well, I think in the intermediate term, it probably makes sense to keep an eye on that 50-day moving average. We closed below the 20-day moving average for the first time in about 6 weeks with that gap lower move we made last Thursday, closing on the 50-day moving average. And really the next 3 sessions since have been all about price discovery.
S&P pushing higher.
Lows and those highs. We've been sandwiched between the 50-day moving average at around 5,700 and the highs we've made today at around 5,780, which are coincident with the high trade we saw on the gap lower day last Thursday and also the low we saw last Thursday. So basically right in a range where we're trying to figure things out. Not a shock since we've got uncertainty on the table. And ultimately, we're just looking to discern whether the 50-day moving average can provide us some support here, or do we need to test lower? I've got a trend line drawn in. That trend line coincides with horizontal support around 56 and a quarter to 56. 56 and a quarter to 56.75. Though I think I have my number
What kind
wrong
of
on my
speaker?
chart. And if this uptrend
For-
line cannot hold in some way, then we risk falling to the 200-day moving average, and that's under 5,400. So there is some risk of the trend, but as we often say with regards to technical, it's always an if-then approach. So as a trader, if we break the 50-day moving average on a closing basis to the downside, then we might start to lighten up long side positions. Ultimately, though, if we hold the 50-day and continue to make an attempt to test those prior highs we saw in the neighborhood of that 5,880, 5,900, then it's going to be obviously back to the same trend we've been watching since November of last year. But I think short term, traders just can watch this 80-point range we've seen over the last 4 days for the next indication of directionality.
All right. So in that 80-point range, the high was 58.78 not that long ago. But to this point, to your point, 5,700 to 5,780. How about MicroStrategy? This is a name that has been fantastic for shareholders. In fact, rallied over 250% this year. Why is this one jumping out?
Okay, Apple pushing back up to the highs.
To watch on this chart?
Well, it's in the process
Amazon.
of setting up that what looks to many bulls particularly like a bit of a bull flag. Now, it has made recent highs. It as you said, up wonderfully this year, 250%, while Bitcoin's only up about 54%. MicroStrategy is one of those proxies, if you will, that you can kind of keep an eye on relative to Bitcoin. So breakout moves in Bitcoin have been helpful to MicroStrategy. And what we're looking at here is
TLT.
a bull flag. Now, today's price action.
Nice little move on TLT.
Trend line off the peak here, but did not hold. And so the nice thing for a bull would be trades through that downtrend line off the peak. That would need to be somewhere in the neighborhood.
TLT is on the move.
25 and above for a bullish trader to believe in buying a breakout of a bull flag. But the alternative option is to be a buyer in the neighborhood of the 20-day moving average in the ballpark of about 220 a share. If nothing else, that would give the trader on the long side here, Nicole, an opportunity for an exit strategy to the downside.
TLT on the move, looking for a nice follow through. Needs to get above 94, 95 or so.
Going back to 266. So, for example, that could, if you think it's going back to the highs, the trader who wants to set up against the 20-day might be risking 10 points from where we are right now to the upside maybe being 30 plus. Now, obviously, that's no guarantee, of course. And the truth is, if this 20-day moving average does not hold on a closing basis over the coming few days here, well, then we could revisit the breakout ledge, which is all the way down at 175. And that could mean a pretty significant sell-off. So new traders to this trend, if you're believing in the 20-day that you see on this chart in orange, that's great. Just build strategies that have you exiting on weakness below the 20-day, as that could mean a pretty healthy potential 40-point move to the downside in the bull. That would be close to the 175.
All right, TLT had drifted lower
range from which we broke. So yes, this could
on Friday. Now we're starting to push back up against the 200-day moving average. We're above it now, looking for a follow through on TLT, the 20-year.
And last but not least, we continue to follow Bitcoin. We look at some of these names and names like Coinbase, how that has been doing as we watched, we did see Bitcoin go above 70,000 recently. How about we look at Coinbase, which 1 year is up 130%. It's off the highs of 283. What are you looking at here with the most recent move just even this week? It's up 7%.
Yeah, nice bounce off the trend line that you'll see on this chart, but you're absolutely right. As another stock that kind of proxies relationship to Bitcoin's movement. But this chart, as you can see, looks quite a bit different than both Bitcoin and MicroStrategy. Coin hasn't shown a breakout of late, but it does show us that short-term uptrend in place, a potential ascending triangle. We have it up about 125% year to date. As we noted, better than Bitcoin, but certainly lagging MicroStrategy. Now, bullish traders that think there's more upside here could position themselves against that low we see here in the neighborhood of 180. And that's coincident with the 50-day moving average. So that would make sense for early entry. But at the same time, the risk reward is questionable for the bullish trader who wants to buy here, because the potential surely exists for resistance at 230.
TLT looking for a reversal and a move back towards the 50-day moving average. The Fed cut coming on Thursday, 25 basis points of what everybody's looking for, 98% probability.
Wonderful move, but it's just as likely to act as resistance. So bullish traders who are conservative may look for a close over that volume point of control around 222 to 223. That would give them some confidence that a breakout were happening, as opposed to buying at a spot down here. Now, it's true you're buying nearer support, but if it fails at 213 to 223 in that range of resistance, then we really aren't setting ourselves up properly from a risk versus reward standpoint. Doesn't mean it can't work out, but it's certainly something that a trader wants.
That's a good point, Mondo, on Supermicro.
Thank you so much for all of that. Technical Tuesday, every Tuesday here on the watch list with Kevin Horner of Charles Schwab, taking a look at all three of those. We appreciate it. Thanks. And watch tonight. You might see a lot of volatility on the S&P and some of the other names, so, and Bitcoin, right? Coming up, we will preview CVS Health's earnings. Stock has fallen 30% this year. So what's next? Is it management? What's going to help save CVS here?
Trump Media just dropped off. DJT just dropped. Trump Media just dropped off.
It's your number one broker with the best full-service wealth management skills in the biz.
Actually, I'm seeing something from Schwab.
Yeah, Schwab lets you invest and trade on your own.
And if you want, they can even manage it for you.
Not to mention, Schwab has a team of specialists for taxes, insurance, and estate planning, all with low fees.
We're experiencing technical difficulties.
Carl.
Schwab, a modern approach to wealth management.
Cut the cord on the way you get market news. It's Market on Close. Join me, Oliver Rennick, for the biggest earnings coverage insights from the smartest minds on Wall Street. Monday through Friday, 3 p.m. Eastern, available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free. Only on the Schwab Network.
Ameritrade is now part of Schwab, bringing you an elevated experience tailor-made for trader minds.
TLT continuation.
Go deeper with Thinkorswim, our award-winning trading platforms. Unlock support from the Schwab Trade Desk.
What's TLT is on the move? Tesla.
Trading. And sharpen your skills with immersive online education crafted just for
Okay, flagging.
Also, you can trade brilliantly.
Empower your portfolio with the Schwab Network. Available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free. Schwab Network. Welcome back to the watch list. We're watching CVS Health. The stock is down 30% this year. What can you expect ahead of the earnings that are due out Wednesday morning? Let's bring in our panel. We have Brian Tanquilut, healthcare equity analyst at Jefferies, and Julie Utterback, senior analyst at Morningstar. You both seem somewhat bullish on this and have some ratings to go along with it. Today, CVS is at $55. Julie, you, I believe, have a $93 target. What can be the catalyst to get this up from $55 into the 80 and 90 range?
Yeah, good question. So we need to see some improvement in their medical insurance operations. That's been where we've been seeing most of the weakness in recent years, particularly around the Medicare Advantage business. And so we've got a new management team on board. We're hoping to hear more tomorrow about their short-term vision on turning that business around and trying to get that, what's currently a mismatch between the rates of what they can charge members right now and the utilization, which has been quite elevated, particularly in that business, how they can turn that around and move the needle on profitability in the near term.
Brian, what do you think? Is it the Medicare Advantage? At least that's one thing that they can turn around. You're also bullish.
Hey, Nicole. Yeah, definitely. We think that that's the key driver for this stock going forward, right? So I think there are levers that they're pulling for 2025 in terms of adjusting the supplemental benefits that members in those Medicare Advantage plans will get beginning next year. Obviously, their bids for into these Medicare plans came in earlier this year. So what we want to see is some visibility into enrollment expectations for next year, margin expectations for that side of the business. And then I think on the other side of the coin, or the other businesses that they own, people want to hear about any traction that they're gaining with this Cost Vantage program that they're rolling out for the retail pharmacy side of the business, because that's obviously a big driver to stem margin compression in retail as well. So all in, I think any color into the ability to grow EPS in 2025 is what will be the catalyst for upside or inflection in this stock tomorrow and for the rest of the year.
Yeah, so you're looking for the guidance, the strategy from the new CEO, the MA enrollment commentary, and the Cost Vantage progress. I'm sure, Julie, these are some of the things you also have on your radar. How do they stand in the competitive space? Because there's also some tough competition, right?
Yeah, there's definitely some tough competition. And so in the long run, we definitely are concerned most about their retail pharmacy business. So that's something that we want to hear more about the strategy there. Management, when they made the announcement a few weeks ago about the CEO change, really seemed to lean into the integrated business model strategy. And we want to know how they're going to make those retail pharmacy stores more profitable. Does that hinge on bringing more healthcare services into the mix? And how much would that cost? How long of a timeline would they be giving themselves on that? But in general, how can they make those retail stores a positive part of the story instead of a negative, which they typically are in the long run?
Yeah, as we look at the industry landscape, the management team, I mean, how about a name like Walgreens, for example, Brian? If you're bullish on this one on CVS with a $69 target, where do you have a name like Walgreens?
Yeah, no, so I think Walgreens is in the middle.
TLT moving
Utilization program,
on the
right?
move.
So that puts
TLT.
some market share opportunities actually in our minds for CVS. And we've seen that happen, right? Over the last few quarters, CVS has actually been gaining market share. And I think as, with Walgreens' plans to shut down 1,200 locations over the next, 3 years, that certainly should benefit CVS near term. Now, I think just to Julie's point, as we think about the healthcare strategy within the clinic base, we saw an announcement last week that Aetna members can now use the Minute Clinic as their primary care clinic, right? So I think that's one way where we're integrating, or where CVS is integrating the strategies between retail and the healthcare side of the book. And so hopefully that drives store traffic, that drives more market share, and provides that base or that bottoming for that retail side of the business. So bottom line, we think if we're comparing CVS versus Walgreens, this is a better story than Walgreens today.
Yeah. Got you. So CVS over Walgreens. Also there was talk of potentially breaking up CVS also. Do you also, Julie, like CVS over Walgreens if you're rating these right now?
Yeah, so we have a couple of different ways that you can look at the businesses. They're both actually 5-star stocks. So from a valuation perspective, we think both are cheap. However, from a business quality perspective, CVS is the cream of the crop of those two. Walgreens has a no moat rating, and we still think CVS has a narrow moat surrounding it. Meaning we think it has long-term competitive advantages, particularly in its medical insurance operations and its pharmacy benefit management operations, less so on the retail stores, of course.
Yeah. All right. Brian Tanquilut of Jefferies and Julie Utterback of Morningstar. Thank you, Brian and Julie, very much. I'm Nicole Petalidi. Thanks for being here with me on the watch list on Schwab Network. Dow's up 338 points. Turn it over to Market on Close with Oliver Rennick.
This election season, stay out of the muck and the mudslinging. Schwab Network's by the numbers coverage of the presidential cycle.
How could this election impact your financial future?
Next week is going to be a crazy political week.
Election trades are fraught with risk.
No agenda, no hysteria, just good old-fashioned analysis of what policy means for your portfolio.
Stay informed. Stay ahead. Tune in to our election coverage on Schwab Network.
The market is a multi-trillion-dollar beast. When there's profit there, you take it. That's always going through my head.
My job as a trader is to just make money.
With a history and a geography degree, how did you find your way into trading?
Trading attracts a lot of the best and brightest students because it is this enormous data set. It is incredibly competitive. And so if you really want to put yourself out there and test yourself and find out how good you are, it is very attractive.
So how are you exploiting human weaknesses?
Being lucky in trading is great, but it's not the formula for success.
You need to be able to find opportunities in the marketplace and sift through enormous, staggering amounts of data.
You certainly see patterns. Context is so important.
I think the best traders I've seen have insatiable intellectual curiosity. Otherwise, certain parts of your skills will become outmoded by competition or by technology.
When we look at your whole brain, we don't see any activation in these emotional or reward pathways, as if you don't have an emotional reaction.
I'm not very good at sales, turns out. I'm very good at trading.
I have a trading system that I've used for over 10 years now, and it's almost second nature to me.
Do you think that this is potentially a human superpower?
Welcome to Market Overtime on the Schwab Network.
Quality Focus has worked pretty much across all 11 sectors.
We deployed a fantastic array of new technology.
The companies that are doing well are almost too big to fail.
Have you set yourself up correctly?
It's controversial.
All right. IWM very strong today. Coming back down now.
Going crazy right now.
It is going crazy. So what does all of this mean for the market?
As long as people want to buy it, the price can go up.
Oh my goodness, the Fed cannot do everything they used to do to save this market.
Instead of taking cues, set the cues.
Today's
nowhere else I would want my money.
No more than 5% in any one stock, no more than 20% in any one sector.
Now there's a market for every single one of these people. There's a market for you. Market Overtime on the Schwab Network. Thanks for tuning in.
All right, Tesla pulling back a little bit. Supermicro pulling back. Stocks pulling back a little. No profit taking.
Good afternoon and welcome to Market on Close. I'm Oliver Rennick. Thanks for tuning in. This is going to be the last look we get until the big event tonight, and then we will assess and maybe have some answers. Next 48 hours, maybe not. Right now, market has been generally having a pretty strong day. Nice little offset to yesterday's weakness. Market yesterday looked a little bit out of whack. Things that were in trend kind of broke a little bit. So today it looks generally more like most of the stuff we've been used to seeing. Few things on that point. One is stocks up generally, but actually it's gotten kind of messy here the last hour, to be honest. Actually,
IWM.
Framework that maybe would have been describing the market with an hour and a half ago, namely bonds that have turned back around. Bonds rallying again now. Stocks generally liking that. Russell up pretty big after a little start. The Russell cut up to speed in a big way. Looks like some
Trump media, big drop off.
Trump trades that might be unwinding.
Somebody took some profits.
Hit pretty hard just in the last hour. Bitcoin came off pretty hard too. And earlier in the day, we saw a pretty good treasury auction that brought bonds back around. So it's a little messy. It's a little bit choppy. And we still got plenty of time, obviously. But today's session has gone a little bit more topsy-turvy in the last hour or so. Bitcoin up 2.5%. That was kind of where we started early today with risk on. Again, there are a few things that might be election-related, and most things aren't. It's kind of a basic way I've been thinking about in the framework I've been using. Bitcoin and DJT, probably two of the things a little bit closely tied to the election, even though there's not many. One could, I think, argue these pretty easily, especially given their fairly speculative assets. Those are the types of things that are going to be the most susceptible to kind of crowd think and potential just a word of mouth, the catalyst. Think about crypto and the power of speech and what people can say to move it around, and how it depends on the amount of people talking about it, interested in it. Narrative is a very powerful component in speculative assets, and Bitcoin, my mind's the most speculative one out there. So that seems to have some logic tied to it. DJT, kind of the same way. When you think about high beta, sort of remnants of the SPAC world and things that literally have the candidate's name on it are few and far between, so it probably does provide some utility. Still up all the day, but a big unwind just in the last hour or so. Now, looking at bonds, that to me is the most interesting part of the session today, and I think a little out of whack here. The Treasuries have been rallying back throughout the entire session after an ISM print from services this morning that was fantastic. Economic data continued to surprise to the upside. This was one of the bigger beats we've had from a very meaningful and important part of the economy, the one that has basically gotten us through the mess and across the bridges over the last 5 years. That is the services component. And when the number came out, bonds sold off, which
Twilio with a nice bounce. Boeing pulling back some more. Boeing. Not the expected move after the machinist strike.
It went off pretty smoothly.
Curtailed.
Now in the last 30 minutes, that's continued. And if you do want to line that up with Bitcoin and DJT, then maybe you could argue there is some bond connection to these Trump trade, but that's the one yesterday again here on the show I freshly defended as I think being very independent, agnostic of the political situation. Bonds have been pretty easy to track, very easy to track around the Fed and economic data. Don't think we need any exogenous force or explanation.
support services. So it matters a lot. The Fed's cutting interest rates, the buyback window, pent-up demand for M&A. And I could probably find a couple of other things.
All right, TLT continues to move
No
higher.
matter what happens tonight.
Yeah, well, to the services part, I mean, the bifurcation that you've seen between services and manufacturing, and it was, I think, even emphasized more today and widened a little bit depending on which components you're looking at, specifically for ISM. That's been a theme for this cycle for the past several years. It's taken a really long time for manufacturing to really get out of its slump, and at this point even respond to directionally where the path of least resistance is for rates, which is lower in terms of the Fed still cutting rates. I would say from the economic and the market backdrop sense, to the points that were made by Lauren and Anastasia, the backdrop is generally pretty healthy going into this. And in an economic sense, even if you back this up past several months, whether it's revisions you've got in GDP or GDI, whether it's the GDP report you got, at least the initial read for the third quarter, even some of the labor market data that is not necessarily corroborating what weakness you might have seen in October, all of that is still suggestive of a relatively healthy economy. And that's been consistent with, I would argue, a healthy market backdrop where you've got close to 75% of S&P 500 members on any given day trading above their 200-day moving average, which I think is a healthy setup heading into this.
Yeah, I would say the price action is really interesting today, Scott, because there's these twists and turns. First we see the 10-year yields rising, and if you look at the Republican basket was outperforming ever so slightly. You saw some of the Trump trades outperforming, but now we're seeing some reversal of that, and the 10-year yields are back to 4.28, and you also actually see the Democratic basket outperforming. So I think the markets are trying to gain this position for this. But what's interesting is the markets are up. It is sort of an everything rally, and I think that goes back to the point that policy and politics are not likely to derail the economy. And if you look at one candidate's proposals versus the other candidate's proposals, they're offsets. There's pro-growth policies for both of them, and there's some negatives.
TLT still going.
Economic
TLT still on the move.
Projected to be virtually neutral. So I think that's why the market reaction is actually positive.
We look at this as just a clearing event tonight. You get it out of the way, and then you can actually focus on the backdrop. The Fed's going to remind you of what the backdrop probably is on Thursday, oh, by the way. And we'll see if we have an election result by then. But again, you get the clearing event out of the way and then focus on the fundamentals.
I expect that's the case, and I certainly hope that's the case. I think the one risk to that, besides a contested outcome, which none of us can handicap, is the risk to long rates, essentially Treasury supply. And though both parties have pro-spending policies, the likelihood of a sweep in either direction is where I think we tend to see rates back up. Now, I've been on the road a lot in the last couple of weeks, and one of the questions that has come up a lot is, you all have been constructive on moving out of cash and into bonds. Are we looking at a scenario where if we have a sweep in either direction, we have a bear market in bonds, where that is not the right strategy, where even the income that a moderate interest rate gets you isn't the right call? And I do think that we could see some near-term risk in the 10-year Treasury over the next couple of days if we see that sweep and the expectation of more spending, more growth, more inflation. However, I do think that's a
There's some volatility, obviously, in Trump media and Bitcoin bouncing around. Pretty big drop in Trump media. It's headed back up now. Shorts covering.
That isn't likely to happen in any extreme way for many months, and so I'd fade that initial market reaction.
428 is where the 10-year Anastasia currently is. What about the backup in yields? How significant of a risk is that to this rally?
Well, it's interesting because the markets managed to persevere throughout it, because if you think about what's been driving yields, some of it is better economic growth. I mean, if you do a chart showing the City Economic Surprise Index, it's really led the move higher in yields by about a month. Part of it had to do with pricing out some of the rate cut expectations from the Fed. And I think that's much better aligned now to what the Fed actually tells us they're going to do by the end of next year. And some of that has to do with this election risk premium and the potential for the red sweep. But what I actually like about the setup right now is there's a range of fair value estimates for a 10-year, but that range is somewhere between 3.86 and probably around 4.2%. And so we're trading either right at the fair value estimate or right above it. So that tells me if we get past the election, especially if we don't get the red sweep, that we've appropriately adjusted for the fundamentals of growth and the fundamentals of Federal Reserve. So I might be looking to add duration at that point.
What if the wild card, Kevin, this week is that there's more Fed risk than election risk? In that the market has certainly brought in its expectations on both the number of cuts that we might get and the speed at which we might get them. What happens if on Thursday of this week, we're led to believe that they might only cut once between now and the end of the year? Is there risk in that?
I don't necessarily think that's outright bad or good. I think it's the context that matters. I mean, if they stop and they maybe take a more methodical approach to their cutting cycle and they don't go as aggressive, historically, that's actually
Zscaler.
consistent with a better backdrop for the equity market. So I would argue that's probably a more favorable scenario. But also, the risks from a stock, from a Fed perspective and an election perspective are totally different. I mean, if you have a contested election, not only is that really hard to map out, you really just have sort of a sample size of one, at least in modern history, that you can point to, and it's the year 2000. But by that point, you were already in a bear market, which started in March of 2000, and you were kind of on the heels of a recession that started in March of 2001. So unless you think we're in that similar backdrop, something that is, really drawn out and takes a long time for us to figure out who the winner is, it's not a perfect comparison to, more than 20 years ago. But from a Fed perspective, I think for some reason, if they saw, really strong reflationary pressures that we're building, which is really tough for us to see, at least at this point, then I think it's pretty much smooth sailing, at least for the decision this week. To me, the more important part probably comes in December when you get the next SEP and when you get an updated projection as to where they think growth, but maybe more importantly, the unemployment rate is.
Yeah, Lauren, RBC today says a close contested election is the main tail risk for the market. Do you agree with that?
I agree with that to an extent because it's very difficult to map out what those scenarios look like. I completely agree with Kevin that we don't have a lot of historical precedent. I think that a close election, especially one that where the president and the Senate are resolved this week, the House takes a few extra weeks because there are more close and contested races. That's an environment that I think the market can manage through without a whole lot of issue. A truly contested result is likely a recipe for more volatility. That's where the market backdrop, the strong earnings really do help.
You know what's interesting? When you look at the average annual S&P 500 returns by the breakout of Congress, I think many people will be surprised to learn that Democratic president split Congress. Again, these are average annual returns for the S&P 500 from 1936 until 2023. Democratic president split Congress 16%. Democratic president, Republican Congress 16%. Republican president split Congress 15%. Democratic president, Democratic Congress 12%. Republican president, Republican Congress 12, Republican president, Democratic Congress 9. In other words, it's almost always close to the same. And, low to mid double digits. So maybe
Okay, Zscaler making a new high.
This is why we suggest that get the clearing event out of the way and focus on the fundamentals of the backdrop. And the backdrop's good.
Yeah, the backdrop is good. And perhaps just as important, though that 16 or 9%, whatever the number is, historically, we have seen some differences, especially in the couple of weeks after an election, in the sectors that are winners or losers. But here's something that's different this time. Though the campaigns are very different on areas like trade, like immigration, like tax, that certainly influence sector winners and losers. Perhaps more importantly, they're both quite different from the past. So you think about the technology sector, for example, might typically benefit from a red sweep because you'd expect less regulation. Now we know that we've seen technology trade more to the downside along the threats of trade, for example, tariffs. These are sector bets that do not look like they did in the past. And so the knee-jerk reaction that the market has historically had to these opportunities, they're going to look different. I think
media and technology shares have continued their wild ride right up to Election Day, of course. And joining us now, more is Yahoo Finance's Alexandra Canal.
Hi, and what a time to be talking about DJT shares because it just
All right.
several times.
And a reboot Thinkorswim.
If you pull up an intraday chart, you'll see that the stock declined quite significantly. It was halted twice due to that volatility. We were up as much as 15% earlier in the session, but you can see that dip that we saw around here. We seem to be recovering somewhat, but still pretty significant shift here. There doesn't seem to be a catalyst, which is often the case for DJ.
Probably just somebody selling a pretty large position. I don't know why they make it such a big deal out of it.
Lows in the stock around September. So we have more than double that. Where shares are trading at right now gives the company a market cap of right around $7 billion. Trump is a majority owner. He owns about 60% of the company. So that means his ownership stake is worth more than $4 billion. But this is a company that's just, you see, it kind of oscillates between these highs and lows. A lot of it has been tied to Trump's chances of winning the presidential election. Recently, we saw that markets, especially betting markets, were favoring the former president. But then last week, we saw the stock suffer its worst percentage decline. So if we want to pull out maybe a 5-day chart to sort of show how we see these levels kind of teeter and change as those betting odds and betting markets come in. Now, though, we pretty much are in a dead heat of who's going to win this election. Kamala Harris, the former president. So this is all something that we're going to continue to watch. But I have heard from experts I've spoken with that if Trump does lose tonight, DJT shares, it could potentially go to $0. So it's
Let's look at those. If Trump wins, long financials, domestic companies with high percentage of U.S. revenues, industrials and small caps, crypto. Former President Trump's been talking a lot about crypto. What about cyclicals? Tell me about these.
I think there's a lot to be said about that. So first of all, I mentioned that under Harris, you may want to go into the NASDAQ. Under Trump, I think you do want to go into the S&P 500 because we would expect to see a rebound in cyclicals, financials, industrials. And I would also say that domestic companies is something to focus on. Within that, I particularly like financials. Lending activity is likely to pick up. Yield curve is likely to be steeper.
Less regulation, obviously.
Less regulation is really key.
You want to take a stab at that? I mean, what do you make of the breakdown?
I'd probably take the other side of the sector argument, just from the standpoint of if you were to use the past two administrations for sort of a thought experiment. Conventional wisdom would have told you back in 2016 in Trump's first term that he's going to be really friendly, if you want to use one sector in particular, to the energy sector because of policy proposals, because of the way he talked about it.
It's the worst performing sector under former President Trump.
The only sector that was down by 40%. But if you flip that on its head, and not just to pick on one administration, the best performing sector since Biden took office has been energy.
Right.
The only one in the S&P that has doubled, more than doubled, it's still up more than 100% today since his inauguration day. And even beyond that, if you were to sort of broaden it out to other cyclicals, the sixth worst performing sector under Trump was banks. And it's not like they've swung higher and they're the best performing industry under Biden. So I think that it's really tough to, even after the person who gets elected, after you know what the policy proposals are, it's really tough to game that out and map that out. So I think, back to the broader discussion we were having at the beginning of this, taking a look at what the economic backdrop is and looking at the macro forces at play, that I think is the more important scenario, not necessarily who comes in and what policies they're coming in with. So I think a lot of the cyclically oriented trades makes sense. But I think that regardless of who ends up taking office, unless there is some sort of extreme policy that takes you, to the other side of things where the economy then materially slows, then I would alter my view. But the fact that
Be nice, folks. Even if you're just joking around.
The fact that you are seeing really relatively strong participation, even in financials, specifically equal-weighted financials, I think that's much more of an important sign in terms of the underlying breadth that has really underpinned this rally.
Just one quick point on crypto. I do think you can see a pretty significantly positive reaction if there is a Trump win. That's a continuation of the crypto trade. But what's interesting, too, it's not just former President Trump that has talked positively about crypto and the deregulation of the space, but also Harris has alluded to that as well. So that might be, to your point, a winner under both sides.
Near 70,000 on Bitcoin. Technology wins under both because it did. Up 93% under President Biden, up 173% under former President Trump. And now it's a real question mark within the market, right? We're coming off mega cap earnings. So we're trying to figure out, the monolith has been broken, I feel like, and forget today's action in price, but these have started to differentiate themselves.
Yeah, if we take a step back from the sectors that won during these last couple of administrations and to the policies that made that possible, that gives us clues at what we can look at in terms of potential more durable sectors this time around. So going back off of what Kevin said, trade. Trump began the trade wars, but the Biden administration did not roll them back. This is a policy that's unlikely to change. Similarly, energy security. Trump drilled plenty. The Biden administration drilled more. This is an environment where what we're really
Okay, we got Palantir going again. Palantir. Palantir going again?
Technology productivity boost through artificial intelligence that's fueling demand for energy.
A re-globalization of supply chains or a de-globalization of supply chains? Because I mean, if you're going to start manufacturing chips and more of them on U.S. soil, in a sense, you're deglobalizing the global supply chain, no?
I think it's re-globalization in the sense that what's really happening is that companies and governments globally are saying, look, the efficiency and just-in-time nature of supply chains of the past era is no longer what we need. We need security and access. And in some cases, that means reshoring, but in some cases, it means broadening your exposure to different countries, doubling down on manufacturing in multiple different places. All of these trends are capital intensive. And so if we look at sectors that then benefit from those types of trends, that really, again, it's policy moving away from where it was in the past, moving into a new direction. That's potentially constructive for infrastructure along the semi-supply chain, energy, likely defense as well, cybersecurity.
What about discretionary, Anastasia? I mean, I think I saw an interview earlier today with the head of the National Retail Federation. He was talking about the impact of tariffs and the declining spending power that would result for consumers. We need to think about that?
Yeah, I think that those are different outcomes for consumer discretionary depending on who wins the election. Under Harris' presidency, we would expect a positive outcome for discretionary if she's able to pass the child tax credit proposals that would generate something like $100 billion in additional household disposable income. So that would clearly be a positive. And of course, the tariffs, which by the way, I think would be enacted carefully with the notion in mind that you can't really derail the American consumer, but nevertheless, that would detract from consumer discretionary. But Scott, can I give you one last trade that I think works?
Yes, please. Leave us with something actionable, Anastasia.
Trade that I think works in a Harris or Trump presidency scenario if you get the split Congress. I love that the 10-year Treasury moved as much as it has. I love that it repriced back to fundamentals. But if you end up with a split Congress, you're probably not going to end up with the worst case scenario for budget deficits. So TLT.
You like that trade?
I like bonds, even as a stock guy. I like bonds. So, yeah.
All right, good stuff. We'll leave it there. Everybody, thanks so much. Kevin Anastasia.
Okay, looking for a follow through.
On this busy and important election day. Let's send it to Kate Rooney now for the biggest names moving into the close. Kate?
Yeah, here.
Okay, there, Scott. Let's start with Palantir leading the S&P today after the defense software company topped earnings expectations, helped by demand for AI and then government software. Palantir also raised its revenue outlook on the year. Shares of that company on pace for a record close today, heading into the close today. After we're going to talk about Cleveland-Cliffs next, sliding after the steelmaker missed revenue expectations for the quarter, citing weaker demand and pricing in autos, driving tighter margins. Still, Cleveland-Cliffs does say that it expects steel demand to rebound in 2025. Scott, back to you.
All right, Kate, thanks. Kate Rooney, we're just getting started. Up next, Light Street Capital's Glenn Kacher is back. He'll tell us what he's forecasting for the mega caps now that earnings are in the rearview mirror. Game out, the election as well, and what it means for those stocks. We're live at the New York Stock Exchange, and you're watching Closing Bell on CNBC.
All right, so we are making it back up to the highs. Zscaler, nice move on Zscaler. All righty. Hope everyone's having a good day. Pretty decent morning, that's for sure. I'd like to see a follow through into the following weeks. More than likely, we'll see that. Zscaler pushing a bit higher. Palantir trying to get above 5150. high of the day. Zscaler still pushing. We need security, that's for sure. In this day and age, Zscaler looking pretty good on the daily, bouncing off the 50-day. CrowdStrike was questioned about CrowdStrike earlier. CrowdStrike looking a lot better, folks. For those of you, who was it that asked me this morning? I think it was Candy, right? CrowdStrike looking better. Okay, Zscaler. Let's see what Palo Alto looks like. Palo Alto Networks. Candy, you happen to be listening. Your CrowdStrike looking a lot better. Okay. Okay, IWM, nice move on IWM today. Last time we had a move like this, we ran all the way up to 227 before hitting the upper band and then rolling over. 50-day is flat, so I am anticipating prices will stay below 230. There's some 235 calls that were bought.
All right, welcome back to the NASDAQ leading the market higher today. All the mega cap names are in the green. Can the AI-driven tech trade maintain its momentum?
Mentioned by Jason. Okay, Boeing continues to move lower. You would think it would be doing the opposite. I guess because of the financial implications of the deal. But more important that they get back to production, right? NVIDIA just been cycling sideways like it did yesterday.
The outcome of the election, our republic's strong. We have some of the greatest capital markets in the world. And I think both sides, Republicans
Home Depot.
and Democrats, are highly
Okay.
incentivized to keep America as the leader.
Home Depot high of the day.
Technology and
Home Depot just off the high of the day now.
So we think it's going to be a great night either way.
Are you sizing up various trades based on the outcome, though?
Well, as you know, we've had a huge position aimed at the
Kathy
shift
Wood.
to AI infrastructure for the last year.
Buying coin.
And we think that continues to do extremely well. You know, earlier this year or beginning of this year, I pointed out to you kind of my AI 5 basket of stocks: NVIDIA, AMD, TSMC, Microsoft, Avago. That's up 66% year to date versus 46% for the Mag 7. I see that continuing through the end of the year. I think what we learned in earnings over the last several weeks is that mega cap tech companies are taking that AI infrastructure investments, taking those investments they're making, and they're using them to create new profits and better services for their clients. And as a result, we don't see that spending slowing down this year or next year.
Do you have to be more selective, though, now? Was that the lesson of earnings, if you will?
Well, I think our selectivity was already pretty high. I mean, our top picks have been NVIDIA and TSMC. I do think, you know, we're still betting on AMD, for instance. And
Okay, pushing higher.
Their exposure to AI are still in front of them. Investors are a little bit nervous about that. And you saw some volatility as a result. But I still think AMD is going to be a big winner from AI as well.
Well, let me ask you about that, because there is legit doubt in the market, right? I mean, we saw that after earnings. What makes you so sure that they're going to be, if not at the finish line, close to when NVIDIA gets there, you know, soon enough?
Google.
To the customers, Scott. I mean, I think if you look
Let me take a look at Google Iron Condor that I have on. Let me just check that out. Google.
And, you know, they need to keep NVIDIA's
Okay.
pricing in check. I think NVIDIA, to their credit, while
All right, still hanging out. Looks really good.
they have not taken advantage of their customers. And I think, you know, they've profited from them greatly, but they've not taken advantage of their market situation. But the buyers, we're talking about, you know, hundreds of billions of dollars here going into AI infrastructure. They need to make sure there's a competitor.
Okay, I just closed this particular Iron Condor.
category for AMD
Okay, just sitting here doing exactly what I wanted it to do. I got a 50% return on that. All right, I closed it for $50 or yeah, per contract.
This is going to mean for an upgrade cycle. How are you thinking about that?
Yeah, I think it's going to be great for them. Ultimately, I think as a you've watched the company for decades, and as we have, and the company is known for being a fast follower.
Google.
They have an incredible set of users. They have access to those users' data with their permission, of course, and so they're going to be set up really well to give both business users and consumer users access to AI tools. So they're taking it slow. They have that position that enables them to do this without spending nearly as much in AI because they can partner with a Google. They can partner with some of the other leaders in AI. So, we really see their position as still very strong, but they're going to take their time.
You talked about cyber. We looked at your latest filing. It doesn't show that you own CrowdStrike or Zscaler, but you do like those stocks. What light can you shed for disclosure's sake for us?
We do own them, yes, and we do think that this is an interesting trade for the election. So
Palantir moving higher.
For us.
Yeah.
Palantir making new highs. Wow.
Relatively new, within the last 30 days, to say?
Yes. Yep.
So you think that CrowdStrike has sort of rebounded fully and enough from the issues that it had?
I do, yeah. I look, they're an incredibly strategic vendor to their customers, and there's two sides to the coin of cybersecurity. It's an incredibly serious business. So when something goes badly, it is a very strategic, large issue for the customer base. But at the same time, in our view, they have the best technology in the industry.
Let me lastly ask you, because we really didn't get to it, whatever kind of regulatory risk that you may see.
Okay, Palantir doesn't care. It just keeps going. Palantir looking good.
Spoken glowingly about
Looking good.
industry, during his term. Now, he obviously has Musk in his corner, so maybe things are different. And a number of regulatory actions have come down against a number of different mega cap names. So how are you thinking about it, no matter who wins?
Well, I do think the most meaningful difference between the two sides will be the FTC. And the potential departure of Lina Khan would be a massive positive for big cap tech and their ability to make M&A transactions. And that flows down to private equity and the venture capitalists that are backing companies that have not been able to be acquired by the largest tech companies, largely because they're waiting to see what happens with the current leadership at the FTC. So I think that is the biggest difference between the two, who wins in this election. And so if Trump were to win and Lina Khan were to depart, we would see that as a really good change for the tech industry.
All right. We'll talk to you soon. It's good seeing you.
Yeah, they're not too fond of Lina Khan, right?
You bet. Thanks for being here.
I don't know why the government has to get so involved with everything.
Why he is still betting on the bulls despite the potential volatility ahead, and make his case next.
All right, so looking good. Tesla. All right, so I did close this Google, close Google for $50. All right, so let's see. 210. Okay, so let me just go ahead and note this Google. All right. Just Google, all I'm doing is reducing exposure and collecting some cash. All right, so this is no longer on the books. What time is it? 3:32. 3:30. Okay, where did you go? Where did you go? $11:05. 5:33. Okay. All right, so Zscaler is on the move, headed higher. Okay, S&P is higher as well. S&P looking better. S&P. Okay. All right, so we've got 24 minutes to go. Hard to believe it's almost closing time.
NBC. Stocks are rallying across the board on this election day. And while my next guest expects some near-term volatility around the election, he says the bull market's alive and well heading into year-end. Joining me now, Ryan Dietrich of the Carson Group. So the backdrop is favorable no matter what happens tonight?
Yeah, Scott, happy election day, and thanks for having me back. We think so, and you had a great 20-minute discussion before I came on, and what do we know? Well, we had the VIX is obviously kind of soared from almost 15 over 22 recently. Just yesterday, we saw massive puts being traded. So there's hedging. We know there's a big event coming up. All that negativity, Scott, once we kind of get through the uncertainty election, we get into the weeds of it here. We do think that potentially can be the springboard to a potential another strong November. I mean, let's not forget, November is higher, 11 the last 12 years.
All right, Zscaler continues to move higher.
Today's services number, this economy is still strong. This is still a bull market.
All right, Trump media looks like it's going to fade again. So people probably question whether or not they want to stick with it.
We think so. That's a great way to put it there. I mean, listen, we have not. So the VIX was up around 22 just recently. The last 31 trading days, we've only had one day the S&P moved more than 1% up or down. That was Halloween, the big down day.
Okay, now that the election is going to be behind us and we got the Fed in front of us on Thursday, I would think volatility will back off. That'll create a tailwind into November options, monthly options. All right, so maybe we'll see this back off 22, back off to the mean somewhere down there near 15. 1550, 16, that's the 200-day. Okay, Palantir is just ripping. Palantir.
So many foresee the market going higher no matter who wins. The Fed, I don't know. I mean, our expectations have been dialed back. What if they get dialed back further?
You're right. That's a great point. Now, first off, I'll be clear. We do think there's 25 basis points coming. We think there's probably another one in December.
Rob, probably what Ottawa Trader had said earlier, which is the way I look at it. When you move above a call wall, the $50 level, you run into market makers, dealers have to hedge by buying stock.
November was higher 12 out of 14. December higher 11 out of 14. Those 2 months combined, we're up every single time. 14 out of 14 times. You're up a lot going into these final 2 months. That's just one stat. I'm aware, but I think it's one we would not want to avoid here once we get the Fed out of the way as well.
The other stat that sort of hangs people up is valuation. How are you thinking about the price you're willing to pay for stocks right here?
Yeah, great point there. Valuations are a little pricey, especially large cap, right? I know I came on with you last month. We talked about technology. We are more neutral tech because that's where some of the pricier parts are. When we look out on the spectrum, man, it's a dirty word sometimes. Small caps, right? Small caps are historically cheaper over large caps. Look what happened last week, right? The stock market was down, is what they told us. Yet small caps were up last week. Small caps
All right, moving higher.
again. We think, again, with the strong
Okay,
economy,
futures
small
pulling
caps
back a
are
little bit
down,
now.
but also
Futures.
cyclicals, those industrials, financials are still areas that are growing that aren't wildly overpriced, I guess. At the same time, we've all seen the numbers. Valuations, they matter in the very long term. But again, that's why your term, 6 to 12 months, we're not overly concerned when you have record earnings coming in here, Scott.
Your neutral tech, why?
Oh, similar to what I just talked about there. It's had a heck of a run, yes. The valuations are some of the highest out there. And again, when we say neutral, we think it means you're bearish. I'll be very clear. The money we run, Carson Group, we have a lot of tech exposure.
Palantir,
We're not going overboard.
Zscaler, all these stocks moving higher.
We actually like
Palantir.
I mean, you're not overweight. Like it's like 30% of the S&P.
Right.
You're
Right,
just saying
exactly.
you're not overweight the tech sector.
That's exactly what I'm saying. We are overweight the small, mid-caps, industrials, financials when we look at this kind of the average 60-40 portfolio that we run, but we're not overweight large tech names at all here. Because again, they're the pricey part of this market.
And you don't think there's risk to any part of the trade that you like
Riot,
by virtue of a backup of
or
rates?
IoT.
Yeah, well, listen, there's always risk. There's always things we get paid to worry is what we like
No,
to
but
say.
like legit risk. I mean, I know there's always risk. I walk outside and get run over by a bus. I mean, you know what I mean? Like legit risk. Like if the 10-year starts to back up further, that the first thing to crumble under that weight is small cap stocks.
Small caps, mid caps. You're exactly right. Maybe some of those cyclicals. I mean, those could be some areas. And again, I guess, all we know is the most recent data we've had. We haven't really started to see inflation coming back. We'll get some clues on the Fed, obviously, this coming Thursday when they do something. But the reality, again, is we're not seeing any major warning. Look at the ECI, Employment Cost Index, just came out recently. Lowest number we've seen in a long time. There are different parts of costs that are still quite low that aren't showing any major worries, at least to us, why we would expect to see yields soar higher. But clearly, if you think about what's some of the big risks, geopolitical risks, black swan risk, but also drastically higher yields.
Okay, Zscaler.
Sure.
Okay,
I appreciate
fine.
the deeper explanation there, Ryan. Thanks. We'll talk to you soon, Ryan.
Thank you.
Once again, on Closing Bell up next. We track the biggest movers into the close. Back to Kate Rooney for that. Kate.
And there's Scott. So accounting issues causing trouble for one food producer. Bringing the details after the break.
Zscaler, okay. Okay. Microsoft Meta doing what we were looking for it to do. Okay, Zscaler trying to push higher. Palantir just hit 51.58, high of the day, new high of the day. Pull back a little profit taking. Palantir. Cummins engines still strong. Big move on Cummins. Didn't get back anything. The weekly looks good too. Palantir. Big move on Palantir. Very nice move on Palantir. All right, low pullback right now. Palantir. Okay, we've got 17 minutes to go. 17 minutes till the closing bell. All right, we got 15 minutes.
All right, we're about 15 from the bell. Let's get back to Kate Rooney now for the key stocks that you need to watch. Kate?
Hey, Scott. So shares of Archer Daniels Midland falling today after missing estimates for the quarter and issuing some underwhelming guidance. So short of the street's expectations. Plus, the food processor continues to struggle with accounting issues. The company plans to refile its results for 2023 and then canceled its current quarter earnings call as well. And then shares of Astera Labs on pace for its best day going back to the IPO. It blew by expectations for the current quarter and then issued upbeat guidance for Q4. The chipmaker seeing surging demand for its AI platforms, helping drive some of those results higher today. Scott, back to you.
All right, Kate, appreciate that. Thank you. Kate Rooney still ahead. Supermicro reporting top of the hour in OT. We break down the key things to watch for when those numbers hit the tape. We're back on the bell after this break.
Looking for a follow through. Okay, so it'd be great if we closed at the high of the day across the board, everything. But, you know, that's unrealistic. The fact is, most of these stocks will more than likely continue. Palantir, do we flag out inside day or something like that tomorrow? Probably. But I like it for, I want to see a little dip, maybe to buy some shares and sell some covered calls, or maybe do some sort of upside call credit spread, bear call spread, something like that. Look for it to stay below this level. I don't know. It's pretty strong, though. Zscaler also did well today. 3 days off the low. Technically, this is, I would say, 3 white soldiers, but I prefer to see it at the low. Technically, this is a low, but it's a higher low. I'd rather see it on a reversal, but it is technically 3 white soldiers overlapping bullish trades, which is what you want to see. Zscaler, Palo Alto, also CrowdStrike. These all look really good. Okay, looking really good. So Palantir, all right, starting to back off now. So it looks like may get an entry. It's a little late in the day. It's 11 minutes to go. I'll do something tomorrow, maybe. All right. So I don't know. I think people are probably getting a little weary of Trump media, unfortunately. May be higher tomorrow. Who the hell knows? But I don't know. It looks like people are taking their money and run. I mean, after that big cascade lower from 40, that was a big move. Probably scared a lot of weak hands.
Another quick programming note for you. CNBC live all night tonight on election night. We'll have the results.
Okay, I'm really looking forward to Supermicro.
Business as well. It all starts at 7 o'clock.
All right, Supermicro would be a good one if we could see Supermicro take off.
When Supermicro and Devon Energy report in overtime.
Okay, I did buy some puts, Supermicro. I did buy some puts. I have SMCX and some Supermicro calls. Supermicro, I was hoping that it would be, I could get out on a nice rally, but such is not the case. So I'm kind of stuck in Supermicro on the long side. That's okay. I bought some protective puts. This company, as Mondo was mentioning, trusted by Elon, trusted by NVIDIA. So, we can debate whether or not it's what it's going to do. We'll find out pretty soon. We're going to find out pretty soon, though. So either I'm going to be stuck in this for a while, or I can take a profit into a big move tonight. After hours, the shares, the calls, I'll have to wait until tomorrow. I did buy protective puts down at the 20 strike for Friday, just in case. They're cheap, so not a big deal if I lose money on them. I would rather see a big move to the upside. So if you don't like trading earnings, I'm not big on trading earnings. Most of the time, I'll just take an iron condor or something like that and sell the volatility so that I can reap the rewards. And the other person who buys that iron condor is betting. So, I'm looking for prices to stay inside of my condors. Pretty much what we've seen recently. Microsoft, I sold some iron condors on Microsoft, Amazon, Google. I just closed Google. Apple, okay, I have this one too. You can see it hasn't get anywhere near close to this short strikes, the red lines of my short strikes. So $118 credit. They expire next week. So theta's going to kick in big time over the next few days. All right, let's look at Amazon was another one. Amazon after earnings. That one's approaching the upside. So I took the call side off. Okay, still have the put side. And I may double up on this put side position. Okay. Also, what else? Meta. I have one on Meta as well. Where are you, Meta? There you are. Meta, I have an iron condor in this one. So the fact that this had drifted lower and then bounced is a good thing for me. $200 per contract credit.
We're now in the closing bell market zone. CNBC senior markets commentator Mike Santoli here to break down these crucial moments of the trading day. Plus, 2 earnings releases out in overtime that are on our radar. Supermicro, Seema Modi has that. Ticker Stevens on Devon Energy. Mike, I begin with you. We decided we were going to be higher today, but when really in a holding pattern, though, I haven't done all that much in the last few hours.
No, that's true. I mean, not in the last few hours, and really every day seems to be mostly the market just sort of taking us back to something like a 50-50 type election odds outcome. And then if a certain part of the market kind of oversteps and goes wide of that market, gets brought back. You saw that in treasuries today. You saw it at DJT. Bigger picture, though, the market's been kind of consolidating and digesting, and it really close to all-time highs for a few weeks now. The median S&P stocks, 8 or so % off its high. Yet we've managed to keep in the uptrend. Economic numbers, ISM services come in solid. So everything else seems to be working fine, with the exception of those long-term treasury yields that have been testing the range highs earlier and then just came off the boil in the last hour.
How do you feel about Fed risk?
I don't see it as
Okay, what else do I want to close here? All right, so Meta. Okay, Meta. This is Meta, right? Yeah, Meta. Microsoft. I have another one on Microsoft. Total, I have about 5,000 in credits, $5,000 in credits, 5 contracts on each position: Microsoft, Meta, Google, Amazon, Apple. These turned out to be good. All right, Microsoft's still sitting here, so I'd like to see Microsoft up closer to the 50-day. I'll probably close Microsoft soon enough. Palantir still drifting lower. Okay, Palantir. I'm not going to buy any shares in Palantir. There's no time left. I'll look at it tomorrow, though.
What really got the street concerned was accounting firm E&Y dropping Supermicro as a client on October 30th, citing transparency issues. Now, when Supermicro reports tonight, investors will want to know if it has been able to secure a new auditor, and if not,
Zscaler pulling back. So profit taking, people taking it safe, playing it safe, and taking profits off.
Industry experts point to Supermicro's design expertise. That's why it counts NVIDIA and Elon Musk's xAI as
CrowdStrike.
All right, Seema, thank you for that. Seema,
Yeah, CrowdStrike looks good.
Stevens, what should we watch out for?
Well, Scott, Devon has actually lagged both the XLE and the XOP this year as it gets set for Q3.
CrowdStrike.
And production levels have come down from Q2's peak. Now, during the
Let's see what these look like. CrowdStrike. CRWD.
And so commentary around how that plays into 2025 setup will be top of mind, including production targets, shareholder returns, whether additional M&A is necessary to enhance inventory, capital efficiency trends, and Permian infrastructure constraints are also key themes to watch, especially on the call. Now, the company has a fairly low break-even price of around $40 per barrel on WTI.
So it reports the 26.
Stays range-bound, Devon should still generate plenty of cash, with the company targeting roughly 70% of excess free cash flow to buybacks and dividends. Stock is modestly higher here ahead of the print. Scott?
All right, Pippa, thank you. We'll see you with Stevens. Mike, I turn back to you. Look at the sector split. Pretty even. I mean, industrials and discretionary are certainly the standouts, but as we had already suggested, technology is having a nice day as well.
For sure. And, it's about a 3-to-1 up versus down breakdown in terms of advances to decliners, in terms of volume today. So it is pretty much across the board. I don't think it's really trying to tell any real sharp story about what specifically is going to happen in the next few months. One thing that's interesting to me is that the volatility index is down by 1.25 points. It obviously got kind of overinflated. People got hedged up going into this event. Maybe there's a sense out there that we won't necessarily have to wait very long for a decisive election result. And that's what the market has maybe been most wary of, I guess, and trying to hedge against is this idea of suspended animation. So who knows? I'm trying not to overinterpret every little kind of gyration with.
Yeah, I like Mike Santoli. He's really on board, on the ball. You can't like over interpret every single nuance. The markets get a little fidgety. They bump up, they bump down, like yesterday. You drive yourself crazy trying to figure out every single nuance. All right, we got less than a minute to go.
Some say is justified or necessary with the S&P not that far away from highs.
Yeah, I mean, it's all based on, over the next few days, this idea that you might want to be protected against some kind of big volatile move. And yeah, that's starting to bleed away at this point. Again, you don't want to necessarily say that the market somehow knows what's going to happen. It's really been kind of in different minds depending on the day.
It should be fun tonight. Okay.
Back on the idea that the economy's in decent shape, earnings have been coming through well enough to justify where the market has gotten to. Market's no longer really overbought. If anything, Brett has been sort of poor in the last few weeks. That means most stocks have reset lower, and they're ready to kind of react to to the macro as it comes through. And yep, we're going to be pivoting right to figuring out what the Fed has to say and whether that's a friendly message. But I think that's a more kind of familiar place to be in.
4:30. Yikes.
Thank you. That's Mike Santoli. I'll, of course, see you this evening as part of our election coverage. Well, we're going to go out near the highs here. S&P's up better than 1.3%.
All right, so that's the closing bell. Trump media fading, a little H pattern coming off the highs. This could very well be much higher or much lower tomorrow, so we'll see. Anyway, I'll be here with you. I'm just going to be off the mic, so I'm going to take this headset off and put it aside. So I'll be watching. I'll chime in. I'll chime in as necessary. Okay, spiders. Okay, nice pop on the close here. The spiders. Yeah, action's just getting started is right. So, all right, folks. I'll be here. I'll be waiting for Supermicro earnings.
Closing thoughts on the race and the impact on tech and investing. Plus, Chamber of Commerce CEO Suzanne Clark will be with us to talk about the business issues on the ballot, from taxes and tariffs to AI regulation. And it's not just election season, it's still also earnings season. We've got some key reports coming this hour, including Supermicro, Devon Energy, Microchip, and AI darling, recent AI darling, Lumen. As we await those earnings, though, let's bring in Unlimited CEO Bob Elliott and Vital Knowledge founder Adam Crisafulli. Guys, great to have you here, especially as we do have large gains for all of the major averages. Bob, I'm going to start with you. How much hinges on this election now and the various outcomes we could see in coming days?
Well, I think we're going to see a lot of market volatility coming through with this election, given the divergences in the policy stances from both candidates. I think the really interesting question is whether the conventional wisdom that a Republican victory and sweep will be beneficial for stocks, given their policy position. Some of the indications today with bond yields coming down a little bit and stocks rallying at the same time suggests that maybe people think that split government with a Harris administration might actually be better for the economy and stocks than the conventional wisdom.
Yeah, I've been hearing that, and this whole idea of sell bonds, that's part of the so-called Trump trade as it's being perceived. Adam, want to get your thoughts on this, especially as we do see a stock market that is arguably priced to perfection here, and we have seen a lot of the volatility tied to the election actually in the bond market.
No, I think the election is going to influence markets in two key ways. I think directly bonds care much more, I think, than equities as to how things shake out, just given that as it pertains to the economy, the policy differences are most dramatic on fiscal policy. And so, it's, like you just said, the quote unquote Trump trade, if you were to see a red wave, the fiscal implications of that would be very negative in that it would drive yields higher. And so if you do see a split, a Harris split with Harris winning, and the Republicans are controlling at least the Senate, I think you'll see a big relief rally in bonds, which will then translate into gains in equities, coupled with just getting the election out of the way. We've heard from a lot of companies over the last several weeks on earnings calls about how election uncertainty has played a role in kind of softening demand in certain categories of products over the last several weeks. And so just getting out of the way, having any result known, will be a relief for the market for risk sentiment. And then if we do see a split outcome, ideally Harris in the White House, that I think would then help spark a relief rally in bonds, which could translate into equity gains.
And of course, we're in a week where we're talking about the future of fiscal policy, but also the future of monetary policy. We'll get into that in just a moment because we have our first earnings report out. It's Lumen Technologies, and the fiber and telecom company reporting an adjusted loss of 13 cents per share. So this is a bit worse than estimates of 9 cents per share loss. Revenue of $3.22 billion. That was essentially in line. Q3 adjusted EBITDA, $899 million. That was light. Broadband subscribers, 2.6 million. That was largely in line with estimates on FactSet. Here's the full year 2024 outlook, though, for the company. That's increasing free cash flow to $1.2 to $1.4 billion. That's up from previous guidance of $1 to $1.2 billion. Other metrics including adjusted EBITDA, those were reaffirmed. Lumen Technologies is positioning itself to provide connectivity to data centers and for this AI infrastructure build out.
Stock has been seeing big moves this year due to that, particularly over the summer. Lumen announcing just earlier today it's partnering with Google Cloud to build digital twins, support other AI efforts, adding to a growing list of partnerships that also includes Amazon, Microsoft, and Meta. We're going to have more on Lumen's quarter and the outlook for AI in just a few moments when CEO Kate Johnson joins me before the company's earnings call. And you can see those shares of Lumen are jumping right now. Last I checked, up 6% here in overtime, presumably because of that free cash flow guide coming up as well, which is what happened in the last quarter too. Bob, I'm going to come back to you because this has been the other piece of the story. You saw it in the markets today, the secular growth story that is AI. You've seen it in semiconductors and some of the results that are continue to be bifurcated. You saw it with Palantir. You're seeing it here with Lumen. You saw it with Cummins as well today. Does that continue regardless of election outcomes?
Well, I think there's a pretty good foundation in terms of the AI trade continuing to generate pretty good free cash flow and earnings that we're seeing. And this earnings quarter has really confirmed that those AI-focused companies can continue to generate profits. And given the role that that's playing, not just in the specific names, but in the broader economy, that's supportive to the overall earnings picture. The question is, for the economy, is whether that's able to branch out beyond just the AI names, the Mag 7, and we start to get a lift in earnings more broadly, because that's really what the market is pricing in, is not just the high flyers, the AI names, the Mag 7, they need to see earnings growth from the rest of the economy. That's what's expected. That's what's priced in. But given the strength of the economy, remember, a strong services PMI print, we continue to get strong data across the economy. That certainly seems very possible given the strength that we're seeing in the underlying economy.
Yeah, Russell 2000 finishing today up 1.7%, third day in a row of gains, despite what we've seen in other averages. We have a news alert on Apple. Steve Kovac has these details for us. Steve.
Hey, Morgan, this is coming out of a Bloomberg report saying Apple is going to face a fine in Europe under the Digital Markets Act. We have not confirmed this report, but Apple is declining to comment. This is that big law that went into full effect in Europe earlier this year that regulates how Apple can run its app store, allowing other app stores onto the iPhone for the very first time. Earlier this year, back in June, under some preliminary findings, the EU said that Apple was in violation of some parts of this law, including blocking app developers from including language that would steer them away to make payments outside of the App Store. They also said some of the extra fees that Apple added under this law in order to sort of make up the fees they were already charging may also be in violation. So those are some of the things that are on table. And keep in mind, this is a really meaty law, Morgan, that they can fine up to 10% of the annual revenue of Apple. And just to put that in context, Apple just finished reporting its fiscal year, $391 billion. So do the math there. That is a huge fine potentially for Apple on this. Again, we don't know when this is going to happen, but it sounds like the EU, according to this report, would want to do it by the end of the year, Morgan.
Okay, Steve Kovac, thank you. Shares of Apple trading flat right now. Adam, want to get your thoughts as we do go into election night here. And then, of course, we've got a Fed later this week. We've got stimulus coming out of China. Earnings continues. What's going to matter the most? And when you look at the positions in the market, what is potentially the most offsides and could create the biggest risk if we do see some surprises here?
I think on yields, so I think yields will be the real tell as to how equities will trade going forward, and that will
All right.
the various
Just sitting here waiting for Supermicro, watching SPY continue higher.
See a split outcome, which again, it's a very, very close race, but it seems to be the most likely scenario. That will likely trigger a relief rally in bonds and yields would drop, and then you kind of refocus back on the present macro landscape. Politics aside, it's relatively healthy, as you mentioned. You have decent earnings, relatively resilient growth. The disinflationary process continues. We're getting rate cuts from most of the world central banks, and then China is providing an extra dose of stimulus, both fiscal and monetary. And so in the near term, you have a relatively decent macro setup heading into a positive seasonal period of the year in the final month and a half of 2024. So, I think if we do get a split outcome and you get the relief of the election being out of the way, the backdrop is decent into the end of the year.
All right. Gentlemen, we're going to leave the conversation there. Bob Elliott and Adam Crisafulli, thanks for kicking off the hour with me, with all the major averages up more than 1% on this election day. Now let's bring in Mike Santoli. He's here at CNBC headquarters. He's got a closer look at the market setup heading into the final moments of the 2024 election, right?
Yeah, Morgan, and some of the intermarket stuff actually kind of fun. The S&P 500 relative to gold over 5 years. Look at that. They basically landed in roughly the same place right here. Gold is a shapeshifter in terms of what it responds to. Obviously, it's been rising to records here, even as real yields have been going up. The dollar's been pretty strong. Obviously, inflation has come down. But of course, we have easy financial conditions. There's a lot of diversification of reserves among central banks, maybe some global unease. But it's not always the case that they move together here. I would point out in particular, kind of here when gold kind of lost its bid in the vicinity of the 2020 election. Of course, that was also when we got COVID vaccines coming through. So a lot of a break in uncertainty there. And then in terms of the big movers within the equity market, take a look at Supermicro, which we're of course going to hear from very soon, as well as NVIDIA, and XSD is just the equal weighted semiconductor index. And this is only over the last year. And you can see immediately SMCI was anointed as kind of the next core play on the AI investment theme. And of course, because of all of its issues and regulatory static, has come crashing down. But I also think this points out how the average semiconductor stock is up 30% on a one-year basis. That's basically where the S&P 500 is as well. And it's really been NVIDIA and Broadcom that have been kind of enlivening the sector as opposed to the average semi-stock market.
Yeah, these are really interesting charts. I'm going to step back and ask you a broader election-related question here, and that is how closely should investors be watching the currency markets, given the fact that a lot of the positioning we're seeing tied to the so-called Trump trade, the so-called Paris trade, as they're being reported on, really lie there?
Yes. I mean, obviously, it's one of the more sensitive areas that's going to respond, along with Treasury yields. As Adam was saying, the strong dollar has been an element of the Trump policy mix that people would anticipate, whether it's tariffs and just sort of a general kind of expansionary, reflationary type policy set. So that's one of the things you'd want to look at. But man, there's so many head fakes in the market on election day, election night, that I would also caution against people over-interpreting what the market does and say that has any predictive value, really, in the short term.
Yeah, and VIX has come off too.
Yeah, I like Mike Santola. He's like
Mike,
so.
we'll see you later this hour. Thank you. Well, after the break,
So much
Co-Ventures
common
Managing
sense.
Director Keith Raboy joins us with his thoughts on the surge of venture capital voices backing both presidential campaigns. And later, the CEO of Lumen, which just reported results, breaks down the quarter ahead of the earnings call. We got that stock up around 300% this year after riding a wave of AI optimism. Overtime is back in 2.
All right. Let's see what's going on. Yeah, Needham is pretty respected. Oh, man. Okay, looking for Supermicro to like blow past 50 would be really cool. Shorts wouldn't know what to do with themselves. If ever they were looking for some fuel for hire, all those shorts would definitely do it.
Well, welcome back. We've got Devon Energy earnings out. But Stevens has the numbers. Pippa.
Hey, Morgan, the top and bottom line beat here for
What's up?
an EPS of 110 adjusted. That beat by a
Huh?
penny. Revenues of 4.02 billion ahead
That's
of the
for-
3.74 billion that Wall Street was looking for. The
For
company
camera.
said that oil production during the quarter stood at
Yeah, you wanna use the, light
335,000
too?
barrels per day.
So
That
it's get
was
better?
slightly ahead of
No?
estimates. Now,
Can use it.
during the quarter,
Light on
Devon
the camera?
also closed its acquisition of Grayson Mill Energy's Williston Basin assets, and the company called the
What?
transaction a major milestone,
Yeah.
saying that it increases their operating scale and strengthens their outlook for the fourth quarter and beyond. Shares up now about 2%. Morgan.
Mhm.
All right, Pippa Stevens, thank you. The first polls begin closing in just under 3 hours, and we expect to get exit polling data starting in less than 1 hour at 5 p.m. Eastern. It's been an election marked by razor-thin polling margins and some big money voices backing both campaigns. Well, joining me now, Coastal Ventures Managing Director Keith Raboy. He is supporting former President Trump. His high-profile early investments include Affirm, DoorDash, and Stripe. Keith, it's great to have you back on the show. Welcome.
Pleasure to be with you.
So I'm going to start by asking the same question I asked Bradley Tusk yesterday, and that is, it seems like there is a lot of support, a lot of publicity, a lot of money flowing from the tech titans and the venture investors, high-profile venture investors, including yourself, into this.
All right, Supermicro currently backing off. There was a $4 million trade right there.
If so, what does it signify about how much hinges on this election outcome?
I do think it's more than 10, 15, 20 years ago. I think many people in tech really weren't interested in politics, but as someone else has said, politics is interested in us. So it sort of forced tech people to get involved in regulatory policy, in political elections, because nobody allows tech to sort of innovate with unfettered freedom. But historically, Silicon Valley people wanted to be left alone. That's why they were on the West Coast. And a lot of people in politics kind of didn't notice. And that's why innovation was fueled and flexible. But that's changed the last 5, 10, 15 years. So we don't really have a choice anymore.
Okay. So, as somebody who is
Okay, Supermicro obviously off at the moment.
in this election cycle, what changed your mind? What was it about policies or the man or something else that brought you to the table here?
The most important driver was October 7th. When these atrocities happened and Israel was threatened, people were murdered, raped, and the current administration did nothing about it. The current administration didn't protect Jewish students on campus. Anti-Semitism is accounting for hate crimes left and right. There's basically been a Charlottesville rally on every major campus in the United States. And this administration completely ignores, won't even meet with Jewish students. So as someone who grew up Jewish, who went to the Holocaust Museum with my parents and my grandparents, it's just unacceptable to allow Jewish people to be threatened in the United States today. And so that alone made me change my opinion. Then once I got to meet President Trump, I think there's a caricature in the media about him, and maybe there's a caricature in the media about us all, but there is about him. And I saw the reality distortion that the mainstream legacy media was applying. And I realized there's a lot of very good things about him, even though I did not support him in 2016, in fact, was opposed to him in 16, 2020, and earlier in the primaries.
So in terms of the policies that matter most in this election, I mean, you just talked about Israel and you talked about the support on the geopolitical stage. But from a tech standpoint, an AI standpoint, an investing or business standpoint, what matters most?
All right, folks. Supermicro is currently down. It's got to stay down here if you're bearish. Could very well pop in the other direction now that the news is out. So have a great evening, everyone. Take care. We'll see you in the morning. Make sure you go out and vote. And we'll see you in the morning. Take care.